And we are live. Roll up, everybody. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. The session is in session, and your company is required. One man went to mow. Gather, come and join. The 10 o'clock session, as per usual. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Latif kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there we are. Ikuko Niriwagbeshe Igbalatiele. Hey, hey, hey. So, apologies. I'm having a bit of a lighting problem today. So, we just have to plow through for today. And then I'll try and sort it out by tomorrow. So, a bit of a lighting issue. But that is not sufficient enough as to stop us from interacting. So, endure. Endure that as you endure this. We have population to dominate Nigeria for decades. Northern Elders Forum speaking. So, of course, we know their antecedents already. And if you do not know their antecedents, they speak again. We have population to dominate Nigeria for decades. So, that is the Northern Elders Forum speaking to the space. Another idiot, I am partly Fulani. Kayode speaks. Kayode speaks. The crossover merchant, the Afanja of Yoruba land, the Omali, he speaks. I am partly Fulani. Kayode now uses the left hand to point in the direction of his father's home. The third headline, Wike Finance Commissioner relocate to Abuja over Supreme Court V.A.T case. So the Supreme Court V.A.T case, this decimal that doesn't want to leave the space. So a lot of fighting going on there, and Wike going to superintend that space. So Wike goes to superintend that space, but this is the verdict already from the Wike goes to superintend that space, but this is the verdict already from the business community. Employers Association ask all companies to ignore Lagos Rivers remit VAT to FIRS. So the business community has made the decision and they have weighed in favor of the federal government. So that is in play too. Quite a few other stories in play, which I may or may not give you, but let me bring you the headline anyway, just as a teaser. Oyo PDP kicks against stakeholders, pass no, Oyo PDP kicks as stakeholders pass vote of no confidence on marking day. So there you are. I don't think that comes as any surprise. There's nothing that is especially inspiring about that fella. And I think the people of Oyo State have had enough. Oyo PDP kicks as stakeholders pass vote of no confidence in marking day. So we'll find out soon enough what has led to that. We cannot continue like this. Oyo tells Buhari regime goes into shrine. So on fed up now, the Ooni of Oyo, the Ooni of Ife, not Oyo, because we don't have an Ooni in Oyo. So fed up now, the Ooni of Ife has gone to the shrines to consult Shopana over Buhari's matter. We cannot continue like this. Oni tells Buhari regime goes into shrine. And please, Kabiesi, don't come back until you find the perfect Ekwe for these people. Agitators disturbing peace in the southeast. Still within that fed up space is the Ohanese Indigbo speaking now to their own clansmen, the IPOB movement, and the rest of the rascally youths. Again, agitators disturbing peace of the southeast. So we might well go to that space too. Uh, Expect good news on Sunday, Igboho. Yoruba Determination Group speaks on trial in Benin Republic. So we might even cover that too. So as you see, it's going to be an involved session. So kick back, relax. If you want to come and interact with the session, then please click on the hyperlink just to and as soon as I've read out the talking points, then I'll come and join you in the room then to discuss your opinions. So if you are new, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you are new, if you want to interact with the session rather directly, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And if you are new to the platform, introduce yourself in the comment section. Let's get to know each other. So straight into the throes of it. I am partly Fulani, Femi Fani Kayode. My maternal grandfather was a great and powerful Muslim cleric and scholar by the name of Sheikh Nuruddin Said. He was from Ilesha. He was also a civil servant and he spent a good deal of his adult life in Lagos. His father, that is my maternal great grandfather, was a pure Yoruba man from Ilesha. However, his mother, that is my maternal great grandmother, was a pure Fulani woman from Sokoto. My grandfather, Sheikh Nuruddin Said, who was half Fulani and half Yoruba, got married to my grandmother, Alhaja Abeke Said Nee Williams, who was a pure Yoruba woman. She was also known as Mama Ofi. She was from Lagos, Isaleko, and she was the daughter of Alhaji Isa Williams, who was a key leader in the Muslim community and the richest businessman and trader in the whole of Lagos in his day. So let me just pause there for a moment. A fraud has always been the DNA of this Fani Kayode family. So listen to what one of the names of his relatives is. He says that she was the daughter of Alhaji Isa Williams. Just look at those names, Alhaji Isa Williams. Since when did Alhaji and the last name Williams, when has it ever gone together? Alhaji Williams. I've never heard such a thing. But then, of course, Fani Kayode, Sheikh Nuruddin Said and Alhaja Abeke Said had 3 children, and the youngest of those three children was my dear mother, Mrs. Adia Adoni Fani Kayode ni Said. She was born into a Muslim family and she practiced Islam all her life until she met my father, converted to Christianity, and then got married. Pardon me. Sorry about that, and then got married. It is clear from the foregoing that my mother had 1/4 Fulani blood in her, and I have 1/8 Fulani blood in me. Out of respect to the Muslim side of my family, that is the Saids and the Williamses, all of my father's children, all of my father's children have Muslim names as well as Christian ones. Mine is Abdul Latif. Amazing, isn't it? When some say I am anti-Islam and anti-Hausa Fulani, I just laugh. They know little about me, my heritage, my bloodline, which unlike most, I took very seriously, my background and my thought processes. I am a proud son of Nigeria, a son of the soil. I have deep ancestral and I have deep ancestral and spiritual roots in at least two of the three great Abrahamic faiths, even though I and my immediate family are practicing Pentecostal Christians. I have Ife, Ijesha, Egba, Isaleko, and Fulani blood running through my veins. This is my heritage, and I am very proud of each and every one of those bloodlines. The fact that I can trace my lineage and my bloodline to Ife, Ilesha, Abeokuta, Lagos, and Sokoto emboldens, enriches, and strengthens me. The fact that some members of my family are Christians and others are Muslims excites and ennobles me. I am a true Nigerian, and regardless of our numerous challenges in this country, I will love and live in Nigeria till the day I die. Copied. This piece, okay, so there you are. You know, I just have to. I think laughter is the only real response now. It's the only commentary, or it's the only commentary to a Fani Kayode piece. Just to laugh and move on. We have population to dominate Nigeria for decades. Northern Elders Forum. The North has the population to dominate Nigeria for decades, says the Northern Elders Forum, and calls that the 2023 presidency should be zoned. Sorry, let me take that all over again. The North has the population to dominate Nigeria for decades, says the Northern Elders Forum, amidst calls that the 2023 presidency should be zoned to the South. We will lead Nigeria the way we have led Nigeria before. Whether we are president or vice president, we will lead Nigeria. We have the majority of the votes, and democracy says vote whom you want, insisted the NEF spokesman, Hakim Baba Ahmed. He said this in his keynote address at the inaugural edition of the Maitama Sule Leadership Lecture Series held at Ahmedu Bello University, Abu Zaria, over the weekend. Arguing the North Group's position, he stated, why should we accept a second-class position when we know we can buy forms and contest first class and we will win? Why does anybody need to threaten us and intimidate us? We will get that power, but be humble because power comes from God. We inherited leadership. Being honest is not being stupid. In what appears to be a response to the Southern Governors Forum, demand that the South should produce the next president and that states should collect VAT, the NEF chieftain added, there are clearly Nigerians who believe that because the economy of the North has already been crumbled and we're running away from insecurity, we are politically vulnerable. They think they can buy us for 2023. They, the South, are making a mistake, Mr. Baba Ahmed said. He asserted that though humble, the North has pride. We are humble enough to know that we are going to run Nigeria with other people. We are not going to play second fiddle to anybody. We may not have the most robust economy, he insisted. There are people who are trying to strangulate us even more than we are being strangulated. We are ready for this. The NEF chieftain further pointed out that the northern region would overcome its current precarious situation. We will consider every economic adversity challenge. We will fix the North economy, and we are the only ones who can fix this northern economy, added Mr. Baba Ahmed. For that reason, we are not for sale. We are in the process of rebuilding the North, and we will rebuild the North from 2023. In July, the Southern governors in a six-point communique issued after a meeting in Lagos asserted that the South should produce the next president. In another meeting held in Enugu last week, they also backed states to collect VAT. So there you are, we will dominate you forever. You are our slaves, says the Fulani man to the south. Wike Finance Commissioner relocates to Abuja over Supreme Court V.A.T case. The governor of River State, the governor of River State, Yemson Wike, is really keen on ensuring that his case against the Federal Inland Revenue FIRS at the Supreme Court goes in his favor. Governor Wike and his finance minister, Isaac Kamalu, landed in the capital city on Sunday, September the 20th, and are currently pursuing every means available to get a favorable judgment. It can be recalled the Federal Inland Revenue Service had approached the Court of Appeal in Abuja to challenge the judgment of the Federal High Court in Rivers, which ruled on August the 9th that the state and not the FIRS should be the authority collecting VAT and personal income tax in the state. The Court of Appeal had on September the 10th ruled that the parties in the suit should maintain status quo. On Thursday, however, the appeal court also said it reversed ruling on the application for a joiner. Hold on. On Thursday, however, the appeal court also said it reserved ruling on the application for a joiner filed by the Lagos State government. The River State government approached the nation's apex court, the Supreme Court, to set aside the ruling of the appellate court on grounds that the lower court erred in ordering status after it had earlier held that the application for joinder by Lagos State must be heard first before the motion for stay and interlocutory injunction by the FIRS. The appellant maintained that the appellate court lacks the power to set aside its own judgment, which held that Lagos application for joinder must be taken before any other application. They further argued that ordering status quo ante bellum amounts to granting reliefs being sought by the FIRS when the main application has not been heard or determined. In a desperate move to ensure things go in his favor, a plan was reportedly hatched to influence the selection of a Supreme Court panel that would deliver judgment on the case. According to correspondents, the first phase of the sinister plan was to ensure that the Chief Justice of the Federation, Ibrahim Tanko Mohammed, proceeds on a trip to the United Kingdom before the panel is constituted. This will leave room for the second highest in command at the Supreme Court, Justice Mary Odili, to select the panel. It is common knowledge that Mr. Wike is a political godson of Mr. Odili's husband, Peter Odili. However, in a swift response, the Chief Justice of the Federation issued a statement stating that there will be no external interference in the case. Despite the CJN's denial, Wike's reason for despite the Chief Justice of the Federation's denial, Wike's reason for briefly relocating to Abuja with the State Commissioner of Finance may be totally related to the case. Sources revealed that the governor is exploring every option available to swing the case in his favor, as the presence of his finance minister indicates that there won't be any hesitance in loosening the purse strings of the state in order to achieve their goal. So we can land in Abuja with a bag full of dollars. Any judge and every judge is about to become a rich man. But it looks as though the wealth still goes to the Federal Inland Revenue. Employers Association ask all companies to ignore Lagos and Rivers. Employers Association ask all companies to ignore Lagos slash Rivers remit V.A.T to FIRS. The Nigeria Employer Consultative Association, a trade union of employers in the private sector, has directed all its members to make their value-added tax remittances for the month of August to the FIRS. Consequently, all VAT collected for the month of August 2021 should be remitted to the FIRS based on the order of the Court of Appeal, said the document signed by the body's Director General, Timothy Olawale. This instruction comes amidst the consumption tax tussle between states and the federal government. The organized private sector had raised concerns over the tax controversy, as the deadline for August remittances is set for September the 21st. The FIRS had been collecting consumer tax in all states of the Federation before being challenged in Rivers State by the Port Harcourt Division of the Federal High Court. Justice Stephen Palm's landmark judgment held that the federal government lacked constitutional power to collect VAT. The revenue collection body then approached the appeal court to challenge the judgment, whose ruling ordered all parties in the suit to maintain status quo on the moves by individual states to start collecting the tax. Rivers and Lagos went ahead to pass the state law in August and September, respectively. Rivers State has instituted action at the Supreme Court challenging the Court of Appeal's order. Rivers' demand include a fresh hearing of the Revenue Collection Body's appeal and a request for the Apex Court to set aside the ruling by the appellate court. So there you are. This court, that court, essentially the court of the court of the people, the court of the masses. The masses in their own court have already decided in favor of Wike, but there we are. Let me just give you, let me see. Okay, let me give you maybe one, two more stories, and then we come into the room to see if there's anyone there willing to take on the talking points. Oyo PDP kicks as stakeholders pass vote of no confidence in Makinde. The PDP members in their hundreds expressed displeasure at being neglected, sidelined, despite working for the emergence of Makinde. Let's have a look. I didn't start that from the top. Stakeholders of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) Oyo State chapter met on Monday and passed a vote of no confidence on Governor Seyi Makinde. The PDP members in their hundreds expressed displeasure at being neglected, sidelined, despite working for the emergence of Makinde as governor. The stakeholders also sued for peace in the forthcoming Congress in the state on Saturday, rising from a meeting held at Jago Center, Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The aggrieved PDP members, which include former majority leader of the House of Representatives, Honorable Mulikat Adeola Akande, former deputy governor of Oyo State, Alhaji Al-Hazim Bola Rumi, Alhaj, etc., asked party members to mobilize en masse for Saturday's Congress. The meeting, which was convened ahead of Saturday's Congress of the PDP, was attended by members of the party across 33 local government areas in the state. So essentially, that is the thrust of it. So, what's his name? Makinde kicked out. Fani Kayode, a Yoruba man no more. Ajanle Koko, still a full-blood Yoruba man though. You don't get more Yoruba than Baba Akure. Professor Data O, representing the Eastern Quarters, and a foreigner in our midst, a man from Mali. So let's go to Mali first. Mr. Mali man, how are you? Hello, the man from Mali. Okay. I don't think the man from Mali is with us. Sorry, am I hearing myself back? Sorry, hold on. Hello. Yeah, I think that's from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, if you can use a headphone, I think
Okay,
I'm
okay.
getting.
All right.
Sorry, how's the apologies about the lighting. My lighting just packed up on me last minute. There was nothing I could do. I'm actually just using a table lamp, so I'm not hiding my face. Well, a lot of people will say maybe I should hide it, like Baba Akure. But and with Baba Akure today, I'm in the dark. But then we are all in the dark in Nigeria, aren't we? Ajanle Koko. Fani Kayode is certainly in the dark. Suddenly, he's a Fulani man now. What are you making of that? Sorry, Ajanle Koko.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Fani Kayode, who asked him to be telling all this story about his great grandfather and Matana and all this thing he's talking about? Who prompted him? I mean, what prompted him to tell all those stories?
I think it's essentially a rank Adede movie, isn't it? He's trying to now claim that it's a Fulani man. This is what we are. This is what we're hearing from this. I mean, to the long. I mean, you know.
That guy is working hard.
What is that Yoruba proverb? Pé ká fẹ́ máa jẹ màálù ká máa pé something border, you know.
Look at that.
Yes, you know. I mean, God Almighty. This
Well,
is More Molereko. Oh God! Wow. Yeah, it's amazing though the lengths that people will go to.
He has ridiculed himself. He has destroyed his image. He has make himself known as a person that cannot stand by his word. He has shown to everybody that he's very unreliable, and it's just not worthy to be a leader at all. That is what everything that played out about him, that is what indicated, you know. Kayode does not have no political base, just as I've said some days ago. He has no political base, and he cannot contest for a nation. He cannot, because he knows he doesn't have no base. And currently is going to register in Abuja and got his card, membership card, APC membership card in Abuja. Is Abuja his place of residence? Or so that's to tell you that he is a politician with no base. So, but what he has is his mouth. He can use his mouth to communicate effectively. And that is what he has been using, that, you know, got him this opportunity to move to APC and meeting the president and
But is that not the most shameful thing you've ever heard? That his great grandfather, half blood, half man, half dog, once I had a Fulani girlfriend, and then something happened in Sokoto, and therefore it's a Fulani. Just did you hear the whole the total nonsense?
yeah,
It's unbelievable. It's an
it's,
unbelievable man.
it's a terrible human being.
How did this person become? Why do we have this? As we come with our pride, our chest puffed out, Yoruba,
Yeah,
we always have one or two. We have Femi, what is his name? Adeshino, what is his name? The one.
yeah, yeah.
We
In
have that
addition,
one, and now we have this one as well. I mean, what is it with Yoruba
all
people?
all this Femi, maybe we should watch out for them. We should be careful.
We
When
we
you
should
have Femi friends, be very
uh,
careful. Watch your back, oh.
don't
Because
I
Femi
don't
additional, Femi
uh,
Kadi, look at
uh,
the way they are behaving.
only
It,
give it in gbogbo wọn. Look at that. So we are narrowing it now down. Now is the name, no, yeah, you know. So if
so,
you have any songs, please don't name them Femi. That's a GBT name. Eh?
I think it's trying to say all that so that it can look good to the
To his
Fulani
new
people.
paymasters, yeah.
Yeah, Fulani people in power, and they can see him as one of them. After all, he has the blood of Fulani in him, and and we're gonna be. I won't be surprised when this guy come out and start defending Fulani. You know, he had just like he said in the past. Talking against the president, talking against the Fulanization of Nigeria, that we have to stop it. I won't be surprised in some days to come when this guy start defending Fulani that we can orientate them, we can let them know better, we can so he's a very unreliable person. So we should not just care about him. We should just leave him alone. He's no threat to
Okay.
no threat to our political space at all. He's just going there looking for bread, good money to put in his pocket to satisfy himself and his family, just like other politicians in the country. So they are
Okay.
better the same person. Yeah.
Under was file him under LAB. So okay. So as we file Fani Kayode under LAB, these people are certainly a threat to our space. We have population to dominate Nigeria for decades. It is the Northern Elders Forum speaking this language, and it is usually that pesky man that they put forward, Hakim Baba Ahmed. So he is now taking non-frontally the position adopted by the Southern governors. So what are you making now of this positioning? And do you even want to interrogate that assertion that they have the numbers? So to what Akim Baba Ahmed said are your thoughts, Ajande Koko?
You see, what Ali Baba Ahmed, or what is his name? What is telling us is the true position of the northern oligarch. I believe they have sat down and they have resolved among themselves that they are not going to give up this power. No, there's no circumstances that will let this power go to the south. They have decided on that, and that is what they are going to pursue. So him talking about the number, that they have that number, he is just trying to confuse the southerner or the other part of the country as if they have the number. It is not true. They don't have the number. If we have to break that number, the whole of the north, we have various tribe and segment of people in that northern space.
Thank you, because that is where I wanted us to start interrogating. Because I'm grateful that he has opened up that space. So we have to now, once and for all, break the back of that narrative. Because as you rightly said, they don't have those numbers. Because Adamawa is not Taraba, Plateau, these are not northern states. Kwara, Kogi, Benue, these are not northern states. The northern states, essential, even Niger State is not really a northern state. The northern states essentially are Kebbi, Kaduna, Sokoto, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, and Bauchi maybe. So and even in that mix, they still subdivide. So where is this language coming from and this arrogance? Is it where is the arrogance coming from, Janle Koko?
Yeah, it's just bragging, trying to, threaten others. I mean, the southern leaders calling for power to shift to the south for 2023 presidency. They feel by playing this game back against us that we have the number that can open a line of communication, a line of negotiation, during which they will have to, put their own proposal before us that, look, if you want us to support you, if you want us to give you presidency, this is what you must do. So it's just a game. It's just a political game. Side A is playing its political game, making it known that we want power by all. We want power to come to the south. The side B, which are the north, are now playing their own game that, look, we have the power. I mean, we have the number. Without you, we can win the presidency. But looking at both sides, there's no way both sides will not negotiate with each other. They have to negotiate no matter what. But him threatening that
will you keep quiet?
Professor Dataochi.
And his daughter, he's always in a running battle with that. That girl is going to tame him last, because you have to wait. You never see nothing.
Yeah, that lady, that young lady is fighting for her right.
She's telling him who the boss is. And Professor Data, he's still mistaken that he's the boss. He doesn't know that the girl is the boss.
So, but the dangerous game that he is playing is that there's no circumstances that, I mean, I want to use the exact statement. I think it said, we are in the majority. There's no way majority have to give up power to minority or something like it said something that is similar, kind of statement.
Yes, along those lines. It said it's a democracy and they have the population. So if they can buy, when they buy the form and then they vote themselves in, and there's nothing that can stop it, they will continue to dominate the South for decades.
Yeah. So, but when Jonathan was there, they were not saying this. They were clamoring for power to shift to the north. That was what they were saying then. But now the power in their hand, Buhari is almost to complete his 8 years in office. Now they are playing this dangerous game. It is not good. It is not good for the country. It's going to, heat up the polity, and it's not good for the political and economic interests of the nation, because now the economic situation of the country is not stable, and you guys are playing a political game that is, it's not. Look very dangerous too. So it is not good. There's a way both sides can do it, but the important aspect of it is that for peace to reign in that country, and
for everybody to have that sense of unity and sense of direction, power must shift to the South. Buhari has, Buhari has.
Ajale Koko, if power doesn't shift to the South in 2023, is it a case then that the South then concedes that they are now a conquered people because they are insisting that the power must come back? So if they don't get it in 2023, what should the South then? What should the Southern position then be?
Look, right now we have agitation for Yoruba nation. We have agitation for Biafra nation. We have all the indigenous under NENAs asking for their own nation. They are filed petition before United Nations, before International Criminal Court of Justice against this administration. So if by 2023, this administration manipulate the political space and hand over to another Fulani, that will strengthen the position of the agitation, that will strengthen it harder, that will strengthen the position of Yoruba nation and even the politicians themselves. Some of the politicians that still believe in Nigeria might switch sides to Yoruba nation, because it's going to be very clear that, we have all strategic position manned by Fulanis. And then these people want to continue the headship of that country for another 4 years and possibly another 8 years. That means we don't have no hope in that country. So there's going to be political instability. And that political instability is going to be very messy. It's going to be very messy for that country, and it's going to affect the economy.
It's going to be a bloodbath.
Yes, and it's going to affect the economic well-being of the people. The economy is already going down. The economy will suffer more the moment that they manipulate and hand over power to the North, to Fulani man again. Every space in the North, in the South, will resist it, because there's no way they can do it. There's no way they're going to achieve it without rigging the election. They will surely rig the election, and it's going to be open to the whole world. International community will condemn it. People at home will stand up against it. So there's going to be a serious political instability that we wouldn't know where it's going to end up to. It's going to be very dangerous for that country.
Can I interject, please?
Well, come in, engineer. You've been away.
Yeah. I've been away.
People have been asking me that what did I do to engineer? I say engineer is my right hand man. No
yeah,
problem.
I'm back. I'm back on duty. Good evening, everyone.
We chat every day, even if it's not online. We're always together. But come in.
Yeah, well,
I hope. Are you sure engineer is in London or is in New York with Buhari? Where are you? Why have we not been seeing you all these days? Why did you disappear when Buhari is preparing to travel to New York? Eh?
The thing is,
you sure you are not speaking from New York, engineer?
No. I'm still in the UK. Well done, Ajale Koko. I respect you for the video you send to one man. You know what? You are a true Nigerian, to be honest. You prove to people that yes, you are one of the stronghold of that country. I give you credit to that, to be honest. Well done. I've seen your video. I've seen everything about you.
Thank you.
I wish I'm in United States. I would have joined you.
Thank you, engineer. I really appreciate that complimentary. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You see,
right. You wanted to interject.
Yeah, something we need to realize here. If you see, I always say something about these people. If you give a Fulani man a breathing space, they will penetrate in fast, and they don't delay in doing that. Something we need to be very, very careful when it comes to 2023. The only thing that I'm a bit kind of scared is our elite, they will betray us. That's just the truth. They will betray the citizen of the South, and they will betray the citizen of the Southwest. So those are the people that we need to be very, very careful with them. Because Fulani man can do anything. They are ready to spend that money. They will spend that money. But how far?
I don't think the Fulani person can outsmart the Yoruba person, you know. I don't think so.
One man, there's one that just run to APC now. So
no. But he's not a Yoruba man, though. He's not a Yoruba man. He's not a Yoruba. He's
Hausa man.
He told us now. He's a Fulani man.
He just confirmed that he's a Fulani man.
If Fulani can outsmart Yoruba, but not the Igbos. But I think they can outsmart the Yoruba, not the Igbos. Because the Igbos are smart. Yoruba are weak. Who
told you the Igbos are smart?
Yeah, Yoruba are weak.
Tomorrow, if you give Charles $2,000 to support Buhari, he will be the first to do it.
Don't mind him. He's a Buhari boy. We know you. Are you a Buhari? We know you are a Buhari agent, Charles. You think we don't know? You are a Buhari agent.
I'm saying too.
What is your ID number in DSS? You think we don't know you? We know you now.
No, the two speak to two. Come on, man.
They said you to come and infiltrate us, DSS man.
They waited to be Kayode State in Yoruba land. So let
me change your name to DSS man. Oh yeah, just for being cheeky.
So
I'm saying it too. You just don't want to admit it.
All right. Sorry. Carry on, engineer.
Yeah, like I said, to be honest, if genuinely the Igbos and the Yorubas want the power to come to that side, they will do it. I must be honest to you, but something we need to be very, very careful there is just our elite. You say Wike, they're inviting him to go to Abuja. Do you know why?
No, they didn't invite him. He went.
Okay, but obviously they're not gonna say they invite him. You understand? They would never say it. But something that we need to understand, Wike trapped them. Wike tried to expose everything in that country, but now it's for Fulani. Fulani, they're very smart. One man, I keep saying they're very smart. Wike going to Abuja. What is he going there to do?
No. Let me disagree with you, engineer. The Fulanis, they are not very smart. They are very cunning. You know, but being cunning is not being smart.
One man, they are more than cunning. That's why they're smart.
No, there's just because cunning man die, cunning man bury him. This is what we are playing. Cunning man die.
One man. Let's be honest now. They are very smart. They don't depend on dollar. It's our people that depend on dollar.
Everybody depends on dollar. So who is the bureau de change in Nigeria?
And you know, it's our people that depend on dollar. Let's see the truth now. Huh?
Engineer, one man will never agree with you. You are opening a different space right there. One man don't want to hear that word Fulani are smart. Never. He will never agree.
They are not smart. They are cunning, which is a totally different thing.
One man, if you say cunning, they are not cunning. They are smart.
No, they are cunning. They are cunning.
One man, take it or leave it. Fulani are smart. I've said this over and over again. They are smart. They play the game better than us. That's the truth.
What game are they playing better than us?
In politics, in Nigeria, that's what they are playing. They're playing it better than us.
Okay, describe.
What do you mean how so? What do you mean how so? Look at the way. Okay, look at everything that is happening. Look at all the antecedents since they took power. That Buhari has been all the strings he has been pulling.
No.
Who would have thought? Hold on, one man. Hold on. Yeah. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Buhari of all persons would pull this kind of strings?
But
who would have thought?
We knew. Did you
not to this extent, to your face. Yes. Not to your face.
No.
Not to our face.
Hold on, Ejiro. Not to this extent, but we knew he was like this. But we did not know he was this far gone. We did not know he would go this far. Nobody can say they did not know Buhari is like this. Buhari has always been a
woman. The point is he crossed the limit. That's what I'm saying. The red line. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what you're not understanding.
He has crossed the limit, but the Constitution facilitates for that. So,
one man, can I tell you why my brother Ijiro was saying this thing? Let me finalize everything.
It's obvious argument, isn't it? That's obvious arguments.
Let me just finalize everything. Something you need to realize that let's say the truth to ourselves. Okay. Today, if let's assume it's Yoruba man that is in seat and he put Sunday Ubowu people in that military and everything, repentant this, repentant that. Let's say it's Yoruba man controlling that territory and he put a lot of Yoruba people. Guess what will happen? The Igbo will strike back. I will start saying, no, it's only Yoruba. Today, if this Igbo man that is in that power and put the whole of IPOB members, Yoruba man will start accusing Igbo man. So you see, these are the problem we're having. That's just the truth, nothing but the truth. You understand? So Fulani man, he betrayed Hausa. That's what happened. Fulani betrayed Hausa and took over everything. But the problem we're having is using our own people again to control the country. So that's just the truth. They are very smart.
No, they're not. You know why they're not smart? Because they're making Igbo more popular. They're making the Biafra more popular. That's what they're doing. So they're not smart. That's why.
How many people went to visit Nnamdi Kanu in that? How many Igbo elites they come out and speak on behalf of this? And you're saying Fulani they're not smart.
Engineer, I don't want to agree that they are smart. You know why?
Okay, go on.
You know why?
Okay, I think I've got my light back. Yeah. Go on, sorry.
You know why I don't want to agree that they are smart? Maybe we should not. Maybe we should not. Generalize it to all Fulani that they are not smart, because we had Fulani in the person of Yaradua that was president. He met the problem in the South, the agitation for the South separatists. He engaged them, and everything died down. That is smartness.
Yeah, but that was a Goodluck Jonathan strategy. That wasn't Buhari though. That wasn't Yaradua. It was Goodluck Jonathan that first enabled that.
Well, if it is
Yaradua kicked it off, one man. You forget so soon. Yaradua kicked that strategy off.
He was the leader. He agreed to peace move.
But it was a Goodluck Jonathan's brainchild.
And well, whether it is Goodluck, he was the president that executed it. So he listened to the voice of reason and he acted upon it and he achieved. But look at this one. Instead of engaging with Kanu, instead of engaging with Yoruba Nation agitator and Biafra Nation, instead of engaging with them and find solution to the problem.
Do you know why he did not engage with Kanu?
And he has really exposed themselves now that what Obasanjo has said like 4 years ago about Fulanization and Islamization is true. So that tells everybody that is not smart. I mean, he has really exposed everything that they want to control everything. And that is not smartness. You don't play politics like that. When you are playing politics, you don't let your opponent know the end game. But everybody has known now. So he's not smart.
Let me add on to what you said, Ajale Koko, just to show that he's not. These people are not especially smart. Let's take all this Ruga agenda. If you want to do Ruga, let's say I, as a Yoruba man, as an Oyo man, if I wanted to do Ruga as a president, you wouldn't even know when that Ruga started, though. I will quote it in such a language and such a presentation that you will welcome it so fervently because you think I'm doing you good, So by the time you find out what the agenda is, it is already too late. The ultimate plan is to get his people in there, but he's telling you that he's going to take your land and give it to Fulani. So that's not smart.
It's not smart.
That's just brutish.
One man, his tenure is almost gone. So that's one. Two, remember, Obasanjo wanted to come at third time. Why did he want to come at third time? Because he knew he has messed up.
No, because he had uncompleted projects, which he knew that if he handed to a Fulani man, it would never be complete. So, do you know that if Obasanjo had that third term, Nigeria will be electrified by now. All of the turbines to do the electrification of Nigeria, do you know where they are since about just since 2007? They're in Tikan Island, rotting away. This guy brought in turbines to generate power for the Nigerian state. As soon as Yada came in, he cancelled all of Obasanjo's policies and started to probe him. In between that probe, and then Goodluck Jonathan came in, and everything just ended in a mess. So if Obasanjo, did Obasanjo not rebracket the economy and everything? Let's not... no.
Well, back to Ajale Koko.
Yeah, back to Ajale Koko.
So this guy using brutal force to achieve what he cannot achieve is not smartness. It's actually empowering the opposition. What I mean by the opposition, look at now, even within this party and the PDP, they are joining forces in the South that we want this thing, the presidency, to come to the South. They are already preparing for them. The Southern leaders are already preparing for them. So he has really exposed everything, and the danger ahead of him is more than the game he's playing. Because now the Yoruba nation has already filed petition against him at the UNO, Biafra nation as well. So when it comes to 2023 and he rigged the election, the Southern leaders will stand up against him too. And they will surely fight. They will, I mean, there's going to be instability, and that is going to, it's going to definitely have international reaction against the move. I'm telling you, international community will still stand up against Nigeria. It's just a matter of time, because the end game of this draconian move is making, it's good. It's going to be disaster and mayhem and killings, and the world will not will surely stand up at a time. So it's not smart. So that's my opinion on that. It's not smart at all. Under democracy, you have to engage, you have to dialogue, and you have to work with other people for peace and for tranquility to reign and to govern. You have to govern and not rule. You don't rule under democracy. Democracy is about negotiation, it's about lobbying, it's about negotiation, it's about working together, working with other people to achieve results for the country. So he's not doing that. That is not smartness. It's dawns, and it just want to rule that country, and it's going to be resisted under democracy. It is a constitutional democracy, and it's going to be resisted by at the law court. Look at every lawsuit against them. They are losing. They're losing every lawsuit against them. They are not winning any lawsuit. So, and international law, we have constitution. We are under constitutional governance, and we have international law that guide all nations in the world. They are losing, and so they are going to win. They are going to lose at the international stage. It's a matter of time. So, this administration is a mess for that country.
Okay. Ajale Koko, you're talking about all law cases that they are losing. So let me now take you to a law case now that we are all hopeful that they will lose. So let me merge two narratives together and sound your opinion on that. Wike, finance minister, so that is his, not minister, but commissioner. So Wike, finance commissioner, relocate to Abuja over Supreme Court V.A.T case. So I'm not sure if you heard the story, but essentially Wike and his finance commissioner, they've moved to Abuja. You know that the appeal court took a position. Wike has taken the matter to the Supreme Court, and And in the Supreme Court, they usually constitute a panel to sit on a case. So it is to that panel now that Wike is going to attack with his finance minister. It is pertinent to note that he is taking his finance minister. So he's going there heavily loaded with dollars to go and see who is going to sit on that Supreme Court to see how he will weigh that judgment in his favor. But it looks as though the judgment has already come in from the business community. Employers Association ask all companies to ignore Lagos Rivers, remit VAT to FIRS. So just the cat and mouse that is going on within that space. Your thoughts?
Is the matter before the Supreme Court now or Federal Appeal Court?
No, the matter is with the Supreme Court. The Appeal Court gave a status quo judgment, but then they gave that. But when Lagos State filed to be a joinder in that case, they said they will hear Lagos State's joinder first before then hearing other matters on that matter. So by then, giving that status quo relief to the FIRS, which is essentially giving a judgment in favor of the FIRLs. Because what the FIRS is suing for is to maintain status quo. So if they are saying status quo to hold the space, then that is essentially giving a judgment already, because the status quo had shifted. So what is the so it's just the mesh that is that appeal court position that Wike has quickly moved to the Supreme Court to get them to take charge of that, either to nullify that status quo so that they can continue to collect the VAT until the Supreme Court hears the case in full, or just to take the case from the appeal court and take ownership of it at the Supreme Court, and then the case runs through. But what Wike is doing now, because they will pick amongst the senior judges, the Supreme Court judges, to sit on that panel. And who sits on that panel is quite important as to how that case will go. You know that the whole of the Nigerian space is a political space, including the judiciary space. So who sits on that panel is what Wike is going to attack by going to the capital, to Abuja, with its Commissioner of Finance, to try and influence the judges, the selection for that panel. So now who selects the panel is usually the Chief Justice of the Federation, which is Tanko Mohammed. And Tanko Mohammed, of course, is a government flunky, is a government stooge. So if he picks, then the judges that he will pick would not favor Wike. But the next in line to Tanko Mohammed is a Mrs. Odili, who is the wife of the political patron, Peter Odili, who is the political patron of Wike. So if she picks, then that might favor Wike more. So it is to that space that Wike has gone to with his Commissioner of Finance to try and influence how that panel is picked in order to influence the judgment in his favor. Convoluted, yes, but I'm sure you're following through. But just to throw another spanner in the works, the Association of Employers in Nigeria, because they have to pay VAT for the month of August, and the payment is due now. So they're saying now pay it to the Federal Inland Revenue and ignore the Lagos State and River State position. So a very complex and convoluted mix.
What is the business of Association of Employers in this?
No, they have to pay VAT, and they don't know who to pay it to. So they waited, and the place is still messy. So they are going with what the appeal court said to maintain status quo. So, i.e., now they are going to pay it to the Federal Inland Revenue and not to the state government, as has been decided by the River State Federal High Court. Okay,
fine for them paying to FRSC. If at the end of the day that Wike and Lagos State emerge as a winner,
they will get double tax or something.
Yeah, they have to pay back. They have to pay that money back to the to the state. So, but you see, first of all, we have to give kudos to Wike that is fighting this fight.
He's a real fighter, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a real fighter, and he's leading the fight vigorously. He's not joking. You can see the seriousness in him relocating to Abuja with the Commissioner for Finance to tackle them in any way, anywhere they want to come out from. He is ready for them. He's ready to move to every corner they want to move to. So, but one thing we have to recognize is that this V.A.T was introduced by Abacha, by military junta, and is the right of the state to collect it. However, the federal government has been collecting this since then, but it's not constitutional for them to collect it. The Constitution does not recognize the federal government to collect that VAT. And that is what Wike took them to court for, and which the court ruled in favor of Wike. So Wike, as a lawyer, understood that provision of Constitution very well, and is holding it tight against the federal government. So what we are going to see at the Supreme Court, I hope, if the Constitution is fully followed by the court, there's no way federal government is going to win. And the FIRS recognizes that. During the trial, before the judgment at the Federal High Court, the FIRS wrote a secret letter to the Assembly, to the National Assembly, to include VAT in the exclusive list, because it is not in the exclusive list of the federal government. Federal government does not have the power. They don't have the constitutional power to collect it. So it is on the basis of constitutionality for the federal government to collect it that Wike is fighting. And Supreme Court, I believe Supreme Court will stand up to interpret the Constitution accurately. If they interpret it accurately, it's going to favor Kanu.
You say they should interpret it accurately, but there's always ambiguity in law, and it's always about the argument of the lawyer and then the whim of the judge. We saw that with the Supreme Court when the Constitution said that the president must have a minimum of school cert, and Buhari was not able to present it, and they said his military training would suffice, that is eminently qualified. The thing did not say eminently qualified. It did not say a school cert or equivalent. It said school cert. So the law is always subjective, and this is the thing, the ambiguity, So it's still a worry. They can still outmaneuver Wike at the Supreme Court if they get the wrong set of judges that favor Buhari.
Yeah, but Wike is acting on the fact that it's not in the exclusive list of the federal government, and under that circumstances, they don't have the right to control it. It's what they have under the exclusive list that the federal government can control. So, and if the federal government does not have the constitutional, power to collect it, they don't have it, and that is why the High Court ruled against the federal government. It is a federal High Court. It is not state high court. It's the federal high court that rule against federal government. And it was during that time that FIRS wrote a secret letter to National Assembly to help include that in the exclusive list, so that they will have that constitutional power, that constitutional evidence to show that, oh, we are empowered to, to collect it. But all this letter they wrote, all these copies are in the hand of Wike. They are going to show it to the court that look at what these people, look at the move they are making. They know that they don't have that constitutional power to collect this money, but they've been collecting it. They'll be stealing this money. We want to take our money back from them. So I believe that under democracy...
You know that if Wike gets a favorable judgment, that could break the back of the federal government finances, because they can then take a position to request a refund of all of the monies that they've collected over the years. A lot of states could get a lot of windfalls.
The Supreme Court will be, they want to balance. Yeah, they might want to balance it there. They might say maybe it's going to take effect from next month or next 2 months. The backlog of it will be too huge for the federal government to pay. That's going to be it's going to be too tough for federal government to pay. So the Supreme Court will work something out in favor of federal government, but it looked good for Wike that is going to win that case, because Wike is as a lawyer himself, and Lagos State has joined him in this suit too. I believe they'll be going there with, foremost, brilliant lawyers, to prove the case against the federal government. So I hope they will win. If the Supreme Court really want to interpret the Constitution without bias or taking a political judgment, yes, they Wike look good to win that case. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. And just a brief thought on the Oyo State vote of no confidence in Makinde. So just briefly on that, and then I'll go on to Baba Akure. But just briefly, Oyo PDP kicks as stakeholders pass vote of no confidence on Makinde. So what are you making of that? What does that even mean, vote of no confidence in Makinde?
I think it's another faction in PDP that are doing that demonstration against Makinde. It is not the the executive it's not the entirety of PDP, and the executive of the party in the states and local government downward. I don't think they are participating, but it's just another faction in that party that seems to be that they are not getting favor from Makinde and the one that are taking that demonstration. It is normal. They do that in politics against governors. If the governors is not in the same camp with another camp, the other camp, if they are not getting their mudu, they will shout to the heavens so that they can bring some shame to that governor, that, oh, it will look to outsider as if, the entire party are falling out against him. So, but I don't think it's a big problem for Makinde. But Makinde, on his own side, as a leader of the party, as the governor and the leader of that party in that state, need to engage them and settle the matter whatsoever.
So it's just noise making from the cheap seats.
Yeah, it's not making, but that noise making can transform into.
Yes, because this is how it starts, isn't it? This is how it starts.
It can start little by little, and before you know, it can grow into the public mind. And when they go to general election again, those people could, APC could, could lobby them to come to APC, and the more number.
They're already starting to lobby, because I think back in day was one of the names that FANI KAYODE was promising when he crossed over, that he's going to bring Makinde over and all this kind of nonsense.
I don't think Makinde will follow him. I don't think so. But you never can tell. Politicians are funny. You cannot vouch for any one of them.
Do you find him a bit docile, that Makinde? Almost didn't.
No, it's not. It's not a deranged guy. I think he's just a gentleman, and he doesn't like to make noise. But he wants to do his job and just do it for people to see that he's doing what he promised to the people, but not a noisemaker like a typical politician that always make noise.
So you don't think it's a didere?
No. It's not a didere. It's not a didere. It's just.
Okay. Yeah, come in.
Okay, Adan Legoko, you said he's just want to do something, right? Do you know that people that are quiet like that are the most dangerous people, that they are even most corrupt? By the time they take all the money. Yeah, they are very quiet, and they siphon the whole treasury.
Although he was a wealthy man, when he declared his assets before he came in, about 30-40 billion in the bank, So,
does it really matter? We are talking about.
I was shocked when that guy declared his assets. I didn't know that he was that rich.
Yes, I didn't. But thank you, Ajale Koko. Let's go to Baba Akure now, who already.
Let me ask you guys one question.
Go on.
What's stopping the state from also collecting their own state tax? Can they collect both federal and state tax?
That would be double taxation.
That's how they do it in America and everywhere.
What you are paying is council tax, which is a local levy.
What do you mean? In America,
you can't double tax. You can't double tax.
We pay both federal and state tax.
But what you are paying in the state is like a council tax. It's a local levy.
What do you mean? What are you talking about, man?
It's a local levy. What bit of it are you struggling with?
Explain what you mean by local levy.
It's not a federal tax, is it? What you are paying?
We pay federal tax to the federal government, and we also pay state tax to the state government.
Yes, and that state tax is a local levy.
Yeah, that's what Wike is calling for now. Local levy, state revenue from his state.
But the V.A.T is not local. It's federal.
I don't think you get my point. You know what I'm talking about. Listen. Federal government in America here, they collect federal tax in every state you understand? Generally, within those states.
Let me tell you what you are saying, so that you understand that I understand. That state tax that you're paying is to provide amenities like the bin man that comes to collect your bin, the street lighting, etc., the sweeping of the roads.
No. It doesn't specify where the money is going.
But that is essentially what local levies are used for. Because who do you think pays for the bin man that collects your bin? It's not the federal government, it's the state. Who pays for the cleaning of your street? It's not the federal government, it's the state. So those are state levies. But the tax...
But it's state tax. You don't call it levy or tax. Tax is tax, man. Don't try to twist word. Tax is tax. You understand? What I'm saying is...
Look, the way again with your Heineken's something.
No. The thing is, you like to... Go ahead, Ajale Koko.
No, it looked like Mike does not understand the VAT in Nigeria. You see, the VAT in Nigeria is exclusively collected by federal government. That is what Wike is challenging, that we are the one that created an economy that generate this tax. I mean, that generate the collection of the tax. But federal government will take the tax. Maybe they take like 10 billion in a month, and when federal government redistribute it among all states, it's only 3 million. I mean, 3 million that we give back to him. So that is what Wike is challenging. But it doesn't mean that the state in Nigeria does not have their own state levy or taxes they collect in the other way. They have it. But they are just challenging that.
They do.
Yes, they
have
some
Nigerian states.
Yes, Nigeria they do collect taxes at the state level, even at the local government level too. In Nigeria, they do. But like one man is saying, they call it, most of the time, they call it levy. You understand what I'm saying? So, but what we have in America, who is that?
I think it's Mike. Don't mind Mike. It's been.
It's not me, man. It's not me.
But what we have in America.
Is it Heineken's again, Abi? Look at this man.
But what we have in America,
we have a VA with the Igbo, and we have you with the Heinekens. Is it Heineken?
How many times you see me with Heineken? This one man.
The only time I've ever
did anybody label you with when you smoke your own this thing, your own we don't know what it is, taba or cigar. Nobody label you say because you see me Heineken once.
What is that thing? Remember those Baba that used to play pool in those days? This thing that they used to buy.
Taba. It's taba.
Is it taba? Yes. You know, I wish I could get hold of that thing. You know, I've always now I want to try it, but there's nowhere to get it. I want to try it. You know.
So as I was saying, but in America here we have at our state level we have sales and use tax. That is the tax that you pay when you go and buy something at the store. So that tax percentage is different from state to state. Like in my own state now is 9.23%. It doesn't matter whether it is food or any merchant, anything that you buy in a store. Our own is fixed. But state like New York is different. They can collect on food maybe 3%. Maybe if you are buying clothes, it's 5%. So it depends. So, but at the end of the year, when you are filing your income tax, then you will pay tax to the federal government.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Let me go on quickly to Baba Akure, who looks as though he's ready for his bed. Wake up, Baba Akure. Don't fall asleep on the seat. Baba Akure, of course, a full-blood Akure man. I, of course, a full-blood Oyo man. But we say that proudly. Once upon a time, a Yoruba man will say, I am full-blood. But we cannot say that anymore, Baba Akure. A quarter this and half that. I'm half Filipino, half Mexican. It's all these people. You know that DNA test that they do in America, everybody wanting to be a Native American to have it in their blood. For KAYODE, Fulani man now, what are you making of it, Baba Akure? Have you ever heard such a thing?
Well, I read about him today that is maybe his grandfather from
the mother and the granddad,
or whatever he call it from Hausa Fulani.
From Sokoto.
Well, I congratulate him. It is it is very shameful that he doesn't even know where he was born again.
You know,
he doesn't even know where his parents born again were born again, and he's now claiming because he's happy now. He is very happy now because dollar already changed hands, so he can say anything he wants. So that is how when you see those who don't even know their root, that is how they always behave. And you make
if you use the left hand to point to your father's house in Yoruba land, what do they call you?
That is exactly what you just take my word, man. That was exactly what I was trying to address.
Yes.
So he is now using his left hand now to use left hand to point to his father's house now. That is exactly what is going on here, and that is what we call a Mali bastard. That is it, because even we are saying, oh, well, Nigeria this, Nigeria that. It is paining us also that Nigeria finds itself in this position. It's not that we really want Nigeria to be that. Even as we are talking here, we still, when they talk bad about Nigeria, you will still feel bad. You will see that pinch in your body that you are born from there. But not just somebody because you defected to APC a few days ago. Why did you say that before? Why did you say that 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Before he used to tell us that Fulanis were savages. So now he has Fulani blood. So what does that make him?
Exactly. Well, because dollar change hand, he's eating crumb from his master's table. So he's so happy about that because he's in the league now, right now. So the league that nobody's going to nobody's going to assume that position again. And also, he forgot that Buhari will also go. And he also will now. You see, everything is time. Everything is time. The time of Asiwaju Tinubu is almost done right now. He is almost done right now. Then let Fani Kayode continue. APC and PDP, their time will also come, and they will gone forever. We've seen a lot of political parties in Nigeria. People cross carpet from one party to another. We see you NCNC, we see UPN, we see all that. Where are they today? They gone. Then we have SDP, we have NRC. Where are they today? They gone. Where is Abiola? He gone. Where is Tofa? All of them gone. So time is also coming. You see, this man is not somebody that you can really trust. Because I bet you one man, let's just wait for another 1 year or 2 years. He will now find his root, where he really came from. Just wait for 2 years. He will find his root back to wherever he believed that he truly came from. Either from Yoruba or from Hausa. We soon know. Just wait. It is
Fani Kayode is only loyal to money and women. That's it. Whatever the money did, and they loyal to. Whatever the woman did, and they loyal to. Remember when he was dating that Igbo woman? He was all loyal to the Igbos. Since that woman left.
Oh yes.
Now he abandoned the Igbos.
If we go to the east and wear red cap.
Now he start dating Calabar again now. You start dating for the Calabas. When you start dating Fulani, maybe his new wife is Fulani woman. That's why he's not loyal to Fulani. Well, the man's only loyal to money and women. That's all.
That could be. Let's just wait. Let's leave him. Time will tell.
Baba, could I listen to his bloodline? So this is his bloodline. It's from Ife. It's from Ilesha. Ilesha. It's from Ife. It's from Ilesha. It's from Abeokuta. It's from Lagos. He's also from Sokoto. All in one person, And you say,
he's great. He's great. I don't know how to say that anyway. Let's just abandon him.
The guy is British, man. Fani Kayode is British, man. Those are the people that were Britishnized, or whatever they call them. They were born and raised in England. They are not loyal to Africa, man. Those people that's the early generation, and when they took them to England, they brainwashed them. The guy is British. He doesn't care about anything. He's not loyal to any tribe now. He's not a Yoruba man to me. There's nothing Yoruba about Fani Kayode now. Everything about him is British. He talks British. He acts everything is British. Selfish British character.
He's a British man, which makes it even worse. They are British man, not a British man, but an English. The worst person, the last person in your life you should ever trust.
It's an Englishman.
Yeah, it's an Englishman. Oh God.
That's Kayode's character now. That's where we're bred and brought. That's where he was trained.
Nobody more calculating and devious. Very devious people.
Well, but this one is not calculating anything. It's not calculating. Just wait, just wait.
But then the most civilized people as well you would ever come across is they're very complex people anyway. Let me not say that because a lot of my friends are English, and I would trust some of my English friends with my life more than I would trust anybody. But let's leave that. Let's move you on instead to Fulani land, Baba Akure, your favorite space. We have the population to dominate Nigeria for decades. Northern Elders Forum speaking to this thing. So they've been making that claim for a very long time. So one of these days now we're going to, because I actually got the map out and I put it in the comment section. It's time now for us to dissect that Nigeria to actually determine what constitutes the North, what is the mix, and who is this person speaking to. But what are you making of that? A total nonsense, or should we have reasons to be worried?
Well, I heard it today from Baba Ahmed, or whatever they call his name anyway. You know, he also sometimes he also bebu. Sometimes he's never straightforward. Today you will hear something from him. Tomorrow you will hear different versions. So, but regardless of what he say, it is the truth. It is the reality of the mind of Fulanis. That is the reality of what they have in their minds. And you see, it is we in the South that we are so foolish. Because I will say it is very annoying. Even our elders, they can see clearly now what is going on. Then what they are doing now is to still align themselves about one political party, that it is one they want to become president, they want to become vice president of nonsense. These people are in fact, this is a very annoyed case.
Thank you.
It's very annoying. It is showing us that this country cannot work if these people still continue with this mentality that they have more population. Which population? If we truly want to vote in an election, there is no bias. Let's just do it the way it's supposed to be done, and let everybody be monitored. Every region be monitored very well. They can defeat. They don't have more voters than the southern part of Nigeria. It is just because when they want to vote, the wife will be inside the room, and one leg will come out. The same person will be showing her leg twice, and you see underage voters in other part of Nigeria. We see that every single time, and this has been there for a very long time.
Do you think Nigerian elections should be superintended by an external body like the UN or maybe the European Union or something? Do you think Nigerians can be trusted to run elections for themselves?
I'm very sorry, woman. Nigeria cannot be trusted to run an election for themselves. I'm very sorry. I'm not even sorry. This is reality. This is reality. We have election today here in Canada. You never hear somebody shot somebody dead. You never. Everybody goes on their business to their business. Nobody come and harass you. Nobody steal the ballot box. Nigeria, not even Nigeria alone, the whole Africa cannot be trusted to conduct a credible election. There is no election that is perfect all over the world anyway.
See what we saw with Museveni.
You know, say they're rigging Trump. That last election too. So they rigged Trump that last election.
Let me say this.
Mike, you don't just come here and say they rigged Trump. You don't say that. You don't have a proof to it.
Anyway,
you can't prove that.
Hello.
You don't know.
Yeah, hold on, Mike.
What Mike is saying is true. They rigged Trump up. You people don't know how they rigged Trump out. They rigged Trump out.
You know, they rigged our goal. Yes, definitely. That hanging.
Which court is giving you that verdict? Which court is giving you that verdict that they rigged Trump up?
No. We said our goal.
No, I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about Mike now. What you were saying about
which court is giving that verdict that they're rigging in Nigeria?
Oh, hold on.
So we need a court.
Hold on, Mike and Ejiro. Ejiro, well, you know Mike now. When you hear Mike, it's Heineken's talking, and when you hear it's Igbo talking. But let's hear common sense from Baba Akure. Baba Akure, back to common sense.
So as I said, I am not saying the issue of rigging election or no rigging election. I don't know anything about that. But I'm saying there is no election in the world that is perfect. That is my take. But the issue of shooting somebody, somebody come and take ballot paper, and somebody just print 10 times, or underage, or all those stuff. We can never see that. I never see that here. There is some issue, there is some glitch with the machine today, which they rectify anyway. So it do happen. But for Nigeria, where you see 14 years old, 12 years old, and the Constitution, the Electoral Act, never give that permission for 14, 12 years old, 8 years old to vote. You are eligible to vote when you are 18 and above. So for not a part of Nigeria to be saying that, okay, because they have population, which population do they have? All those Almajiri that they have that cannot even take care of. Is that the population that he's talking about?
Including the cows.
And thank you, engineer. If you are talking about everybody 18 years and above that can vote, let's just do it. Let's just go on the playing field and let's vote. Then you will see the outcome. Then go back. Let me come back to your question, one man. To me, we should be able to get our ass together. You get what I'm saying, one man?
Yes.
Nigeria cannot go to US and conduct their election for them. Likewise, they cannot go to England to conduct election there. Likewise, they cannot come to Canada to conduct election. It is because we do not have right people at the right place at the right time. It's not Nigeria may do, a lot of people may be corrupt, but yet we still have people that can conduct credible election in Nigeria. And one of the problems we are having is that we never follow rule because we believe that everybody is above the law. If you subject yourself to the rule of law, regardless if you are president or you are Supreme Court judge or whoever you be, if you are not above the law, you won't see 12 years old person come and vote. You won't see 14 years old come and vote, because people believe that, oh well, because I know somebody in Aso Rock, then I can do or not do. A place where the president is even jailed, can ordinary citizens say, okay, well, I know somebody in Aso Rock? They will not say that. It's because our law is not working. Everybody just behaving anyhow. They are above the law. People include judge. So that is the problem we are having. So then go back to the same point again. Our leaders in the South, because I will emphasize on this again, our leaders in the South realize what is going on, the better. Because Nigeria is not going to work. That is fact. You see this issue of Nnamdi Kanu is agitating. It's not the goal. It's agitating. I will still bring it back again, because people will say, "Oh, why did he bring it back?" I will bring it back again, because these people, it seems like they even see. They are not blinded like our leaders. You see, more is going to come. This is just the small level of what they have in their mind. And this is what Buhari has been doing, because they believe that they have that population, and then they will use to continue to be dominating. That is why he's doing all this. So they want to perfect the ground now. So anybody that they want to vote for, whichever the way that they rig it, or whichever the way, so Hausa or Fulani man will have to be there and continue.
No, that is what he said. He said either vice president or vice president, it doesn't matter, that they will continue to control the country because they have the population.
Exactly.
He said one more thing, which echoes from the past. He said that is God's gift to them.
Exactly. So so you see what I'm talking about now, and this is the reason why Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday go. This is part of thing. Ahmed Baba also mentioned in his statement that they can never be second citizen. So it is me supposed to be second citizen, right? That is what he's trying to imply. So they don't want to become second citizen. How when they can fight for the first class, they are not second citizen. So it is we now that's supposed to be second citizen. So you see, that is why we are saying it. The earlier we get this thing right once and for all, we're done with these people, the better. Nnamdi Kanu and Sunday Buhari, I will still emphasize on it. They are like prophets. They are like prophets. They see what is going on, but our leaders are blind because of the money they are getting, or because of the position, or whatever they may be getting. So that is why they are trying to lead us astray.
All right. Just because you mentioned Sunday Igboho, one of the stories that I was going to do, but I'll just give you the headline. So Sunday Igboho lawyer speaking, he says, expect good news on Sunday Igboho soon. So we'll monitor that space just to see. I suspect they might well release him and set him off on his way to Germany. So expect good news from Sunday Igboho soon. But are you expecting good news from Wike though, Baba Akure? Wike and his finance commissioner relocate to Abuja over Supreme Court case regarding the V.A.T. So that case now, it gets more intricate and more intricate. But what are you reading? What is your reading of it? Wike relocating to go and battle it all out there.
Well, my own point is going to be a little bit different from Ajan Legoko. To me, I'm not God anyway, but God can do marvelous things. I don't see any good outcome from Abuja. That is just a fact. Ask me why.
Why?
Because the person who is the head of that Supreme Court belongs to Fulani. And it is nominated by Buhari without even proper screening. So it is clearly showing that he also is not going to be so full, because you mentioned that maybe he will nominate if he nominates one lady from eastern part of Nigeria, then maybe what's the name of that lady you mentioned?
Oh, Odili, Mrs. Margaret Odili.
Odili. She's
wife of Peter Odili.
You don't be surprised. Maybe when they want to hear that the vacation that he has for a very long time that they never gave to her, they will give it to her at that very time. That is how this. I see engineer laughing. That is when they will see that, oh, this woman has a vacation to be taken. Then you can take your vacation now. I'm very sorry. I'm not going to be disappointed, people here, but it is just a fact. I don't really see any good news coming from Abuja about the issue of that V.A.T. We still go back to the same point. The earlier our leaders get their hearts together.
Why are you not expecting good news? Because the River State High Court, Federal High Court, was quite categorical that it is unconstitutional for the Federal Inland Revenue to collect V.A.T. and it is in the purview of the state. So are they going to go against the Constitution? Because sometimes they might not have the wiggle room to escape what the law states in virtual black and white. You
are very right. They may keep on suspending. I don't know what the language they always use in the terminology they always use in law.
Adjourn.
Stay of proceeding. Maybe that is what they will use to keep it there. Remember, they've already said that okay, the FIRS can be getting money. I mean, getting money up to now. That they should pen the issue of state collecting the money now. So it is FIRS now. According to, I don't know. You may correct me. That they should be collecting the money right now, that states should not collect the money for now.
Yeah, no, that's what they meant when they said they should maintain status quo. And the status quo was that the FIRS was already collecting it.
Okay.
And just to add on to that, Baba Akure, the business community has come out to say that they will also go on paying it to the federal space.
Exactly. So I don't see any good judgment coming from Abuja, because they will keep on postponing, or like a stay of proceeding, or whatever language they want to use. It doesn't really matter. Even Femi Falana or whatever you want to take to Abuja, it doesn't really matter at this time. Because these people need as many money as they can siphon from Nigeria. If Nigeria want to crash, they don't really care. So that is the plan. So the southern governor and our elite and we ourselves get ourselves together and realize that even these people that they claim to be in love with Nigeria, that they don't even love Nigeria for a little bit. It is we Southerner still forcing Nigeria to be one. And that is the truth. The Northern don't really care. Because
they've never cared, just what you said, Baba Akure, I've always argued that the one people that has always kept Nigeria together are the Yorubas. Because the Northerners...
No, I don't agree with you, one man.
Hold on, Mike, please. The Northerners, they don't care one way or the other. The Easterners, they are already categorical in where they stand. But the Yorubas are always hopeful that they can make something of it. So that is just my own position.
One man. Sorry. Can I let me help you out real quick? Sorry. One man. Because you are striving for progress doesn't mean you are trying to put a country together. You understand? This is where the Yorubas view things. They say, while we are in Nigeria, while we are stuck here, let's make life better for ourselves. Let's make something work. Let's make it work. Whereas others are more like,
hold on.
That's where you are. No, we've always had.
No, we are not stuck anywhere now because the Igbos are. Because we are building your.
But I don't think you got my point.
No, you are building it.
You didn't get my point.
You are building it on a false premise, though. But land your point.
My point is this: from day one, Yorubas have never been interested in Nigeria. We've always said it. We just want to govern ourselves. You see that we structure. Just leave us alone.
When have we ever said it? We've only started saying it recently.
No. We've been saying this since our time. What goes on in the 90s? Are you kidding me? We've always been agitating.
How many times did I contest for president?
No, we've always want to be just away from Nigeria. That's just a fact. We never want to associate with Nigeria from the beginning. But let me tell you, let me tell you where you are misunderstanding Yorubas being people trying to keep Nigeria together. But wait now, one man, let me just land my point. Let me land my point. The reason why it appears to look like Yorubas are trying to keep Nigeria together is because they are the one, they're always trying to make things work in the sense that while we are here, what makes sense for you to, what sense does it make for us to, what's the country, just everything collapse while we all suffer. Whereas on the other side, other people, the other tribes, they just swearing for Nigeria. They want things to be bad. You understand? So that doesn't mean because they want things to be bad means they are more agitating to leave than us. You understand? It's a different thing.
Shall I tell you where I think you are wrong? Where I think you are wrong is I feel that the Yoruba philosophy is that a great Nigeria is greater than a great Yoruba nation, just because of the size and the potential of it. Because
no. If there's one group that can be self-sufficient, landmass in terms of landmass is Yorubas. If there's one ethnic group in Nigeria,
our president, so let's forget about that one, Mike. I beg.
No. You can't say forget. If there's one ethnic group in Nigeria, that's completely. That's not the point we are making, man. What does it have to do with
you now? When you talk about Yoruba,
that's an individual man. Everybody runs for politics. Everybody want to make money.
Okay, thank you.
But if there's one ethnic group, there has a territory that's ready, that's feasible to be a nation. It's the Yorubas. We have the sea. We have everything. We have the landmass. Compared to anybody else.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. But I was making a wider point beyond that. But let Ola interject, then we go back to Baba Akure. Ola, good to see you.
Hi, everyone. To me, the fact that Yorubas are diplomatic in the way they approach it doesn't mean that they want to keep Nigeria together. If you see the way Yorubas, they've been presenting the issue, they are saying self-determination. Nigeria, Yoruba want the same thing you find in the United Kingdom. You have this region, but you are a country on your own. So you want to control your affairs. Now, if anybody want Nigerians more than any other region, they are the Northerners because they have that predetermined sense of dominating everybody. That was why Saddam of Sokoto, will be telling you that in Papa land reach Atlantic Ocean. So that's this thing. They are going to conquer territory. But Yoruba diplomatic way, they be saying self-determination, self-determination. If you look at what Yoruba has been pushing for, they want to be country in a country. So because that's the cheaper one for them to do. So that Yoruba are the one keeping Nigeria together at all costs. No, I don't think I agree. I think it's fallacious to me.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to Baba Akure then. Baba Akure, round off your thought on that then, and then I'll move you on to the next talking point.
Thank you, one man. Well, Ola is entitled to his opinion anyway. But as for me, I believe it is we, particularly like you said, Yoruba, keeping Nigeria together. We want to be. You can still go back and watch interview of this man, the former president Olusegun Obasanjo, about the issue of Nigeria. I can tell you, if not a part of Nigeria, particularly Fulani, if they want to keep Nigeria together, if they really love Nigeria so much and they want to keep it together, this issue of problem that we'll be talking about over and over and over and over again, they should, at least Buhari should have addressed it. This issue of herdsmen, they know that, okay, well, if we continue doing this, these people can pull away. They can decide, okay, we are not interested anymore. But they don't care about that. They don't care about that because they don't believe that they are going to lose anything. They've already siphoned whatever they want to siphon. So they don't really care. Like one man said, it is Yoruba. Keeping trying to, okay, let's just push it together. Let's push it together. Maybe it will be better. It will be better. That is what we see.
Can I respond?
Sorry, Ola. I want to move it on just because you see the mass of crowd on the screen, and we are already nearly 2 hours in. So let me just move it on to move Baba Akure on to another talking point. Okay. Baba Akure, Oyo PDP kicks as stakeholders pass vote of no confidence on Makinde. So Ajanle Koko was dismissing this as just a bit of noise making from the cheap seats. The Olodos that sit at the back of the class. So Olodo from the back of the class talking. This is what Ajanle Koko said.
Well, Ajanle Koko is right in his own opinion anyway, but my own opinion is different from his. If truly, it doesn't really matter which party you belong to. You can impeach your governor, you can impeach your president anytime if they are not doing the right thing. That is what we call true democracy. That is if the motive and the intention of that impeachment of a vote of no confidence, it is something that is going to benefit the citizen, that is not for their own pocket. Because we see in many situations whereby it is just because of they want to get something. Eventually, the governor will say, okay, well, go and give them one brand new Mercedes Benz, and okay, I give you this 10 million or 50 million naira on top of that, and then we change your wardrobe allowance. Or okay, I will give you each of you maybe 3-bedroom duplex in one estate in Ibadan. We've seen that a lot all over Nigeria. I'm a young boy anyway, but at the same time, I am not a young boy. I've already seen a lot in Nigeria politics.
Have you ever seen it? Have you ever? I can't recall from memory, but can you, Baba Akure? Have you ever seen a governor impeached from office? A governor that is not a president, but a governor in Nigeria.
I'm trying to see. I think
it has never happened, has it?
I think it might have happened. I think maybe on states. I think I'm trying to recollect on those states. There was a time that
deputy Ajasin or something. Is it Ajasin or something?
That was deputy now, but it has never happened to any governor.
I'm only saying that to say that all this vote of no confidence, it really means nothing.
Well, you are very right. Anyway, I cannot really recollect, but I think it happens in those states once anyway. But it doesn't really matter. It could be when Ondo State and Ekiti State were together, or maybe when they were separated, immediately they separated. But let's just forget about that part. As I'm saying, if the vote of no confidence is for betterment of citizen, there is nothing wrong in that. It doesn't really matter if you are in the same party or different party. That is what we call democracy. But in Nigeria, is though we also see that in all over the world anyway. It is not in Nigeria alone. If you must understand, it's not in Nigeria alone. It happens all over the world, where you see PDM. What's the name of this party in the United States? Democrats cover themselves, cover their president because they don't want it. They don't want him to be impeached, unless if it is high profile case that they know that there is no way they cannot hide this thing anymore. Then they will now vote. That's where we have to. I think we have to push this man aside. We see that in okay. Look at the issue of Trump. I'm going to use Trump as the latest one.
You know, he was actually impeached. Was he not impeached, or did they impeach him? I don't know.
Yes, he was impeached.
How many votes did you get from Republican? Even it was when Biden he was impeached from the House of Representatives, but Senate denied it because the Senate was controlled by Republican. So it is clearly shown that it do happen anywhere in the world also, but it's
even
just
against Clinton. They impeached Clinton too.
That is why I say that is why I say I know.
It was the Senate that saved Clinton. Clinton would have been impeached as well, but the Senate saved him.
That is why I said those cases that they know that there is no way they can cover it, and that was the reason why they impeached the man you're talking about, the Clinton you're talking about. But what happened after? He was reinstated. The same thing happened to Trump. 2 times, House of Rep found him guilty, and he was impeached. But the Senate caucus refused to impeach him twice. The same Trump we're talking about. So it happens all over the world. If it is for the benefit, let me just finalize this. If it is for the benefit of the citizen, and it's no issue of money change, and there is nothing wrong in it. And also, you never can tell too. Maybe their godfather is telling them to do it, or maybe himself may be setting himself up in order to defect to APC, because that is where the life is right now. Everybody just flying over, crossover.
If you can't beat them, you do what?
You know that FANI KAYODE has promised to bring him anyway. But Baba Akure, let me acknowledge the super chat from Alexander, and then I want to bring you 2 more headlines. I'll give you just 2 paragraphs from each, and then I'll invite just a very brief commentaries on them from you. But first, let's go to Alexander's super chat. Who chats to that space? Who super chats to that space of the FANI KAYODE conversation? The Omali conversation that we're having earlier on. So this is what Alexander says via super chat. He says, the FFK backlash will break him, in my opinion. Joining the APC will be the end of this cocky Fulani Yoruba man. Brilliant background, unethical mindset. So that's the summary of even a lot of people are.
You know that FANI KAYODE's father and grandfather, they always been part of the Nigerian elites, and those people, man, those are the people that class that British created. I don't want to destroy Africa, man. I won't call that background brilliance. I mean, I don't believe people want to make grammar in England. Means that,
I was going to say
that because people speak grammar, that means that
what tribe are they, please?
Hold on. Who knows? This is the thing. Very, very soon he will tell us he has Chinese.
No, there are many of them. They put all tribes are involved. Every say when the British were trying to create that class, they went among all tribes and pick people. You understand? And pick people from all the tribes and took them to England and brainwash them to become that elite and then put them in charge of Nigeria. So it's not peculiar to a tribe, you know.
No, just
so many of them you find.
Yeah, just to add on to what you're saying, Mike, that FANI KAYODE, his father was also known for treachery. Just from memory, I think he betrayed Awolowo at some point, so it runs in the blood. The Fulani, maybe it's the
they're all
Fulani
working for the British. They're all loyal to the
Where
British.
is this guy from, one man?
It's from Sokoto now, according to him. He's from Sokoto. He's from Sokoto now. He says his blood is Sokoto.
It's from England.
Yeah. But let me acknowledge AI efficiency super chat, and then I'll take you on to a different talking point, Baba Kure. So this is AI AI efficiency. Who says, come on, Baba Kure, evidence from the past conferences, except the one organized by Jonathan, show the Northerners and not Yorubas want one Nigeria. So who wants one Nigeria? That topic continues. Thank you for the super chat, AI efficiency. So let me take you from there, Baba Kure, quickly to this space. I wanted to add this story in the read-up, but I forgot. Agitators disturbing peace in the southwest. That should be the southeast. Agitators disturbing the peace in the southeast. They should read. The Director General Strategic Planning and Implementation of Ohanaeze Ndigbo, Ambassador Tony Obaziba, has called for cessation of hostilities by those behind the sit-at-home that has disrupted socio-economic activities in the Southeast. He said the madness should end, urging stakeholders to rise to the occasion. So that's just the thrust of it. It goes on to give us just a long-winded statement, which I'm not going to read you. But that is essentially what he's saying. Let me also take you to Ile-Ife and to sound the opinion of the OONI as well. So both, I want just a brief commentary from you, Baba Kure. We can't continue like this. OONI tells Buhari regime goes into shrine. So Baba Wole Funwon, we can't continue like this. OONI tells Buhari regime goes into shrine. The OONI of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II, told President Muhammadu Buhari's regime and other politicians that, sorry, who's rattling? Don't rattle. Sorry, just put yourself on mute, whoever that was. The OONI of Ife, Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi Ojaja II, has told President Muhammadu Buhari's regime and other politicians that the handling of the nation's precarious security and economic situation needs to change to make life bearable for Nigerians before going into a 7-day seclusion. We cannot continue like this, Mr. Ogunwusi said. So whoever is referring to the OONI as Mr. K. Shango, let me not you don't invite something on yourself, or you call yourself a journalist. You want to be wayward. We cannot. I'm not going to refer him to him as Mr. as this whoever. Let me see. Is this some Igbo person that wrote this? Let me see. What's the name of the? Sorry, I have just jarred me a little bit. Somebody referring to it's probably somebody from the east that wrote this. We cannot continue like this. Said Ooni Ogunwusi. Things need to change, and there cannot be any change without the hand of God. The prayer of the righteous availeth much. He admitted that the worsening economic and security situation needed to change for better, urging politicians to have a change of heart. So I'm not going to give you the fullness of it, Baba Akure, but just thoughts on those two.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah. For Ohanaeze, I have been saying it over and over again, and I will say it again. The issue of sit at home. High Court said, okay, well, everybody can go back, and the council sit at home. But people still determine that, okay, every day, every Monday, they want to stay home. So no, but we are saying that, oh, they've been forced. When IPOB say, okay, well, sit at home is cancelled, and people still stay home, even today. This is what these people want to do. They show the stuff they made of.
There's hunger in the land.
What's that?
There's hunger in the land.
Exactly. They show, if Southwest can show like this, I'm telling you, this issue of the agitation that we are talking about, at least it will go a very long way. Nobody is forcing these people to stay home. They decided to stay home. So what are you saying? Which stakeholder are you calling? Somebody who has his own business.
No, it's asking them to stop calling it because calling for it is referring to it as disturbing the peace. That is the lead person in Ohaneze in Degbo. So it's family matter. So it's saying they're disturbing the peace because they're disrupting economic activities, and we have seen that they are somewhat enforcing this sit at home as well. So in often instances, it is not actually voluntary; it is actually enforced. So they're getting a bit fed up, essentially, is what they're saying.
So who's forcing who? Because that's my question.
Just one clip that I wanted to play it, but it was too violent. I'm sure you'd have seen it. Just the last sit at home, that they went to some school that they were sitting exams, shooting sporadically into the air, burning up spaces, and they broke it was examination, actually external examination. They smashed what is it called? The motorbikes of they just savaged the place. The ESN or non-government enforcing sit at home. So it's just getting a bit too rowdy and a bit too.
And when was that? When was that? The first time or
no? I think this was in just the last rounds of it.
Okay, well, I never see that anyway. But
I'll send you the clip on our Insta because it's too violent. I'd have played it here.
Okay, but at the same time, to me, is that why everybody now shut down the whole state, the whole eastern part of Nigeria? Where I still say it. I don't really think it is what people want to do, because bank shut down, all the businesses shut down, everybody shut down. So it is what they want to do. Today, if you look at if you go on YouTube, you will see what happened today. Most of the streets were deserted. Though some people still came out today, but not as much. A lot of businesses did not even open today. So to me, that is my take anyway in that part.
Okay, then, and Baba Wole Agbara Adeoni has gone into 7 days of exclusion for.
Where is supposed to?
Is this your
He's supposed to have done that long time.
Thank you.
Since the agitation started from the southwest, he's supposed to have done that long time. Because this is the same king that went to Abuja and said categorically to those sitting down, those that sat in the conference room, telling them that you see, this place is beautiful now. But you know, you guys cannot leave this Abuja, because if you come to the town, you won't go back to Abuja, because they might have killed them. That was what is referring to that at that time. That we are the person that is facing the wrath of this youth, and they are very, very hungry. So that time he should have done what he's doing right now. Maybe we would have got Yoruba Nation by now, self. If he has done that since that time, maybe by now would have been okay. Well, how am I going to apply for my Yoruba Nation passport? Maybe that is what would be in my mind right now, rather than still carry a grain.
You know, it is my instinct, and if you read his body language, I think the only backs Yoruba Nation. I think he does.
Well, when I start feeling about that was when he confronted them in Abuja. And said to them that these youths are very, very angry. If you watch that clip, you will see his body language that is really showing that, oh no, this man is not really interested in all this bullshit that is going on anymore. He may be part of it, but you know, as an elderly person, no, even if it's not even that old, as a traditional ruler, somebody that they are looking up to. So
you know, if the OONI and the Alaafin of Oyo, if they come out and stand side by side and say that we want Yoruba Nation, we will have it within 6 months.
You see all this that paraded themselves to be born in Sokoto. Why they born in England?
Yeah, they can go back to it.
They will not even say that. They won't even say that. It's because of the way we find ourselves. That is why somebody is saying that he born in Sokoto. Why is born in England and his family from Oyo State or Osun or Ondo? I don't know where his parents born from anyway, but I know he's from Yoruba. Maybe from Ekiti or whatever.
Is he an Akure man? Because he's acting like an Akure man.
Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter where his father from. But I know
Baba Akure, your son is not from Ekiti. Maybe he's from Akure. I don't know.
You disown him now. I'm not going to disown him. He is from Yoruba. He doesn't even matter.
He's not from Ekiti. I'm not. So he may be from Yoruba or not from Ekiti.
If you can't beat them, you do what?
He could be from my village. It doesn't really matter. But the point
is, we are very stubborn. We are very stubborn and very blunt, straightforward. We don't do diplomacy.
He's making his own claim. He says he's from his bloodline Ife, Ilesha, Abeokuta, Lagos, and Sokoto. You know.
Yeah, he can say all that. All what I know is from Yoruba. It is not now. That's why he's talking rubbish. But he will soon come back home.
And they welcome him.
And they will welcome. That is the tragedy, isn't it? That is the tragedy.
Remember what Obasanjo said about this guy? He's my boy. Give him food and drink. He will sing and dance for you. So Obasanjo is like a father to him, right? So he's doing exactly what his father told us several years ago.
You want me to tell you something? You see, when they call bingo, you know the dog. It is dog they always call bingo. When they feel hungry, when they are feeling hungry, right? And you are the owner, and you just came home, right? And you just give them food. You know they be waiting their tail like this, right? And
they'll be wagging their tail. Yeah.
All right, Baba Akure, always a delight. Baba Akure, always good copy. So from Baba Akure, we go on to Ejiro. But before we go to Ejiro, let's acknowledge Alexander Super Chat. So Alexander via Super Chat doubles down on his position regarding what is his name, FANI KAYODE. So this is what Alexander is super chatting. It says, no matter how you spin it, FANI KAYODE has a brilliant background. Absolutely no one can take that away from him. If he were English, he is not. He will be considered upper class. Unethical mind, unscrupulous, yes, almost definitely, but certainly upper class. So this is what Alexander says via Super Chat. Alexander, of course, within that realm of a FANI KAYODE type person. So he's speaking from the inside.
But what makes FANI KAYODE upper class?
By
upper class of what?
By virtue of ancestral pedigree.
Of Yoruba land.
By virtue
ancestral
of
pedigree.
Ancestral pedigree.
Okay, which Oye? I mean, what's the word of Oye in English? Oye Wodni, which Oye has his ancestral attained in Yoruba land that makes him an upper class in Yoruba land? Besides being
it tells you in this piece that I read out, but I'm just not going to go searching for it again. But there's a title in its lineage somewhere, but then there's a title. Do you want me to go and bring my title beat? There's a title in my lineage too. You are speaking to.
There are a lot of fake titles. We're talking about the original titles.
Look at that. If I put my beat on and I speak to you, you will go into.
Oh my! You know, I'm connected to the. You know, I'm No, my mother side. We are connected to the Alafin of Oyo Empire. Yeah,
people are querying if you.
Do you know that I have the pick when you are from a ruling house, you can become you can potentially become a king. So I can potentially become the Alafin of Oyo at some point.
1,000.
My mother's side of the family. My mother is actually from the Oyo royal family. Why do you think I backed the Alafin of Oyo so much? I'm from the royal family now, so we are the real ones, man. Don't be.
If you can't beat them,
no. Mike is an Igbo man, really. You see, it's okay, Chuku.
Mike, don't worry. We believe you. We believe you. With FFK, anything can happen. So we believe you.
Yes. All right, let's go on to Ejiro. Ejiro, you know what the talking points are, where the Northerners are telling us that they're going to dominate us in perpetuity, and there's absolutely nothing that we can do about it. What says you? Are you prepared to be dominated by an Aboki?
What's up, one man? How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hello, everybody. Hello, everyone. Straight to the point. Before I say something, one man, I want to clear the air. I heard you saying something about impeachment, like that there's no governor, in Nigeria.
I cannot recall. I didn't say there wasn't, but I was asking. I was inviting.
Okay, you cannot record. Okay.
Oh, okay. Do you know?
Have you heard? Is this name? Does this name still ring a bell in your ear? Alamesia.
Alamesia.
From where? From where?
From Bayelsa. You remember him?
Fayoshi.
Okay.
So
Fayoshi, exactly. So there are a lot of them, like that were impeached.
Okay.
Like him now, 2005. 2005, he was impeached. Fayoshi, 2006. He was impeached as well. October, I could remember. 16th of October.
Right.
So Nigeria is it's just unfortunate that the crop of politicians we have now, the way they are playing the politics in Nigeria is just too dirty,
All right.
One man. What is this rubbish now? Why would you? What are you doing now?
How so? What have I done?
What is this? You from Igbo land? Go back to your place, Mike.
What have I done?
Why would you type a name there?
Mike,
why would you call me that? Are you kidding me? Come on now.
Okay,
man. Come on. You need to erase that, man. Come on, erase it.
All right.
That's a big insult, man. Come on.
Settle down, Chuks. Okay, Chuku. All right. Okay. Chuks. All right. So back to.
Don't worry, man. Somebody will call you for anyway.
Okay.
Come on, that team, man. I beg.
Okay. So back to Ejiro. I've removed it, Mike. So back to you, Ejiro. Now, are you prepared to be dominated by the Fulanis? Is my question.
Yeah, one man. I've said this thing in this program before. I've said it in this show over and over again. You see, this is a focal point or an indication that the Fulani are not ready to give power come 2023. They are not ready. That's the truth. That is if there's still anything called Nigeria in 2023. If there's still any name called Nigeria, because I, for one, I believe Nigeria is going to break up. It's going to disintegrate. I know you are not in that space.
No, before 2023.
Yes. Okay. I know you are not in that space. You don't want to hear that.
No. I want to hear it, but I want you to explain. So explain how you've come to that conclusion.
Okay. This is how I came to that conclusion. One, there's already agitation already. People want to go. Mm-hmm. The Yorubas want to go. The Middle Belt wants to go. The East want to go. The way it stands now is only the Fulani that wants one Nigeria, and you that I know from this show, So if everybody want to go,
engineer wants one Nigeria too.
The country is no more conducive for anyone to stay, and the Fulani knows what they've done. Buhari is just 6 years. It's 6 years plus now, isn't it? We are going to it's going to his 7th year, correct? So yes. If what the Fulani they've done now, their like I said, their fingerprints is everywhere. They've hit on every corner across the country. Everyone has felt their impact negatively, So you don't expect them to give power like that, because they know people are going to come down hard on them. So for that, they're going to rig the election. This is what's going to happen, one man. And this is why Nigeria is going to break. They are going to rig the election, and people is not going to take it. No one will want to take it, because everyone is sick and tired.
When you see the Yoruba name on the ticket for APC, would that change your opinion? Would that change your...
Good question, one man. Who is going to put the Yoruba name in for APC? Who's going to put it? I'm asking you. Because the way it is now, hold on. Don't run over me. Let me talk.
No. You asked the question.
The way it is now, I will let you talk. Let me explain this bit if I forget. The way it is now, the Fulani government, this jihadist government we have in place now, this APC government, they've taken over APC. They've taken over the structure of APC. Take it or leave it. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, one man.
No, I accept that. But you see those smoke signals that you are reading that is telling you that the agitation is going to spike up if they return a Fulani man in 2023. Those readings that you are reading, you are not the only one that is able to read it. They are also reading those same smoke signals. So they know that if they force a Fulani man onto the Nigerian space in 2023, all the things that they have been contending with Kanu and Igboho and all of these things, you can multiply that by 10 for the next man, because the only thing that is keeping the situation is that 2023. So they read those signals too. So they are willing to cede power to the South, but they want to be able to pick that southerner that they will put in Aso Rock that will be as though they have not left. Somebody that is malleable, like a stooge, like a puppet. So a southern puppet is what they are looking for, and not necessarily not wanting to cede power to the South. So all the things that you are saying, everybody knows it, including them. So then they know it'll be a really heavy going to try and put a Fulani man still back there. So
that's what I'm thinking too. The northern elite will do anything to keep Nigeria warm, and anything that would threaten the breakup, they would try to. That's why I think the northern elite,
they are shopping.
They will try to look for a stooge from the south.
Good luck, Jonathan. Is that stooge? Good luck, Jonathan.
One man. Let me say this. May his soul rest in peace. His blessed memory now. This man that just died recently. What's his name? The former CBM Obadiah. Former CBM deputy. Yes. Did you listen to his interview? The interview they granted him. Did you listen to that interview?
Well, he did a lot of interviews, but what did he say in the one you're referencing?
Okay. The one I want to reference on was the one he spoke about this present jihadist government piling up ammunitions for war. Whether we take it like a joke or we take it like
are you sure you did not hear it on radio?
Hold on one man. Whether we take it like a child's play or not, there's going to be a breakout of war in Nigeria. That's the truth.
Nigeria, you always have ammunition, man.
No, look at that. That's radio. Did you hear that on
that is the truth, one man. Because what you are not getting, one man, is this. You see that again. I'll still go back to that 1999 Constitution. That 1999 Constitution is a pressure cooker for injustice in Nigeria. That's the truth.
Yes, we all.
Any human being reading, hold on one man. Any human being reading that 1999 Constitution, we know that 419 has taken place.
We know that.
So Nigeria is not working, and it will never work in the next 100 years.
No,
it will never work.
Say that, though. You cannot say that.
I'm telling you, it's not working, and it will never work.
You know why I said you cannot say that? I'm saying you cannot say that because everybody right across the whole country acknowledges that the country is not working. So if they accept that the country is not working and they want the country to continue, then they will seek to make it work. So you cannot say it will never work.
One man, the only way you just said it now. What I was about to say now, that's what you just said now. The only way Nigeria can work is if they put heads together and want it to work, of which is not possible. Because take it or leave it. You cannot rule Nigeria from the center until Nigeria goes back to the regional government, which was
no, Nigeria cannot go back. No, Nigeria cannot go back. Let me tell you, you know what you're actually saying, Ejiro? You are actually explaining how Nigeria will work, because you are saying that the country has to be recalibrated.
One man, you don't see who they put sugar for a mat who spit and throw away. The Fulanis will not take it. The only way Nigeria can work is when there is a restructuring. Who is going to restructure Nigeria? Would they accept it?
No,
it's like you're having 10. It's like your wages is 10 euro every month. Somebody's coming to tell you that you, for now henceforth, you will now be getting 4 euro.
Well, it's better than no euro.
So it's not going to work because the Fulani are not ready.
Look, the Fulanis, you were telling me that they are not idiots just now. So now you are suggesting as though they
That's what I'm saying, because they are not idiots. So they are not, of course, they are not idiots. Who is our Chief Justice of Nigeria today?
No.
The CGN of Nigeria today is who? He's a Sharia judge. Are they idiots?
You are not saying anything.
Are they idiots? The first ever Chief Justice of Nigeria. This man was not called to bar, and you all allow him to be there. You're telling me the Fulani are not.
How do you know it wasn't
Come on,
called
now, give it to them.
Who said it wasn't called to bar?
Tanko Mohammed was called to which bar? No, to which bar now? To which bar?
It would be the Nigerian bar, would it not? That is where he practices.
To which bar? To which bar, one man? Go and make your research. Tanko Mohammed was never called to Nigerian bar. That's the truth.
It's not wine bar. It's a law bar. But look, the wider point, just listen to the wider point. I think you spend too much time on Radio Biafra. You see, the people who spend time on Radio Biafra...
I'm not a big fan of Radio Biafra.
No,
I'm from the South. I'm not a big fan. I'm just telling you the truth now.
Fine.
I'm giving you my own opinion why Nigeria will not work and why Nigeria is going to break up. That's what I'm saying to you. Take it or leave it.
Let me I know I can. Let me counter it instead rather than take it or leave it. Let me counter it, but using your own logic. You are saying
go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
You are saying that Nigeria will not work, because of its present calibration. Now, as clever as you are, Ejiro, you cannot say that you are the only one that has this realization. You are not the only one that has realized that the way the country is not working, and you cannot claim that it's only the South that realizes that the way this country is not working. And you cannot also say that because the North are enjoying the largest of the country, they are not saying that the country is not working. So everybody says that the country is not working. So if everybody says that the country is not working, then we're at a crossroad. Do you make the decision then that you want to continue as a country? So if you make the decision that you want to continue as a country, then you will seek to make it work. So that is how Nigeria will work, by acknowledging that it is not working. And you are already professing a way forward that the country, the constitution is not fit for purpose and the country needs recalibrating. Everybody acknowledges this, but how we negotiate to that space is what is going on at the moment. So how Nigeria will work is what you're saying in play. Ejiro, this is what I think.
Can I say something before you proceed?
Please, Ola, yeah, come in.
Yeah, see, I just want us to correct one impression about Tanko Mohammed, whether we love the guy or not. That guy is a PhD holder in law, irrespective of whether Sharia or not. He's a PhD holder. I was called to bar properly. So let's forget about what Buhari does or not. The thing is this: all these honorable justices, they are not as bad as the political space of that country. When it comes to some certain matter, these guys, they can some justices they can go to the law and use something where they have lacuna, just to use that thing to favor themselves. But where there are no provisions, I'm yet to see any judge in Nigeria that will go and create a provision that never existed. Even though we know the Supreme Court governor, you see, they didn't give him without, they just use the loopholes in the constitution. It's not as if they just form a law from somewhere. So let's just please respect that man. Don't let us mess him up because of Buhari, please.
All right.
I am going to pull you. I am going to pull you up on that before I proceed. I'm going to pull you up on that. When you say
Ola.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Ola. I'm going to pull you up on that. You say Tanko Mohammed is a whatever. What do you say again? Is a what?
Is a PhD properly qualified.
Is a PhD holder. Hold on. A PhD holder that came in front of national telly, in front of Senate, telling the Senate that he was driving plane. Even my 7-year-old son will not use that English.
No, I saw
what
that
type of PhD holder you are talking about?
It doesn't.
Man, forget that half-baked, that quarter system PhD holder you are talking about.
Okay, for example, now
he didn't get PhD in English language.
Wait. Yes. Because of the way I speak my English. Because of the way I speak my English. Will you take my master in supply chain and my MBA away from me?
That man is a daft, not the way you speak your English. That man is a daft, from my own opinion.
No, don't use language to judge him.
No. Hold on, Ola. He said in his own opinion, but your opinion doesn't nullify his credentials, which he earned.
He can't prove it. If you feel he's unable to prove it.
He has
yes, he's unable. Okay, look at Wike now. Look at Wike now, and look at your man. Look at your man.
It's not by shouting that you're right. It's not by shouting that you're right.
No, because you are running over me now. You are not giving me. This is my space. You want to interject? You wouldn't let me. You wouldn't signify that you want to interject. You are just running over me.
Okay, let's.
That's why I'm shouting, because you are running over me. Over me.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Do Radio Biafra. Let's do that. Oh yeah, go on.
I should do Radio Biafra.
You want to do Radio?
If you want to interject, you let me know. Then I will perplex. Then you interject.
You are making up stories and you're pushing propaganda, which is Radio Biafra. We deal with
one man. I'm not making up stories. I'm telling you that Nigeria.
You are saying the guy was
is going to disintegrate. That's what I'm saying to you. You asked me a question, and I'm sticking to that space. I'm telling you, it's going to disintegrate, and I gave you reasons why Nigeria will disintegrate.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. You cannot Radio Biafra FANI KAYODE though. So FANI KAYODE now a Fulani man. What says you?
Yeah, I've said this in this show before. You see, FFK is a disgrace. He's a true betrayer. He's bought. That's the truth. A man who lacks sagacity and a liar. That's FFK. He's a hardened criminal. Just watch the Shegun interview in channels with his meeting with Sunday Igboho. You can know that what type of sorry with Shegun, I mean, the type of person, stupid and fake human being FFK is. So for FFK, I'm not surprised, because
can you imagine an Igbo man claiming to be a Yoruba man? They will ostracize not just him but his whole family from Igbo land. They will drum him to the borders and send him to Sokoto. But we are so tolerant in Yoruba land. A Yoruba man.
How did he say it again? He said from the maternal side. Was it not what he said?
From the maternal side, there was 10% of 0.5%, which is 0% of 1%, and all of the percentage he says is Fulani blood Sokoto. Just some nonsense,
Oh man, that man is a joke. He's a joke and he's a disgrace. He's a hardened criminal, So that's what I have to say in that space.
All right. I guess you did not come here intended to scream and shout, but look at it now, when you come a woman where you always end up screaming and shouting, But this is how we flow sometimes. But let me take you to hopefully a saner space. Wike and his finance commissioner relocate to Abuja over the Supreme Court case regarding the V.A.T, and the business community in Nigeria have made their own decision to continue to pay that V.A.T to the Federal Inland Revenue Service. So just to cover those two spaces, Ejiro.
Yeah, before I say something, I want to ask this question. Mike was saying something about income. Was it income tax or the local tax? He was talking about in America or something.
He said they pay state tax and federal tax. So they are paying tax to their local states as well as paying federal taxes. So that's what he was saying.
What was his question? He asked the question.
No, I think it was just in the round of that conversation. I'm not sure it was. I think it was more making a point than asking a question.
No, from what I heard, I think he was trying to say, why is Nigeria?
Oh, okay. Presume what he was trying to say and then make your point. So go to where you think.
I think he was trying to say, why is Nigeria not collecting the state tax different from the federal or something? If that's correct, I don't know.
I'm not sure that he said that, but assuming that was the case, then what are your thoughts?
No, this thing varies. It varies with different countries. Like here in Europe, here in Ireland, where I reside, we have what is called universal income tax. That universal covers everything, both the state, the local government, everything inclusive. At the end of the year, that is what you file in to get your tax back. So depends on how they are operating from that space of Nigeria. Well, for me, let me go back to Wike. For me, I don't see any good judgment coming out from that case. because, like the Buhari government and his cohorts that he has planted everywhere, they want to sabotage that judgment because they are in all positions. They can manipulate that judgment. Manipulation is what I fear in that judgment.
Are you talking about your party man, Tanko Mohammed?
It's not my party man. I'm talking about the half-big water system judge, CGN of Nigeria.
All right.
One man, I'd like to come in at some point here. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
You've actually come in. Okay, just interject. Did you want to interject? Go on.
I would.
You come in under a different name today. I hope with a different expectation. No Obikereke this time around.
Let me get my word in here. If you don't interrupt me, I think you've never heard from me before because you keep interrupting me. Let me just.
Exactly the same thing I was saying. That's what you're saying. You interrupt too much.
But
it's only because I know we know his form.
Let's gang up and play one man.
All right, carry on.
Let me say about FFK KAYODE, Femi KAYODE. I don't look at it the way most Nigerians look at what he's done. I think it's okay. He can do that. He's expendable. He's a very courageous person. He was in APC before, then he came over to PDP. And the PDP have not been playing ball like an opposition should play. Okay? So they sat there and they removed the Chief Justice Onegan, the real Chief Justice of Nigeria, without the Senate input. And they put in this Tanko Mohammed in there. The PDP did nothing. So Femi KAYODE is an action man. I think that he was disappointed, like most people were, about Nnamdi Kalu's carelessness. And to me, he's going to do a much better job in the APC than PDP. I support him to go over that side because they are Sunni Muslims. Actually, that's everybody keeps saying Fulani that. It's not a Fulani issue. It's a Sunni, northern Sunni Muslims against the rest of us. That's what we have. That's the division, the dichotomy. Now, I think that by them welcoming FFK, it means that they're scared. They've given up, basically. They like Roga. There's no way FFK will be in a party where there'll be Roga going on. That's for sure. They've given up that period. As long as it's in that party, there are many things they've been doing they cannot do anymore because no matter what you think about FFK, he doesn't stand for evil. Okay, so everybody could insult him. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that he did the right thing for him, given the state of the PDP, the useless party. There's no way Nigeria is going to have northern Sunni Muslims and Christians in the same political party. It's impossible. So, but the main point I came here to make is that people like Showore and others who keep going to Lagos and Abuja to protest, that's not where the center of gravity should be in Nigeria. It should be in the South, in Port Harcourt. That's where protests should take place. We have to shut down that oil that they're taking. These people will not listen to anything else. Okay? That.
But that's not protest. Okay. That's not protest. That's militancy. What you're calling for is not protest.
A protest is a location.
No, what you're calling for is militancy.
No, hold on. Even if I'm calling for that, but hear me out though. If I'm calling for that, then you tell me why I shouldn't call for that. Don't interrupt me, making me.
No. But be clear on what you're. Use the clear terms for what you're asking for. What you're asking for is militancy.
It's not militancy. It's protest.
If you're saying to go and attack the oil, that is militancy.
No. I'm saying if you're going to protest in Lagos, what's in Lagos? The federal government doesn't care if you protest in Lagos. What's in Abuja? Nothing. So the Nigerian lifeblood is in Port Harcourt. It's in the South. That's where youngsters and wayward activists we have in Nigeria. That's what they're supposed to go and protest. If you're going to make an impact, that's the only thing they respect. Is that oil? So I want you to know something, one man.
if somebody's proffering solutions, it may not be something you want to hear, but that's the solution. Everybody's going to come to that level at some point.
No. That is your assertion.
No, hold on.
It's not categorical. That is your assertion.
Whenever I'm talking, first of all, when I'm discussing anthropological issues, you think tribal. Okay, you and Mike, you think tribal. Do you know
what's tribal in what I just said? I said that is your subjective view. It is not categorical.
No,
what is tribal in that?
To your say on this program, you keep going. iPop radio. You are not iPop's pinky toe. You keep insulting iPop. They're fighting their way. They know how.
Do you want to contribute meaningfully, or do you want to let yourself go?
I am contributing more meaningful than what you've done this whole year. My contribution to you keep trying to insult me. Or whenever you see me, you start talking about iPop this, Igbo this.
Don't worry, Pansat.
No, you're an Igbo man, are you not? Are you not an Igbo man?
You went to school. Use what you learn in education.
Pansat,
as if IPOP don't talk about people.
So it's okay
for IPOP. So IPOP can talk about people, but nobody can talk about IPOP. What's up with that? What's that double standard?
One man and Mike.
Hold on. Do you have anything?
I mean, they get
hold on, please, Mike, because I don't want him to do that thing he does again today. Do you have something meaningful to contribute to the conversation, or do you want to do the usual thumping? Do you want to thump? Or contribute meaningfully?
I thought I was contributing meaningfully.
So why are you then putting an ethnic inflection into something that had no ethnic inflection?
That's exactly what I meant. When I use anthropological terms, hold on. Right. When I use anthropology, you think tribe. Anthropology and history. But Mike, do you know the meaning of anthropology?
If you didn't think you knew the meaning, then why are you using
No, I don't know.
No, but if you don't think it knows the meaning, then why are you using the word? Is it just so you can say, do you know the meaning? What are you doing, my man? Why do you do this to yourself?
Okay.
Oh God.
So let me continue what I was saying. I made my point on FFK. Now, we know that Mr. Malifia was just killed. This voice from the Middle Belt, originally from Southern California.
He wasn't killed, he died.
Okay, well, do you have the proof of that?
Well, according to the reports from his own family and his own kinsmen, he died in hospital. He died in Abuja hospital.
So people who
after a brief illness, he was rushed to hospital by his wife. So retract what you said that he was killed.
Because people who are poisoned die in the hospital. Somebody died in the hospital.
No. Please, if you don't retract that, then please leave. You cannot. I told you not to make up stuff. Don't make up stuff just to embellish your narrative. That is him. I will come back and do the same thing under a different name. But sorry about that, Ejiro. We know him. This is his form. Ejiro, back to you and a bit more sense. No, he does that all the time, you know. The guy was rushed to hospital after a brief illness, which they suspected was malaria. He was badly treated at the hospital and he died. This is the family talking, and this guy comes here to tell us that he was poisoned, so he can build on that to tell even more fable and then insult people and then leave. This is what he does all the time.
You gave him reliable source. You should have asked him where did he get his own reliable source.
No,
you
but we just you know him now. You're a regular now. You know.
I know him very well. He's just
you know. So
like as I was saying, I was saying initially, I said to you, Nigeria is not working, and it's not going to work. End Nigeria now to save life. Referendum will determine. That is the truth. Because that's what the people are yearning for. That's what they are crying for. So give them what they want and let everybody go their separate ways. And let's have peace. You know?
But anyway, you see, I used to mock that referendum narrative, but now, because it's gaining so much more fervor, I used to mock it essentially because it was just noise making, in the eastern quarters. But then that noise making now, a lot of people are now on board with it. So it is now a movement, not noise making anymore. Because now you have Ilana Omodua also saying the same thing, and the Middle Belt also saying the same thing. So, yeah, go on.
The Middle Belt and the South, they need to start agitating. If they like Ejiro, you say from the South. So what you should be saying is the South people need to start agitating. So that way we know that the whole South and wherever Middle Belt, we're all agitating. So that way they can take us seriously. But we can't have just Yorubas on the Igbo agitating, and then the rest of you are not agitating. But you guys come here and say, oh, let's just split.
Mike, who told you the South are not agitating? Who told? No, hold on. First of all, who told you that?
Where's the flag?
There we go.
Where's the
remember in Nigeria?
Wait.
In Nigeria, I want to say something, Mike.
Fire on the mountain.
When have you done rally?
Let me say something, Mike. Let me say something. Don't just come here and begin to blow air. Let me say something. In Nigeria, we have the how did they place it again? The Hausas, Yorubas, and what? The Igbos. Correct? Correct me.
No, we have more than that. No, sorry.
I'm just for the 3-4 front first. That's what I'm saying to you. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're right.
I don't think we are 3-4 fronts. Major, what makes it major? Is it population?
I'm going somewhere. That's why I say correct. So okay, you don't agree. Okay, I agree with you. Fine, you don't agree. When you depends on what you got great,
you know. When you say 3 great,
you are saying
I don't think we are the right.
You are saying the South. I want to pull you on that. Let me pull you on that. You are saying the South are not they are foot dragging or something. That's what you mean. That we are not talking.
No, I didn't say they are dragging. No, I said you are not
dragging. That's what you mean. We're in our chairs now. We're in our comfort zone. That's what you mean. That we don't want to talk or we don't want to join the agitation.
Okay, well,
you are waiting. You are waiting.
You are not agitating for secession. That's what I'm saying. You are not agitating for secession. That's my point.
Yes, so that's what he was agreeing with you. He wanted to agree that with you, so to counter it. So let him counter it, Mike. Go on, Ejiro.
You see, you must remember most of the tribes in the South side, like where I come from now, in Nigeria has more than 200 tribes. More than 200. Where I came from the South, I'm an Urobo man. If you want to place my own ethnic tribe inside Nigeria, we are very small. There are other small tribes like that in Nigeria. That's why this Ninas thing is the forefront. It's not because Ninas is not saying this is Oduduwa or this is Biafra. Ninas is embracing everybody. That's where it will fall under that cover.
No. Ninas is saying that though. Ninas is a conglomeration of different ethnic pressure group.
Exactly. The South fall under that cover. My own tribe fall under that cover. That's what I want to make the fact that we didn't come out with our own banner saying this is the South. We want to leave.
Okay.
What you are saying, Mike, is wrong.
Well, Ninas is not agitating for secession. They're just agitating for change of constitution and self-determination, things like that. But they're not agitating for secession. People that are agitating for secession are the old Yoruba nations and the Biafran nations, which are the Igbos.
You said to me, what is the South doing? That's what you said to me, and I'm giving you answer what we are doing.
No, I didn't say what you doing. What I'm saying is you are not agitating for you are calling for let's break Nigeria, right? In order for you to break Nigeria, you have to tell me where you are going, right? So where are you going? Which country are you agitating for? You can't say you want to go, but you are not giving me a map of where you are going, name of where you are going. Where are you going as South? That's the question.
But they are the first people to start now, Mike.
Mike, you are confusing this whole thing. Like you are
the first people. Wait now.
You are like tying yourself.
They started Nigerian Republic, but they are not doing Nigerian Republic right now to speak.
Must they say Nigerian Republic?
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say to you, Mike. Must we say it?
Okay, what are you?
All right, Mike, leave them alone. Don't come here and bully people, Mike.
Ejiro, where are you going?
No,
if you're out of Nigeria, where are you going? Tell us.
And Nigeria now. That's where I'm going to save more lives. And Nigeria now. That's where I'm going.
But where are you going? Where are you going from there?
We're going to Oduduwa.
But
so you see my point.
So your question is neither
which country?
Your question is neither here nor there, Mike. You are seated on the fence. Your question is neither here nor there. Don't ask me that question.
Put me somewhere then. Put me somewhere.
Just settle down.
If you don't understand my question, tell me you don't understand. I can break it out to you.
No, he understood your question. He just didn't answer.
No, he doesn't. That's why I say it's neither here nor there.
I don't understand your question because your question is neither here nor there. I just said it to you. It's neither here nor there.
It's a simple question now. It's a simple question. Okay. Let me put it this way. Let me put it simple way.
No, hold on, everybody, please. This is just going to be like a 2-3 minutes. So, Mike, you put that question to Ejiro and then allow him the space to answer it, and then we just move on. So, put your question to Ejiro, and then Ejiro answers, and then we move on. Yeah.
I'll put it in a very simple way. Okay, as a Yoruba man, I want to leave Nigeria. Now, I'm leaving Nigeria as Yoruba nation, going to form Yoruba nation. You are saying you want to leave Nigeria. Leaving Nigeria as what? That's my question.
Okay, you finish your question. You finish your question. Okay, leaving Nigeria. When you say, if you ask me that, leaving Nigeria as what? Of course, we are leaving Nigeria to a better place. We'll figure that out when we get there.
And where is that place? Where's that place?
Hold on, Mike and Ejiro. Mike said you didn't understand this question, and you might not have answered it as he put it. He's saying he is a Yoruba man, and he wants to leave Nigeria to go and form Yoruba nation. So he is asking you what your intentions are along those lines. Leave Nigeria as what? Was that your question, Mike?
Yes.
Okay, so
that's my question. Yeah.
Answer that. So leave Nigeria as what?
Okay, I want to. It's not Robo Nation. You see, Mike, the agitation that is going on now. We have what? We have the Oduduwas, correct? And we have the Eastern part, the Biafrans, correct? Now remember that the South, we can neither be part of Oduduwa or part of Biafra. That's the truth.
So what would you be?
Referendum will determine that. That's why they are calling for referendum. That's where we pencil out what we will be.
So do you see now? That's the point that Mike was making. So I think that point has been made. So let's move on from there. Let me acknowledge Pastor Leon's super chat first, and then we'll move Ejiro on. And this is a question, by the way, that you, Ejiro, have been tackled on. James has been tackled on. Deseno has been tackled on. And that question still remains hanging. But Pastor Leon, one man, I love your optimistic view for the unity of Nigeria. However, you would be right. Would you be right if the Fulanis, I don't even know how to read anymore. You would be right if the Fulanis were a reasonable sect. They love power and they will never give it up without a fight. So we don't expect them to give it up without a fight. But the question is, do we have that fight in us? It's never going to be a peaceful parting of ways if Nigeria ever breaks up. Almost certainly not categorically, absolutely, but almost likely unlikely. But thank you for the super chat, Pastor Leon. And I think Ayo is not super chatting, but he's chatting at Mike. He says Ejiro is right. I don't know what Ejiro is right on.
I'm right. I'm always right, one man. It's just you living in some
you're always right. You're always right, except when you are wrong.
Yeah, on this space, I'm always right on this space. You're just living in Nigeria is going to break, whether you like it or the thing is, you see the problem now, we don't have a backstop. We the South, the Southwest, the only people now that are a little bit prepared is the Biafra people. These people are going to strike, whether we like it or not.
I don't agree, man. I don't agree.
Okay. That's your opinion.
I don't agree at all.
All right.
The only people prepared to leave are the Yorubas, man. They are the only one because they make their.
Oh, in your dream, in your dream, man.
What about the Igbos? Are the Igbos not prepared to leave?
They don't want to leave as Igbos. They are talking about Biafra, right? And this Ejiro here, he knows that he is one of their Biafra. Now he's telling us that he is not Biafra. Now he's also telling me that they are not prepared. Now you making any sense?
Yoruba
no, you are the one making sense. You are the one. Listen, man, don't come here and insult me. We're just having an interaction.
You say Biafra.
You are not making sense.
You are
How
considered
dare you
Biafra?
insult me?
All right.
On a platform like this. Don't do that. If you are doing it to people, don't do that to me.
Okay,
don't do that.
Settle down. All right. Okay, I'm going to put actually Ejiro and Mike on timeout just to clear the deck and have some sanity today. I will bring them back, but a bit too rowdy. Let's go to a calmer voice, which is, of course, Black League, who joins us for the second. You're a brave man now, Black League. The last time I threatened to pin you down, you ran away for months, but now you have the brevity to show up the next day. Black League, good to see you. Are you with us? Unmute yourself. Black League.
Good to see you again, one man.
Good to see you.
The panelists.
Yes. So this is Nigeria that you are seeing, and we're saying just look at how wild and it's just yeah. They say for every 3 Nigerians there are 4 opinions. So that is what you saw just there. For every 3 Nigerians there are 4 opinions. But it looks as though Fulani they take another member into their fold, not by birth this time, but by osmosis. I am partly Fulani, Femi Fani Kayode. So is it Mukhtar now that he wants to change that Femi to, or Danladi? Danladi, Fani Kayode. What says you, Black League?
Yeah, Fani Kayode can claim to be whoever he wants to be, but Fani Kayode, his politics has been consistent. If you want to respect him for anything, he's been consistent.
Consistently inconsistent.
He's been consistent to wherever food is where you find FFK.
There you go.
Throughout his politics, he's never changed that. And of course, he has said a lot of stuff about the current president, Muhammadu Buhari. And a lot of people thought Fani Kayode would be jailed as soon as Buhari came to power. But you need to look at Fani Kayode's track record. The same thing, he was Obasanjo's right-hand man. He turned against Obasanjo when the dinner table, the venue of the dinner table changed. He was against Goodluck Jonathan. Right before Jonathan's election, he became the spokesperson of his campaign and spoke for Jonathan. So it's the same thing we're seeing with Buhari. He spoke vigorously against Buhari, and now he's back to support Buhari. And it just makes me remember what his ex-godfather said, President Obasanjo. He said, Fani Kayode is my boy. Feed him, he will dance and sing your praise. So that's exactly what he's been debating. I don't think we should discuss him further because he's of zero electoral value.
Yes.
Politicians only use him. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to agree with you because it rather puzzled me that, of course, he was bought. I don't think anybody will argue that too much. They bought him, but why would they spend all that money to buy him? Because, like you said, it doesn't have any political cachet. It doesn't have a constituency. It's not the Yoruba people are not with him, so there is not. It doesn't have a following amongst the Yoruba, certainly not. It doesn't have a following amongst any class of people. So is it for his eloquence that they are buying him, or just for the political name, the antecedents of his family history? But why do they want him? Because I mean, it's an embarrassment in so many ways. But why would they want him in their fold?
Because he speaks very eloquent.
Yes.
There's hardly any politician that can speak as eloquently as Kayode. That's why they went with him. They don't want that irritant factor to be in the opposing party. They want him to work for them. As far as political relevance goes, in Oyo State, where he's come from, he's not known among the electorate. He's never even attempted to contest an election, not to even talk about close to winning. So he knows he can never win any elections in his state. That's why he plays the politics of Abuja. He knows he can be an irritant. Once he's opposing you, he will oppose you so eloquently that you would hardly find any other politician that can do that. That's why they brought him in. It's because of 2023 against the likes of his brother Bola Tinubu.
Yes, I think that's what they brought him in for, to come and finish the Tinubu job. So thank you, but
Yes.
I want to take you to a different space. But before I take you there, I think we're being admonished a little bit by Alexander. He says, one man, your platform is becoming too confrontational sometimes. Some folks are displaying uncultured behavior. Please check. So as I've been flogged by Alexander via Super Chat, I'm taking the koboko off my behind and I'm
Be
applying it.
one, one man, be
Yes,
one.
I'm applying it to a Jiro and Mike. So the flogging, I'm passing it on to a Jiro and Mike. So please, gentlemen, caution. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. And I think everybody agrees with that. That things needs to just be steadied down a bit. But steady down a bit, we take it to the space Black League. We have population to dominate Nigeria for decades. Northern Elders Forum speaking, but then of course, where is that population and who do they speak for? Because this question that because this story broke and then Pat Utomi went on Channels Television and he was querying the demography that this guy was especially speaking to, and I brought out the Nigerian map just to see for myself what demography this guy is especially speaking to, and I cannot be too clear on who he speaks for, because what constitutes the North and what constitutes the noise, the North rather, that this guy's voice is for. So Black League is our Professor or Baba Ahmed that is speaking. What are you making of that bold statement that the North will dominate Nigeria for decades? What says you?
Since the inception of this current democracy we have, Ahmed has been a very active politician. I think his last notable office was he was the chief of staff to the Senate president under Bukola Saraki. And he speaks for the Northern Elders Forum. Him saying that the North is just, it's political speech. So he is responding directly to the Southern governor that had just had a meeting and still insisting that presidency must come to the South. So it's just politics at play one.
But what constitutes the North in Nigeria, though? What is your understanding when you hear that word, the North? What constitutes the North in Nigeria?
My understanding of the North is anywhere north of Abuja. I've been to the exact spot where the center of Nigeria is on a little hill right there in Abuja. If you measure geographically to the north and to the Atlantic Ocean, that will give you the exact center of that country. Anywhere south of there should belong to the South. That's how I see it. But how I see it does not matter. What's on ground? What's on ground? What on? Sorry, did I hear somebody?
Yeah, no, sorry. Is that you, Sam?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, sorry, Sam. Let Black League land his point, and then you interject, and then I want to introduce just but let him land the point, and then you come in. So yeah, just land that point, Black League.
Yes, sir. So anywhere south of Abuja should belong to Southern Nigeria. Anywhere north of Abuja should belong to Northern Nigeria. That's not reality today. Kogi is completely south of Abuja. It should belong to Southern Nigeria. But Kogi's population will go to Northern Nigeria. That is what Baba Ahmed is speaking of. Kwara, over half of Kwara State is south. Just a little bit of Kwara State lies north of Abuja, but Kwara today is not part of the Southwest or the South. It's part of the North. That's what Baba Ahmed is speaking to. Nasarawa State, half of Nasarawa State is in southern Nigeria, is south of Abuja. The whole population of Nasarawa State goes to the north. The same with a little part of places like Plateau State. Most of Taraba State is southern Nigeria. About 1/3 of Adamawa State is southern Nigeria. So the political representatives that come from the south were part of this arrangement, or at least when the arrangement suited them, they went for it without checking. But those people in the north, and just to be clear, it's not the whole north. Whenever we say the north, there's a very small group acting on behalf of the north. When you talk to people from all these states I just mentioned, their views do not align with that group you all keep calling, oh, the Fulani, the Fulani. I think that's a very wide generalization. Just because a few people within the Fulani decide to grab power and do whatever ruthless or heinous acts, that doesn't mean the Fulani is guilty. It's a group within the Fulani. The Yorubas, I cannot be at home today. 3 Yoruba armed robbers come rob me. Tomorrow I say Yorubas are armed robbers. I would be dead wrong to say that, and that would be highly unintelligent. So we need to really, if we really want to go at solutions for this country, we really need to see what's happening and see that the majority are being disenfranchised. And then it will be easy to dictate over that small group that has held on to power. People keep saying, oh, they don't want to leave power. That's how they are. That's how they are. Name one group or one individual in the world that let go of power freely. Just came and handed it to you and said, hey, I'm tired of cheating you. I'm tired of all the benefits that come with power. Please accept power. It never happened. The number one law of power is there is never vacuum in power. So when you don't really sit back and really understand that game of power that they're playing, what is it all about? The strongest tool used in game of power is divide and conquer. I know if my brother Ejiro and my brother Mike will never agree, one from the south, one from the southwest, don't you think it would be easy for me to dominate them? When I know for a fact what Ejiro is facing in the south and what Mike is facing in the south is, you cannot eloquently differentiate it to me. It's the same thing in its very essence. And it's the same thing, the Fulanis are very mad at Buhari because they don't come here to speak English on TV. They're very mad because they're seeing it as, oh, so it's rotational presidency. This is supposed to be our turn. How many more schools do we have? How many more hospitals do we have? Even our cows, not all of them want to be roaming up and down. They want ranches too. Buhari himself owns a ranch. Governor Otom himself owns a ranch. So they want to step up their game too. It's all business. But they are very disenfranchised. But when they start hearing narratives from the South that, oh, they are being grouped into the criminals amongst them and they're being called with the same name, that would give a bad taste in the mouth. Just like I said, after some 3 miscreant Yorubas rob me, I come out and say Yorubas are armed robbers. It's the same thing. It will leave a bad taste in the mouth of the Yorubas, and that progress we are looking for, we'll miss it because that group that is small seems now more dominant because they've gotten in our head. Now we cannot see the issues just as they are. No, we have to paint it with a ethnic or religious brush, and that's to our detriment.
Okay, just I put the question to you, so let me just and Sam, just give me 1 second, and then I'll bring you in, because I am now trying to decipher for myself what exactly constitutes the North in Nigeria. So I'm trying then in my own mind to break the Nigerian map up into 3 slots. So if we're going Bauchi, Kaduna, Borno, Yobe, Jigawa, Kano, Katsina, Sokoto, Kebbi, they can be the North, but I'm not going to concede that Niger State is the North. I see that more like a Switzerland type space. So from Niger State Plateau, Taraba, Adamawa 50-50 because they have a strong Christian population, and then all the way down, you cannot tell me that Kwara State, which is a good 70% Yoruba people, is anything North. And Kwara State was, Kogi was broken off Kwara. This is just off Edo, so that's certainly not North. Benue not North. And so really, what constitutes the North? But if this guy is speaking now, he is telling you that he's speaking all the way from Sokoto all the way to Kogi State, and then just seeding, then just that little sliver that cuts the Oyo State all the way through Osun to River State, etc. So this is the language that they've been trying to use as weight. But that language is not their weight, because their weight is not the totality of that mass. This is what I'm saying. But what I really think they are speaking to when they say the North is not so much a geographical space, but a religion. So the North essentially, the reference for me is a religion, not a geographical space or a people. So that is my understanding. Let me acknowledge Alexander Super Chat, and then I'll take a sampling of Sam's interjection. So Black League, Alexander compliments you with his super chat. He says, this guy Black League is what one man's show should be about. Speaking with absolute authority, with accuracy. As an educated man, these are the people I want to listen to. I commend your articulation. So big compliments to you from Alexander Black League. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So interject, Sam, and then we go back to Black League.
What Sam. I feel that when he said the not, what I feel that when he said the not is the Hausa speaking. They speak the same language. That language bound them together. They vote in groups. So he's more or less representing the whole group. So when he said the North, he's saying that the North can pull all the votes that they need, that anybody that they appoint for them to vote, that is the same person they will vote for. Because when you look at it, see, these people are not as educated as the Southerners are. So anybody, if they pick any Hausa man to run against Tinubu or to run against anything APC bring from the South, it will be difficult for that person to win because he's speaking for the whole, they speak one language. And when you speak one language with somebody, you feel like you're a brother. You go to Kano, you rally the vote, you speak Hausa for them, you go to any Hausa country. So he's pulling the weight of the Hausa voice. And that's when he said the North, that's what he means. He even said it before that the North has one voice. He said the North has one voice. But we, as educated people, who know that Benue is not North. But Benue speak, some people, most people in Benue speak Hausa, or don't Taraba speak Hausa. But he's saying that
when they're saying they have one voice, I don't think it's saying necessarily to the language, but to the ideological, philosophical thrust of their want. So he's saying essentially, fundamentally, they want the same thing and are of the same thought.
Yeah.
And that, like I said, is all enraptured in that religious
because
space.
He knows that because of their way of life, all those things. If anybody that comes from the North, that's who they will vote for. And that is what Tinubu tried to do when he went to Kano to get his colloquial. Because he's feeling that he can break into that area so they can vote for him. If you cannot break into anybody, that any presidential, anybody that's going to run, you cannot break into that North because they vote in group. We, Yoruba, Igbo, all this, they are educated, they will split our vote. We in the South will vote for one person, we in the Delta will vote for another person. So that is how the South is. But they know they come as a block. No, that's what I'm sorry, Black League. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Sam. So to that homogeneity of the North, which I'm suggesting that is essentially religion more than anything else. So to that, just wrap up thoughts on that around just that theme, and then I'll take you to another talking point, Black League.
Yes, I always hear this narrative about homogeneity in the North, but that is completely false. The facts show that the North is way more diverse than the South in terms of the different ethnic groups and the different languages spoken in the North. Now, the Fulani are a minority in the North. Those groups you call the minority tribe, you put them together, they are the majority in the North. It's all semantic. When I say Fulanis, of course, I mean that group we talk about within the Fulani. What that group understands well is that Hausa is a trade language in the North. It's been that way before the British came in. And when the British came in, it was carved out and called Northern Nigeria. They were Northern Nigeria, and the South was Southern Nigeria before there was ever a Nigeria. So it was done that way because the British wanted two different systems of government, because they understood that in the South, they were all individual ethnic groups that were self-ruling. They dictated what happened to their destiny. In the North, it was the same way, but they understood that the Fulanis had a thirst for power, especially that group we talk about within the Fulani. So they cut a deal with that group for indirect rule, so that the British will not even show up. They would do the ruling for them. All the group and the Fulanis have to do is then send them their cut to England. That's it. That was the deal. While in the South, the British wanted to be there physically because they wanted to quell, they were more prone to rebellion.
Is it not more for reasons of resources than anything else? There's more resources as at then as it is now, more vested in the South, and therefore they needed to have more presence there. The North was just a dusty, outback, wasn't it really, as it still is, a dusty outback?
Yes, the North looks like a dusty outback, but in terms of resources, the North was also heavily endowed with resources. And that's one of the major reasons the British had to put in place a law never to build schools in the North. That's why after independence, Ibadan as a city had more secondary schools than all of Northern Nigeria put together. It was a law by the British. They knew what they were doing because the North had agriculture going for it. They were exporting foods to places far from Nigeria. The same, they were having leather. There was a lot of leather works there that was transported to Morocco and then transported to Italy. That makes Italy.
Is leather economy.
Let me finish the point.
You're embellishing these people like they are proper people.
Let me finish the point.
We are talking about Aboki people now. What are you talking about?
We're talking about British. Let him finish one man, please.
Let me finish the point. You said it's leather economy. That same leather from Morocco was transported to Italy and made billions of dollars for them. So it is an economy one. What I'm really trying to get at is that group understands that the trade language, although the North constitutes 70% of all the ethnic tribes and languages in Nigeria, they understand that Hausa is a trade language. Just like you go to places in the South, you hear them speaking Igbo, but they also have their own native language. It happens where you have a trading language, you use it for commerce. Back then, when there was no internet and stuff to translate stuff for you. So that does not mean that the views of those ethnic nationalities in the North align with the Fulani. They've always clashed throughout history. Always clash when that group tries to dominate. But the Fulanis, because they also speak Hausa, mind you, they're not Hausa themselves. Hausa is a completely different group. Because they also speak Hausa, they use that and dominate the Hausas with the popular jihad we know of. So they gain full control of Hausa land. but they still had a lot of different ethnic minorities they could not conquer. They're still in northern Nigeria, and they also speak Hausa aside from their own native language. They understand that there's some ignorance in the South as regards to what goes on in the North, what the reality is in the North. For the most part, the South paints the whole North with one brush. Oh, it's Hausa Fulani up there. The Hausa Fulanis themselves know that's not true, but they would keep that narrative. Why? Because it works for them. Because they know during elections, because the South has already had this preconceived notion that anything Benue up is Hausa people, the Fulani, anything northern Nigeria. But once you go at the north, you say, oh, those northern people are holding to power. The Benue man has never gotten into power, but he will tell you he's from the north. It's just within the last 5 years you started hearing them say middle belt. But there's still a lot of areas you go to in Benue State as we speak. Benue that borders Ebonyi. They will tell you we are northerners. Why? There's a history to it. Because they were northern Nigeria first, before Nigeria, under the British. That stuck with them. So it's very difficult for you to call them anything other than northern Nigeria, because before they were northern Nigeria or in whole Nigeria, the British called them northern Nigeria. That group within the Fulanis, it's easy for them to go talk to the Benue man because they speak one language, the Hausa. That doesn't mean their views are aligned in any way, shape, or form. But for political reasons.
Sorry to interrupt you, Black League, but it is that space now that the South, especially the Yorubas, are starting to pay more attention to. This because for too long, as you said, we've just used that catch-all phrase, the North, and then we just bracket them under the appellation Hausa Fulani, because like I said, we see them as just the dusty outback. But now they are constituting a nuisance to the point that we're getting the map out to see exactly who occupies that space that we call the North, to see then what relationship we can form with the sub-nations of that space in order to water down this just what we hitherto gave to them as a homogeneous entity, but now it is not politically expedient to see them in that bracket anymore. So we're going to infiltrate that space and break up that narrative, essentially.
Yes, I see that starting to happen, but I think more needs to be done. Because just going by that name, North, it's difficult to convince a Christian from Sokoto that he's not from the North. Or a Christian, because most of Southern Borno, people don't know, is all Christian. That Chibok area that they kidnapped those girls, that entire area is Christian dominated. Some villages up to 90% Christian. But they are part and parcel of Borno State. They've been there before the British came, and they're still there today. So it's difficult for you to, once you say northern Nigeria and then you painted what, meanwhile, you're really referring to a really small group within the House of Fulani. So I think when we understand the differences, even though they use the same name, Northern Nigeria, is really very complex. But the people in power understand it, and they have been capitalizing. Because when election comes, they know it's difficult for the Southerners to reach out to these groups that constitute the majority of Northern Nigeria. Why? Because they've already grouped them with the Fulani.
All right, I agree with that narrative, and that is the historical backdrop to the Nigerian space. But hopefully, that, like I said, is a space that we're looking to slice upon and dissect them into their proper titles. But thank you. Hold that space, Black League. I want to go to Engineer, who is looking rather tired, and he might well. Is all that something that you've been drinking in the backdrop, isn't it? But Engineer, before I come to you, let me just quickly acknowledge some of the super chats that are coming in. Ovia speaks via super chat because he doesn't like to join us on the platform anymore. He says, you all should go and listen to Senator Kingsley Adesheye Ogunlewe interview with Arise News earlier today. One of the most important interviews of this year. So thank you for the super chat, but that remains ambiguous. You've not actually said what was said on the interview and why we should listen to it. So perhaps expand on that. Alexander joins Ovie in the super chat, and this is what Alexander has to say. Alexander super chat, it says, if people still believe the Northerners are in the main inarticulate, listen to Black League and marvel at this knowledge and level of articulation. I want to be you. I want to bet you he is a Northerner. Splendid. So thank you. Thank you, Alexander, for the super chat. But Black League has not told us he's a Northerner, and is not obliged to tell us that he's a Northerner. But of course, his politics are very much lends to that conclusion. But
full-blood Nigerian.
There you are. He's a Nigerian. That is all that matters. So. So let me go to engineer quickly. Black League claims he's a full-blood Nigerian, but the one person, engineer, that we know is a full-blood Nigerian, Femi Fani-Kayode, of course. It is only the Igbo blood that is missing, but he's correcting that via his children because all his children are half Igbo. So now this is Femi Fani-Kayode, part Ife, part Abeokuta, part Ijesha, by marriage Igbo and by ancestry from Sokoto. So what are you making of this gobbledygook man?
Yeah, good evening, one man, and good evening, everybody. Let's be honest, if we see the opportunity to be in that position, we'll do the same. Let me start from there. So we shouldn't be deceiving ourselves in this platform. That's just the truth, nothing but the truth. One man, this man is just there to
out.
Yeah, exactly. If you can't beat them, you do what? I always say this word. People think I'm saying just for saying sake. If you can't beat them, you join them. The man is there to hustle for his family and the rest and the co. He's not there to fight for Nigerians. That's something we need to understand from there. He's just there to make that money and enjoy his life and his family. So that's just who he is. You understand?
Mike was saying he's more an Englishman than anything else anyway, so he's just there to smash and grab and escape to.
Yeah, well, the thing is, the man is just after his pocket. That's just the truth. But remember, they will still use this man when it comes to 2023 to still fight some Yoruba people. That's something you need to understand.
That's what they bought him for.
Of course.
But let me move you swiftly on from Fani Kayode to really the core note now and real politics. Hakeem Baba Ahmed, the spokesperson of the Northern Elders Forum, he speaks to that space and he speaks that language of born to rule that they have in the north that irritates in the south. So that language of born to rule, engineer, he says, we have the population to dominate Nigeria for decades. Northern Elders Forum. So this is what they are saying. That Fulanization, that Northernization, that born to rule narrative, something that we're fed up of in the south, but they continue to hammer down in the north. Engineer.
Yeah, for somebody to come out and say we are born to rule, you should understand, innit? You got me. Today, just look at very, very good example in your platform today. Can you ever see a Yoruba man, Igbo man uniting themselves in this platform? It's impossible.
Even South, they still, even Niger, even Delta, that you think they are all doing, they still. It's always Mike, isn't it? Mike, the troublemaker.
These are the things that we need to understand. Even from here, if you put one Fulani man there, you'll be laughing. You say, "Look at them! Look at them! They want to go, but look, they're fighting themselves." You understand? Even though today Fulani man leave that seat and bring Igbo and Yoruba man, they will kill themselves. They will fight. You understand? Let's be honest to ourselves, man. The only good thing I keep saying, Nigeria, we need to think very well.
Just that fight that you said, engineer, which we all know, What do you think underpins that tension between the Igbos and the Yorubas? What do you think underpins it? The tension, which we all know is there.
It's lack of trust. Lack of trust. That's just the truth. That's the basic lack of trust. Because one, Yoruba man believes Igbo man will cheat him. The same thing applies to Igbo man. Igbo man will think Yoruba man will cheat him. That's just the truth. It's just lack of trust. That's what is happening. If you go to Nigeria,
it's all wrapped around that Biafra war, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wrapped around that same thing. Look, this is you see, I said this earlier beginning of this platform. I said, keep that language aside. Let's work together just the way the Fulani they speak in one voice. Conquer these people, then come back. Let's sit down, reshuffle. If you want to go Oduduwa, fair enough, go. If you want to go IPOB member, fair enough, go. You understand? There's no need of us keep coming, talking, no solution. Nigeria will still be the same Nigeria. Nigeria can never split. That's 100% guarantee. Anybody who wants to bet me, I'm ready to bet that person. 100%. Nigeria can never.
What are you predicating that confidence on? What are you?
Because one man. Look, there are what we call people who owns Nigeria. You understand? Americans are there. Britain are there. France are there. They are making a lot from Nigeria. We don't know. You understand? If today Nigeria will break without these three countries controlling our country, by now they would have released Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu would have been, he would have left Nigeria a long time ago. Because you can't come and spoil something that another country, they already pump in their machine inside that country, they're sucking something, and for you to come and just start agitating or trying to bring confusion in between people. You understand? Regardless you're a citizen of another country, they will never come for you and rescue you. They will leave you there. They will be the one to even tell Nigerian government, keep them there. Keep them.
Because it just reminds me, engineer, of one thing that I think it was Oshibanjo once said, that it is a lot more difficult to break up Nigeria than to hold it together. Because if you agree now to break up Nigeria, then into what individual parts are you looking to break it up? Even from the interaction between Mike and Ejiro, that already tells you that Nigeria is not just the Igbos, the Yorubas, and then the Hausa Fulanis, as we just like to give them so it's a lot more. So like you said, anybody that is looking for Nigeria to break up,
it's just waste of time. If they want to put their money, please and please, I'm begging you guys, let's bet it. You see it when it comes 2023, there will be a peaceful election. We are just chanting here. I keep saying it. We are just chanting. Let's see it, and there's nothing will happen. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Okay, engineer, you say Nigeria is not going to break up, but certainly Nigeria needs restructuring, and it looks as though that restructuring is happening via the back door. Wike and his finance commissioner relocate to Abuja over Supreme Court case regarding V.A.T. So that V.A.T. now they're looking to snatch it out of the clutches of the federal space, to localize it within the composing states. So that then another move to essentially a restructure move. So what are you making of Wike just taking that case from the appellate courts to the Supreme Court and say, let's settle it once and for all?
One man, have you ever seen a bird that fly with one feather? It's impossible now. Bird will fly with two feathers. What Wike is doing, Wike will go there, they will sit him down and caution him and give him the warning of his life. He will come back and say, case dismissed.
You think so? Knowing Wike as you know him,
I said
tough guy of the South.
He's my governor. I'm telling you.
Yeah, your own homeboy.
You understand? He's my governor. I respect him. I give him that due respect. But when it comes to reality, Nigeria is a country that nobody can mess about with that country. The country is too strong. Regardless how you come out and be talking, I'm telling you, by the time they open chapter 1 of Nigeria, you back up. There are people who owns Nigeria, but they don't talk. You from nowhere, you just come out, you want to come and make noise. Oh, come on, you're joking, man. It's something that you know. Okay, the V.A.T now, the people said they will continue paying federal government. Come and touch us now. It's your state. Come and touch us. You understand? It's a simple something. Wike, I'm telling you, Wike will come back and change his story.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Why do you say that?
One man, Nigeria is a powerful country that they have a backup. They have backup. They have their bone, their strong bone, which is, I keep saying it, Britain, America, and France. You can't stop them from sucking that oil out of that country. Who are you?
But just to that language, engineer, Nigeria breaking up does not mean that they won't continue to. In fact, it probably it aids them more to continue to suck the oil. The oil is still there to be sucked. You know, people will still be in charge of it. They just localize the people in charge of it and continue their sucking. So it doesn't affect them.
They are renewing that contract, one man. They renew that contract 24/7. You understand? So anything that will cause any problem out of that contract, you're finding trouble, they will come for you. You understand? They will definitely come for you. May his soul rest in peace. We have seen our father, Fela. What happened to Fela? Yeah? All his music, his sang, is the truth and the reality of what is happening. But today, where is he? You understand? They secretly inject him because there is no way they can kill that man. For them to go and throw his mom, come on. The next thing now is him. He feels the sharp pain. You understand? A needle went to his skin, and that's it. So we can go in there. I'm telling you, come back. One man, he will come back, and people will be shocked. People will be shocked. That's just the truth.
If you come, if that happens, I'll make sure I highlight you that you said so. But if
why
it
is not going to happen?
Don't run away. I know where you live.
It's going to happen. One man, look.
Don't do like a black league when you're under pressure. You run away.
No, one man. When we said something, people say, "Oh, this and this and this and that." Yeah. How many South governors they support him or they back him up straight?
No, a lot of them are backing him. You know,
they are backing him,
and they have now backed him as a uniform body.
Apart from Lagos, who is there to say, okay, let's put it to like that? You understand?
No, but all of them have backed him. They've all come up with a communique to say that they back the V.A.T move.
But have they implied that have they implicated that in their states?
Well, they are waiting the court decisions. Are they not? Yeah.
What a joke, man! What a joke! That's a joke, man.
Yeah, you are too cynical, you know.
I'm telling you, Nigeria is too strong. Nigeria is too powerful. That country would never split. We are just here chanting. That country would never.
If I may just quickly interject, I hope you don't mind.
Sorry, my brother. Go on, Ayo.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, so I mean, I see what you're saying, and obviously we've been so used to this that we've gone to the point where we feel things can't change. But if you're a student of history, you'll understand that great empires have fallen, and the easiest way for an empire to fall or a strong nation, we're not even talking about Nigeria being a strong nation here, but just historically, the way nations or empires fall, it's usually due to internal strife. So, I see what you're saying, and I suppose it's easier to just throw your hands up and not even have any hope that things will change. Which, in my opinion, just shows a huge lack of righteous indignation about all the injustice and stuff that's currently going on in Nigeria at this point in time. I think it's, pardon my language, but I think it's a little asinine to suggest that Nigeria can never break up because we are being controlled by some world powers. So sure, even if I wanted to accept that line of thinking, world powers also understand that things change and they realign and recalculate and recalibrate. What may have been sustainable 60 years ago is no longer sustainable in this current climate. I don't think you have to be a genius to understand that something has to change. A very clear outcome of any government that doesn't compromise or bend to the will of its people is it will ultimately break. And it doesn't matter how strong the government thinks they are or how weak the people ultimately are, they will break. I mean, that government will have to break. So, sure, I mean, you know, I see what you're saying, and clearly you're not the only Nigerian who has pretty much embraced the hopelessness that we've all come accustomed to. But even if we were to I think it's easier.
But the hopelessness is not embraced, Ayo, because otherwise there would not be so much rebellion against it. There's a lot of rebellion against the status quo, which tells you then that the people are not willing to accept it as the norm.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think most armchair analysts like us find it easier to just say it's politics as usual, and 2023 is going to roll around and nothing is going to change, because that's what we know, and that would be a little easier for us, for our psyche to handle. But I think it's clearer than ever that can no longer be the case. And even if we are being controlled by the superpowers, I think they understand that as well, and they're already recalculating and recalibrating and realigning. Their loyalty to the Fulani Caliphate, who they installed in power, was not because they have any particular love for them. It's because they wanted to use their indirect rule, as Black League mentioned earlier, and that's absolutely true. And the fact that there are no schools in the north wasn't because the British didn't want to build schools in the north. It was due to the fact that the Northern Caliphate didn't want missionaries, because it was the missionaries that set up schools in the Southwest and pretty much in the South in general. And the Northerners were like, listen, we'll do your bidding, but don't bring your schools here and don't bring your missionaries here, because we have an Islamic way of life and we don't want you tampering with that. It's not like the British didn't attempt or didn't want to civilize and educate them. So, you know, and that was then, and the climate has changed, and everyone seems to realize and see this, except, unfortunately, the guy in charge of Nigeria at this point in time. He doesn't really understand, and his inner circle as well, that, you know, as optimistic as or as powerful as they think they are, this current model is not sustainable.
No, I think they do understand that this is the last hurrah of this form of being that we are going to have in Nigeria. So this is the last hurrah of this, so like just mindlessness and just crass, just savagery, just unthinking. I don't even know what, just this form of governance. It cannot, because it's not just the Nigerian space and the Nigerian population that is evolving and taking on board new thinking. The world is taking on board new thinking.
Exactly.
So we cannot have some Fulani warlord type person in charge of something as complex and as potentially endowed. As this has to be the last hurrah of this form of experience. It must be. It cannot be any other. We cannot have this type of experience again. It's
exactly, and we've seen this before, where
from Fulani person. I mean, imagine.
Yeah, we've seen this before, where a puppet was installed by a superpower to do their bidding. We saw that in what's his name, Mobutu Sese Seko, and ultimately the French, they didn't stand by him when he fell. It's the same thing here. They have no loyalty. The superpowers don't have any loyalty to any specific person or ethnic group. They're just looking to extract maximum profit. And whenever that no longer becomes expedient for whatever reasons, political, just a change in the way the world has aligned itself, or for whatever reason, then they'll make new alliances. And 60 years is a long time to keep the same model in place. That's a generation. So I don't know. I don't think these, maybe within the context of them ruling their people in the north, the Fulani are pretty smart, but that's the limitation of their influence. And it's getting smaller and smaller by the day. And that's why we're beginning to acknowledge that, there are other groups in the north who may not necessarily be aligned with the Fulani way of thinking. Is a guy I golf with on a very regular basis here in Florida, and he's Hausa. And you think I am anti-Fulani, you should hear this guy talk when he knows, there's no sort of like consequence to what he's saying. I mean, he pretty much just lays it out there. No one likes them, even in the north, but they've just become so used to
being held down.
Yeah, exactly. They're really good at intimidating, and they do it by fear. They behave very savagely, and they're able to communicate their terror to the people, and this is what they're trying to do throughout the entire country. But unfortunately, it's not going to work. Now, the other issue I wanted to touch on was FANI KAYODE, and the fact that
sorry, Ayo, let me round off
obviously
let me round off with the engineer I think he looks tired, and I think he might well want to leave us fairly soon. But engineer, let me round you off with the Oyo State space. A vote of no confidence in Makinde. Ajale Koko dismissed it as a bit of a nothing, and I was then querying if we've ever had a governor stepped down. People have come up with a list of two, but what are you making of that politics in my own home state? The Oyo people, they're being a bit restive or a bit restless. What's it?
Well, I don't know how much to say about your own state. You should, you've seen it with your own eyes, isn't it?
It's too much Amala, isn't it? Amala talking.
The thing is,
it won't be the first time Adi Dodja was impeached. Dodja, sorry. So it's not a big deal.
He was stepped down. Okay.
It's not a big deal. When you come to politics, they know what they're doing. That's just the gospel truth. You understand? Politics is gambling now. It's like you're reshuffling. You understand? You're reshuffling. They know who's going to be there. And if somebody's not doing well, they say step down. They can promise, they can promise it. But we give you, okay, go and come back. So yes, you'll be there. That's it. But we need your support. We need your hand beats. That's just the gospel truth, man. Back to what Ayo said regarding our lovely country, Nigeria. Man, let's be honest to ourselves. All Nigerian politicians, the elite, everybody, they do travel abroad, innit? They see so many things there. They see good road, electricity, everything is up to date. You understand? But why can't they implement such thing in Nigeria? It's impossible, because if you want to be in Nigerian politics, forget about it. You have to be dirty. Your hand must be dirty. That's something you need to understand. These people are very smart. They are very, very smart. Nigeria will continue till our children will come. There will be no light to. I'm telling you, they know what they're doing. These people, they're very smart. They will control us. So we're fighting ourselves. I'm telling you, we're just wasting time. We're wasting time. The only problem Nigeria needs now is just to put things in place. I'm telling you, if today they open a massive company, maybe they build like a car or electronics or the rest in Oyo State. Let me start from one man state. There'll be nothing like Oduduwa agitation. The same thing in
you know what people say? They say it will only take 3 rounds of good governance to fix Nigeria. So one person serves two terms, and then one more person of the same thinking serves his own term. And within, 12 to 15 years, Nigeria can be fixed. Because everything that needs to be done, we all know it. So if the person that is willing to do it comes in and does it, I mean, it's not going to happen immediately. So it will take that timeline to fix the country.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
if we get somebody 2 times and plus 1 more term, everybody will be moving back to Nigeria. They're just security, electricity, good roads. This is
That's it. That's
the
all.
language
That's
is
all.
not beyond that.
That's it. Because if you look now, the people now agitating. You see, you said something earlier on regarding sit at home. Sit at home. Who are the people doing the business? Is federal government helping them? Nothing. They're not helping them.
Look at that.
So they have their own personal money.
Buhari that is ordering sit at home. Look, boy, engineer, what is in that glass you are drinking? What are you talking about?
No. What I'm saying here is the people who said they want to sit at home. If you give them job, you create everything for them.
Right. Okay.
They won't sit at home. So the state is in Nigeria is a failure to everybody. That's just the truth. We know it. Everybody know it. But it's just in the.
Or do you think it's beyond hope? Do you think Nigeria is beyond hope?
No, not yet. We haven't gone there yet.
All right.
Yeah, we just need to pray. That's just it.
All right, thank you, engineer. And why are you so tired today? You look
Yeah, like... I travel. I went to a place close to Scotland and I just came back.
Did you drive?
Yeah, I
oh
do.
Wow, that's a backbreaker. Okay, well done. Thank you, engineer.
Good night, guys.
How long, guys? Backbreaker. How long?
You
European, you think you drive? Come to North America and come and drive for us, man.
That's a 7. That's almost a 10-hour round trip, isn't it?
Leave Ola. I will fight you tomorrow.
Yes.
Come and travel from Calgary to Fort McMurray now. You will know say traveling day.
Okay.
Have a good night, guys.
All right. Thank you, engineer. I was going to go back to Black League, but I think he has left us. So let me go to Ola instead, who has been waiting for a while to have a say. So Ola, now you a Yoruba man, but Femi Fani-Kayode, a Yoruba man no more. So an ex-Yoruba man. Have you ever heard such a thing?
Yeah, I didn't actually want to talk about him, but Fani-Kayode is whosoever he professes himself to be. So if he calls himself a Fulani person, good luck to him. So honestly, I won't even talk so much about him because Black League successfully described, was it Black League or someone successfully described what their targets, what they want to use Femi Fani-Kayode for. So like Obasanjo carefully described him. So I aligned with the definition that Obasanjo used to describe Femi Fani-Kayode. After that, honestly, I don't even want to spend time on it.
All right, let me take you then to Wike. So Wike now in Abuja as we speak with his finance minister. That tells you then a bag full of dollars. Apologies, Clint Eastwood. A lot of you may not know who that is. That's just a generational thing. What are you making of that space now, the intrigue of that V.A.T space, that battle between Wike, the federal government, the South and the North as ever, and the money that is in play? What are you making of it? Wike goes with dollars.
You see, one thing about this V.A.T is this. Even like it says, I keep saying that they were either secession or balkanization, or we restructure Nigeria, and for either of the two, right? Now, this issue of V.A.T is giving me some kind of hope that this restructuring that people have been running away from is going to come in through the back door. I've listened that they say Yoruba is the one keeping Nigeria together. No, I think people actually were misrepresenting what Awolowo was trying to do then. Because there's a difference between when you're trying to form countries within countries within a country, like United Kingdom, like what I said the other time. So that's what people are trying to mix. But when you look at the past conferences, as someone mentioned in the forum, that when you look at the past conferences, those people that were against balkanization of Nigeria, they are majorly the minority ethnic group, which is this Fulani they've carefully marked themselves as Hausa Fulani because their own nature is to dominate everybody. Just like when it used to be Great Britain, that Great Britain will go to China, conquer India, conquer everyone. They were just spreading their wings. That's exactly what this guy preferred to do. Because
do you think these Fulani people, do you think they have some Arab complex? Do you think they imagine themselves to be Arabs? Because I get the sense sometimes that they have some form of Arab complex, that they imagine themselves to be Arabs and above everybody else.
I think they are similar. But the only thing is, I'm not sure if they have the level of intelligence of a typical Arab people, because you know, when you take religion away, I think the Arab people, they are very intelligent, really, you know, and they have a system. They have a system that
the numbers 1 to 9, it came from Persia, which is Iran. So, and that of course, you don't have any of the sciences without the number 1 to 10. Well, 1 to 9. The number 0 came from India, but 1 to 9, it came from Persia. Optics came from Persia. You know, veranda is a Persian. So yeah, you are right. These people have been intelligent. We see they're not savages, but they know how to use savages, which of course the Fulanis are.
Exactly. So prior to incursion of the Western the Western people, I think they have their own type of civilization. They have their own approach to creativity, and I think naturally, when you take religion, when you take religion out of them, I think they are very brilliant and great people. You know, like I keep saying, sometimes our religion is just a tool that those people that want power, they know how to use religion to manipulate to manipulate people. So going back to this VAT, you see, there's one thing is that I try to separate people's achievement from people's politics. Like I've seen how people, they've tried to degrade, you know, to degrade the Chief Honorable Justice of Nigeria. Being a Fulani man is one thing, his achievement is another thing. For someone to get to that level of getting PhD, you know, it's not a joke. So let us respect his achievement and let's give him that honor. Then going through the court, going through Supreme Court, like I said,
PhD in Sharia law.
Ajale Koko, even if it is Yoruba language, getting a PhD, writing thesis, publishing it in the international arena is not an easy thing. So many people started PhD journey and they drop along the line. It's not a joke. So
in Sharia law to govern to head the judiciary, Nigerian judiciary, a professor in Sharia law.
I think I have to agree with
one man. Now look at it this way. I have electrical and electronics engineering background, for example. Now, in the final year, you specialize either in telecom or you were in computer, all those things. Now, someone that studied law, you didn't know, you can't say whether it is final year specialization that is Sharia. So it might have covered everything. So let us even go to that.
Sorry, guys, I'm really struggling not to interject here, but how are we equating Sharia law with secular law? That's completely different. It's not on the same track at all.
What I'm saying is this: we don't know the content of the syllabus. We just, because we are only talking of someone that specialized in electronics and telecommunication, someone that specialized in computer engineering. All of a sudden, are you saying the person?
Sharia law is not a branch of law, though. Why you? Sharia law is not a branch of law. It's its own. It's its own thing. It's not a branch of law. Really? It's not.
That was his bachelor degree. Do you know what he did for his master's degree? LLM. You don't know. Do you know what his thesis is all about? All we know is his bachelor degree with specialization in Sharia law. Now,
Sharia law is not a respectable. It's not a respectable.
Wait, Ayo. We are in the Western world.
Anywhere.
We have one joke here. We have one joke here. We have one joke here that after 2 to 5 years that our degrees have expired. Why that joke? Because it now depends on the experience you acquire. Even though you may have bachelor degree in computer science,
okay.
if you are to say, wait,
Sharia law is Islamic law. Islamic law.
Let me just, and I'll keep quiet. So I think the point you're missing is this: they put a guy who, I don't care how brilliant he is in Sharia law, you don't put a guy whose experiences in Sharia law at the top of a secular court. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because they're two different things. There's no overlap at all between Sharia law and secular law. There's no overlap. So it's just like me putting a guy in charge of female affairs because he studied male anatomy. It's completely different. You know, there's no overlap at all. So I guess what I'm saying is we shouldn't just because someone has a PhD. I mean, they're silly PhDs now. PhDs are, sure, it's maybe in a reputable university and in a reputable discipline. Sure, it's laudable, but freaking Sharia law, really? No, I'm sorry. That's not going to fly. So he's not a brilliant man. The only reason he was
where was he?
Can I please interject with some facts?
Yeah, hold on. Let me add this, and then we'll hear from you, Black League. So just Tanko Mohammed. So His Honor Justice Mohammed, I was born blah blah blah. His Lordship then proceeded to, okay, let me take it from here. After a successful completion of his course, Justice Mohammed got admission to read law at Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, 1976 to 1980. His Lordship attended the Nigerian Law School, 1980-1981. He furthered his educational career. He went to the prestigious Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria for his master's in law on a part-time basis, 1982 to 1984. In order to update himself in the field of law, the judge went back to ABU Zaria in 1987 to 1998 and obtained his doctorate degree PhD in law, also on a part-time basis. So that's just a rundown of his academic what's it. Black League, you wanted to add?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I wanted to say, actually. And I just wanted to, put a clear narrative out. If, for instance, I'm a medical doctor, let's say an obstetrician, and I'm also a physician, just because I have a degree in optometry, that doesn't mean I cannot practice as a general physician. I think that's
but you cannot practice Sharia law in a secular state. Now,
yes,
Sharia law is a specialism. That is for the Saudis and the Islamic people. We are not Islamic people.
I agree with you 100%.
Woman, actually, when you go to law school, you have to study fundamentals of law, and part of it is also in general laws that exist, including sometimes they introduce Sharia. Not meaning that they are teaching you to go and practice Sharia, but
but his specialism is Sharia law. They didn't learn it in law school. That is what he studied at Abu. It's a Quranic,
that's a whole different argument.
Lawyer.
But if you go to law school in general, they also teach you something about Sharia law, introduce Sharia law. Not that it's what you're going to be practicing, but just kind of to expose you to something that exists, kind of a branch of law that exists in the world. So just point I'm trying to make it in school, they were exposed to Sharia law. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Same as military law too. In the military, the law is different. It's called Uniform Code of Military Justice. It's not something used in the civilian circle. But however, I remember Femi Falana.
Yeah, so if you're not using it in civilian circles, that tells you it's a specialist thing, just like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But remember that Femi Falana was one that went to represent those soldiers. They were sentenced to death. So he didn't study military law. So he. So the thing is, So the point here is that
comparing apples and oranges. But let's Black League run us through. Sorry, hold on, Sam. Yeah, go on, Black League.
Yes. As to Tanko Mohammed, yes, he actually went to the Nigerian law school, and I think he was called to bar in 1981. And he was also a chief magistrate in Abuja before he was actually a chief judge after that of a Sharia court. So he has studied both the secular law and the Sharia law.
Yeah, but it's a Sharia
but
law
I really,
he's never had a
my point exactly. My point to that is, I personally am against. I'm personally against his. I'm personally against his nomination, but not because he studied Sharia law. Because if you check the records, he actually went to Nigerian law school. If you go
but he's never had a judgeship in a secular court. So
he has, my brother. He was chief magistrate of the High Court in Abuja up until 1991.
Yeah,
These are
no,
facts.
the
Go
Sharia
to
wing.
go there,
the Sharia
you see
wing.
it.
Yeah, but
No. The FCT court in Abuja is not the Sharia court. The Sharia court you're talking about is in Bauchi State, not the one in Abuja is a secular court. But my point to that is he should not. My point to that is he should not have been.
Everybody listen to Black Clique.
Yeah, no, but you are all talking over him now. So let him land his point if you want us to listen to him. So let him land, and then we come back to you.
My point to that is, I think why we should oppose him as the Chief Justice of Nigeria is specifically not because he doesn't merit that position, is because Justice Onoge was supposed to be the one there. Yeah. If you remember, they booted Onoge out and put him in. Justice Onoge was known to be a very upright judge. He had the credentials. He also studied Sharia law when he went to Nigerian law school, but he also studied the secular law. So he is a complete justice that should have been Justice of Nigeria. He was known to be upright. When Buhari kept losing his elections from 2003, 2011, and 2007, Justice Onoge stood by Buhari because he stood by his conscience. The places he thought Buhari won in, he always gave judgment. In those places in the north, he thought Buhari win and the PDP rigged them out, not the ones in the south that he clearly won, of course. So Justice Onoge has shown that he is a dispassionate justice of Nigeria. And why he was removed was because he knew, the presidency knew that Justice Onoge would overturn that election right after it happened, and we give that election to Atiku Abubakar. That's the simple reason he was removed.
No, we all know that, but I wanted to press you on one thing you said. You said you are opposed to Tanko Mohammed, not because he's not competent for the post. But do you think he is? Is he competent for the post by your measure?
To become Chief Justice of Nigeria, you have to have
Sharia, some
to become Chief Justice of Nigeria. The basis of it, the basis of it.
Oh my God! Let this man talk now. Wow.
The
guy can't even let it point.
No, but hold on. He's telling us some beheading something. Okay, sorry, land. Yeah. Sorry,
the basis of the requirements to become Chief Justice is you have to first be called to bar. He was called to bar in 1981. He has his records in the Nigerian law school. So my basis for opposing him is specifically my support for Onoge, because I cannot take it to any court. They're going to say, what am I talking about? Because he was called to bar in 1981. He rose in ranks to become chief magistrate in the Federal Capital Territory. What else is the qualification we're looking for?
Probably being
if I may say something now,
he was also in the Supreme Court in 2006. Don't forget, he was appointed to the bench. The Supreme Court is not a Sharia court.
No, but
so I'm opposing him based on my stance on Onoge, because
misinformation. This guy practices secular law. We are only talking about this academic. This is where we got it wrong. I was giving an analysis the other time. The fact that I study electrical engineering doesn't mean I should be working in a power station. I'm an IT guy today. So does that mean that I'm not an electrical engineer? That's exactly what I'm saying. The fact that I have an MBA and I'm still in IT, does that take my qualification away from me? That's exactly what I'm saying. This guy This guy rose through the rank. He was called to the bench of the Court of Appeal too. So this guy never headed any Sharia court. If you see the Sharia court that this guy headed in Nigeria,
yeah, he was called to the Court of Appeal as the Sharia consultant.
Oh my goodness!
No, he was actually a Sharia court judge in Bauchi State, the Sharia Court of Appeal.
This issue of Sharia was smuggled into Nigerian 1999 constitution. So this guy man has been practicing before 1999. So that's exactly what we're saying. See,
I think he painted.
There's a difference. Wait, Ayo, just a minute. Sure. There's a difference between focusing on personality of a person and his real background. See, you may not like his ethnicity.
No, he's a Sharia specialist.
No. It doesn't matter. See.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
His orientation is Sharia. His background is Sharia. His experience is Sharia. He's a Sharia man.
Don't let us forget that law is dynamic. That is where we're getting it from.
No.
Hold on. We are down.
Sorry, Ola. Sorry, are you disputing that his orientation? Hold on, Sam, please. Are you disputing, Ola, that his orientation and background and experience is Sharia? Are you disputing that?
Okay, my orientation as an electrical undergraduate of electrical.
No, I'm not saying you.
Wait,
it's a straw man argument.
My orientation is a telecom, but I'm a 90 guy fully.
It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing. Let's abandon that.
Your experience outweigh your academic qualification.
Yeah, but his experience is Sharia too. Both his academic and his experience is Sharia. I just read it out. Both his experience and his most immediate, both his academics and his most immediate experience outside, when he came out of academia, is Sharia. His grinding is Sharia. His orientation is Sharia. It's a Sharia man. What are you talking? It's a Sharia man.
He's a professor of Sharia. Professor. Professor of Sharia law. So head as the Chief Justice of a secular state. That is not good enough for that country, man.
You hate a man, ethnic group.
This is getting out of hand.
It's about religion.
There is no way we're going to sugarcoat this. There's no way we're going to sugarcoat this. Sako Mohammed is a Sharia man.
One at a time, yeah. Sorry.
Exactly. Why is it that when someone doesn't agree with someone's position, the next thing is they're trying to shame you as a bigot? Yeah. That is ridiculous.
That's not it. I'm just saying my own. Now the question: when was Sharia introduced into the Nigerian Constitution?
No one cares. No one cares. It's a secular state.
Our country is a secular state. Sharia law professor should not be at the helm of affair of justice in that country. This is a secular state.
And that is the point.
Him being a specialist in Sharia law is disqualifying. It's disqualifying.
He should not. And we all was in the Nigerian Court of Appeal in 1993. And in 1993, we never had Sharia in our constitution. This guy was never the Qadi of the Sharia court. So where did we get these things? That's the point. You must be a Qadi in the Sharia court before they can call you a Sharia justice.
What is a Qadi? He was sitting on the bench as the Sharia judge for several years.
Let's move on. That's just sometimes we have to be flexible with our perspective about
No. You can't be flexible with Sharia law.
Let's focus one by one. No.
Yeah, one by one.
You see something in equity and fairness is this.
No. Please.
Hold on, Ayo, please. Let him just run through with that. Yeah.
You see one thing I learned during the electoral this thing when you are electoral officer is this. You see, they say you focus on the people. You people first. Then when you focus on people first, we are influenced by what we heard about someone's background. For example, when you say Chinese now, when you say
can someone else say something?
Please let me land, please.
Okay,
you want to form opinion based on You want to form opinion based on what you learn about that person, right?
So as opposed to
when
what?
you take
what
that thing away, you look at this person as woman, assuming that this is just take human being as a computer, for example. If you don't feed a computer with a different language or different operating system, as far as you are concerned, it's an ordinary box. It is by natural selection that we were born in different things. So that's another thing entirely. But when you want to look at,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on,
please, everybody. Yeah, we're just saying that this guy is a Sharia guy, and we read his CV. It is a Sharia CV. So there's no computer analogy. Or you being an engineer,
the fact that he's associated with Sharia, he has no business being in that position.
It's a Sharia.
That Sharia mentality is there.
It was the provost for Sharia law, for Sharia courts in Bauchi College. It was the Sharia justice in Bauchi for years and years. It's a Sharia man. What are you talking about?
Okay, let's move on from it. You won.
Yeah. No, it's not a matter of winning.
No, it's not a matter of one. I mean, how do you want to? I mean, how do you want us to accept him, a Sharia judge, over Supreme Court? I mean, Supreme Court in Nigeria.
Please let me ask you a question, Ola, before we move on. Unless
we are not an Islamic state.
No,
we're a secular state.
Let me ask one quick question. Yeah. So Sharia law condones the stoning of women, beheading, and cutting off limbs of people, and you're saying this is a legitimate aspect of law that we should respect, and there's no difference between someone who specialized in Sharia law and someone who specialized in some other discipline, in some other field that isn't as savage and as just evil as Sharia law. Yeah, we should just
let's be mindful. You know,
I know now. That's okay. It's very upsetting that
let's move on. Let's move on because let me move to the major point. Let me move to legitimate point. Okay, we are talking of a VAT, right? So what I was going to say is this: you understand? Whenever this man is presiding over whatever matter, you just understand, he's not going to veto whatever other members of the panel we give out as a judgment, right? Now, he's not going to create a separate law just to pronounce judgment when they are dealing with those things. So when I say the issue of V.A.T is giving me some kind of hope that the type of restructuring that these people they've been avoiding for a very long time, that restructuring may eventually come in through the back door. Now, the interesting thing I was contending with the other time was that now, if the Supreme Court says they didn't have jurisdiction when the Lagos State government took the matter to them in 2007, if they don't have it now, I want to know if they have it now. That means if they don't have it now, the issue will eventually go back to that High Court judge, that federal High Court ruling. That was what I was going to say. So the thing is this: because of his background, it's not going to necessarily influence the type of pronouncement by the time they are going to provide that ruling. Because personally, when Ologe was removed too, you understand, anybody that knows it very well, I was all over everywhere fighting against it, that because Buhari had no reason just to use that kind of the criminal way to remove that man from power. I had that sentiment. Ologe apart, then after that, I just be of a neutral mind to see things from two different lenses from others. So my opinion about our Chief Justice may not necessarily be of religion or whatever. So to me, that VAT issue we are talking about, I don't see. That's my opinion. I don't see how the state governors, because there are 17 of them now. Is it 17 or there's 17 of them now? They've joined together. They said they won VAT. Now, the people that are opposing this VAT is that they have their own argument that some state they cannot survive. Now, the question is this: who is talking? Because there are different things. Because when you are so rigid in your perspective, some people will see, oh, this half empty. Someone will see the one cup half empty. Someone will see it half full. That's just the way it is. So it depends on perspective. If you are talking about the perspective of the governors that are just like parasites, that they see that, okay, money is coming from Abuja and is entering the state treasury, and they want to loot, those guys will see all those states as states that will not survive. Now, for those people that have something to do, they will see this thing as an opportunity. And I stand to be corrected. I still say that the northern part of the country is the most viable part of that country, whether we like it or not, because the resources of people, if they truly have the population they are talking about, the resources of any nation is about the human resources. All the natural resources, they are just to supplement whatever your human resources do. Why is the Chinese dominating the global economy today? It's just because of the human resources.
Sorry, what has that got to do with V.A.T? V.A.T, Wike.
So why did United Kingdom, why did they dominate the global environment when they were used to be called the Great Britain? It's not because of their brain. So it's not because of their resources alone. So what am I saying that is this? These guys, all these northern people, they have everything. You talk of land, you talk of the human resources. The only thing they need to do is that they just need to change the culture, the mentality of religion to mentality that will be productive. How do I mean? Because by the time you now say, okay, you guys, you don't have money to pay your bandits, to resettle your bandits, and these people now, they are now on the leaders, it simply means that those they hide and skin, those they're cutting, they can work on it and improve on the valuation of that. There's nothing wrong there. We can the southern part can be buying can be buying meat from them. They can process meat and ship to the southern part.
All right.
So the truth
can
is
I interject 1 minute?
No, let me just land so that I won't continue after you interject.
Yeah, okay, land.
You understand? So the thing is this: I'm happy that all the southern state governors, they are in support, right? Now, for those people that are crying out there, like when I listen to KAYODE say, even some of those northern governors, some people are even ready to support, except those people that are blinded with ambition of becoming the president of the country, like Yaya Bello. You know, so these guys, once they can get this VAT something and everybody go back to generating the revenue that will sustain the economy, I see religious crisis becoming the thing of the past in the country. That is the only place I see hope for Nigeria. Otherwise, I support secession.
All right. How did you go from Wike going to the Supreme Court to land on secession? You have to try and narrow it.
Okay, let me interject 1 minute.
Yeah, go on, Ajane.
You see, the population you are talking about, Ola, we should have been an asset to them. It's not. It's unproductive population because they are not given education. And they are unemployed population. That is number one. Then number two, you see the governors of the southern state we are talking about, you got to rule out that of Ebonyi and Imo State too. They are not supporting VAT. The one of Ebonyi particularly made a statement that we have to be brothers, our brothers keepers, that is not supporting VAT. So count that one out and count that of Imo State out as well. So we are shocked too.
Okay, let me respond to those two comments.
Let's hear from Sam, Ola, who's been trying to. Yes,
Ola, understand one thing. Did not practice feudal system. And when you practice feudal system, that means you make some people lower. You don't educate them. You put them low so that you collect money. You just give, okay, this is your back, this is your me. Take so money. Take care of yourself. In the South, that is why when you look at the public, all this, everybody in the platform, go to London, go to any place. In the Southern people, we have to be educated. We have realized that the only way I can get out of my poverty in Lagos, in Ijoland, in Igbo land, is for me. If I don't get admitted in the school in Nigeria, I will travel abroad to go and seek education. And until they did not do that, you see, they're not viable. That's just my point.
Yeah.
All right.
Until they do that, they're not viable.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, let me quickly respond to Ajale Koko.
Just very briefly, though, because I was just hold on. I was just asking you about Wike's Supreme Court thing, but it's now expanded into a new territory. But address Ajale Koko's point.
Ajale Koko, I listened to Governor Akeredolu on that Ebonyi State, but he said the guy cannot deny is that he signed on that resolution. So that's a lawyer talking. If a lawyer is telling you that he signed, if there's something like signature, whatever Ebonyi State governor is saying, it can be ranting. That's political statement. So I listened to that man too. So on the first one, you said apart from that one, you said something. Can you please remind me?
No, don't. So let me move you on just from there instead, because I'm keen to move on the conversation. Just briefly on Oyo State PDP kicks as stakeholders pass a vote of no confidence on Makinde. So Ajale Koko dismissed it out of hand as just a bit of a nonsense, low-level political talk. But what are you making of that? A vote of no confidence in Makinde in Oyo State?
Well, I've not followed the event, so I can't say. But if they are passing vote of no confidence on Makinde, I think it may not be necessarily unconnected with 2023 engineering, because if they see the like of Makinde as a threat, because that guy said it maybe not once that he has no godfather. So that statement to some political merchants, they can read a lot of meaning, because if the guy is saying he has no godfather, and who knows, he may want to sustain himself in the political power beyond 2023. Maybe he may want to go back to the federal. So he can use some kind of alignment that he needs to get to that place. So to move himself forward. So people seeing him like that as a political asset that may not necessarily be an asset to APC, maybe that can be something like their liability. So it is possible that they instigate some members of the house and remove him from the office. Like I said, it won't be the first time that it be happening in Oyo State. Lamidi Adedibu used the tactics to remove Rashid Adedoja from the office. So they impeached the guy just because when that guy was saying that he could no longer trust Ladoja, that he was entitled to some percentage of the security vote, but this guy was not giving anything, so that he could no longer trust him. Based on that fact that the godfather could no longer trust the godson, so he just moved the state assembly to find a way to impeach him, and they impeached him. So the vote of no confidence have not followed, but is it possible that they can remove that guy out of the office? Yeah, because it has happened before. So at least 6 state governors were removed in the past. So there's no big deal. So they can take him out of the office.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Let me acknowledge Pastor Leon's super chat, which has been on my screen for a while. So this is what Pastor Leon is saying via super chat. He says, and this is how long ago he said it, because engineer has since left us. He says, engineer, please listen to Brother Ayo. Nothing in this life continues forever. Nigeria must restructure or fragment. Remember the Soviet Union, East and West Germany, South Africa and Libya, etc. So nothing lasts forever, essentially what Pastor Leon is saying. Do you even understand what he said?
You guys were attacking the people saying the truth today. Like Gino was saying the truth, you're attacking.
What truth did he say? What did he say?
He did not understand Nigeria, understand them very well.
No, what truth? What truth did he say?
You attacking, like Michael attacking. Why you Michael attacking for saying the truth?
But what truth did he say? You said the truth.
Michael attacking for saying the truth. That's the point. Mike not to attack people from the south. You like to attack them.
But Mike is from the south. Mike is from the south.
Every time the Igbos and the south, he like to attack them for no reason. I don't like that. You can't. No. You do that. I know that. I know the part of Mike. You like to attack the people. You shouldn't do that.
But Mike is from the south.
I know when the Igbo guy come in and the guy from River State come, you have to tend to attack him. Percent the two. I know that. I know the plan going on. It's not right.
Why do you think he attacks them? Because to challenge their opinion is not to attack them. You cannot just give people carte blanche to speak as they will.
One man. That's not true. When you are attacking people, do it constructively.
No.
Pouring insult on people is wrong.
No, I didn't hear him insult anybody. And if he did, then I'll make him apologize.
He insulted me. Yes. It's not the first time he has done. He has done it almost to everybody in this platform. He did it to Sam the other time. I was here.
Yes.
He has the antecedent of doing that.
All right, but the point that I am making is that to challenge your opinion is not to attack you, is to interrogate.
Constructively, if you do that, is fine. There's constructive challenging, not like you pointing fingers and calling people all sort of kind of names. You know.
You see,
whenever somebody asks you guys a question, you don't have the answer, you take it as an insult. I don't know why.
Mike, can I say something?
Well, don't worry. Just tell me where to mail the cookies, I'll do that.
No,
Mike, this is what
can I speak on the Mike in the issue?
Yeah, let Charles land, because Charles never really gets his voice in. So Charles land.
See, the reason why I'm saying that, you know what the Igbo don't feel like being Nigeria is the reason. Mike is the example why the Igbo don't be in Nigeria, because they'll be attacking the percent the truth. You see.
So Mike is the reason why Igbos want to be in Nigeria.
Well, just you know that Charles is young, so
I know.
Shame on you. You don't hear the truth. Shame on you.
No, it's fine.
So I mean, you come to Mike's land and you're telling me you don't want to be. I'm the reason you want to be in Nigeria.
What is wrong with Mike? Think. Don't be deceived by Nigerian programming you. Don't be deceived.
I know.
All right. Thank you, Charles. So Black League, I'll come to you. You wanted to speak to the Makinde space, but before you go to the Makinde space, I wanted to ask you a question when Engineer was speaking, because I wanted your opinion on that, but you left, but now you're back. The obvious tension between the Yorubas and the Igbos. What do you make of it? What is your theory on that? Undeniable tension that is just between those two people, the Yorubas and the Igbos. And then to the Makinde thing that you wanted to speak on as well. Yeah.
The tension in what sense exactly?
There seems to be like a mutual distrust. There's always some sort of like a bickering going on whenever the two are in situation. There's just one eye on the other all the time. It's just constant squabbling, constant elbowing. It's just very atrocious relationship. I mean, it's always in open play, so I'm sure you must have noticed it.
Yes. I have noticed it, and it's been going on for a while. And I'm actually very surprised by it, because the Yoruba and the Igbos have a shared language history and also a shared culture history that most of them want to deny because they're, at each other's neck at the present day. And it's sad to see that the only time you see a sense of togetherness between the Igbos and the Yorubas is for the fear of the Fulani domination. That's the only reason you see them openly embrace each other. And I think that's very wrong, because this anyone who understands Igbo language and understands Yoruba language very well would understand that the root words in both languages are basically the same in most of the spoken vocabulary of it. So there's a common identity that can be pointed that the Igbos and the Yorubas share. I think they should be more aligned the way the Hausas are aligned with the Fulanis, although they do not even share a common language. You will hardly see any root word in the Hausa language that is in the Fulani language. Those are two completely different languages. If you understand one, that does not mean you understand the other. You have to learn the other one as an amateur before you can understand it. But that's not the case with the Igbo and the Yoruba. So if the Hausa and Fulani, although having different languages, can come together for a common good, for their people, although now the Hausas are beginning to voice out that the Fulani shortchanged them. But back in history, they were working together for their common good. I don't see any reason why the Igbos and the Yorubas should not be working together, because they constitute a large percentage of the people in southern Nigeria. And there are also other languages that are related to the Yoruba and the Igbo, like the Benin, like the Ishakiri, and languages like that.
Do you guys realize that? Do you realize that Igbo people don't get along with any tribe in Nigeria?
No, don't do that.
No, in fact, I'm serious.
Let me.
It's not just that. No, I'm serious. Like even outside in the diaspora, even outside, like I'm telling you, like they hardly get along with anyone that's not. Even among them, they don't get along. Like I live here in
you hate the Igbos.
in here in America. We are living in America, right?
You only open up an
The
argument.
Igbos don't get along with Jamaicans. They don't get along with Mexicans. They don't get along with nobody. Everywhere they go, they don't get along with people.
Okay,
so it's not a matter of anything.
That's your experience, but that's
But
what you think.
I think we need to be, my brother Mike. I think we need to be more centered at solutions, because we have clearly seen, and anybody who understands both languages, the Igbo and Yoruba, would tell you that there's clear similarities. You don't even need to look hard to see it. So if we can establish that we see similarities in those two different, as we like to call them, people, why can they work together for a common good? Why does it have to be they don't work with anybody, or those people think they're too funny, or these people are too they think I'm trying to outsmart them, this and that and the other? That's all small talk. Small talk does not lead to development.
Mike
I'm
is
talking
just
about
a
development of those
rouser.
areas. I'll give you a very practical solution that I'm proposing. For there to be any type of restructuring or change or even secession in Nigeria, the active participants have to be the Nigerians abroad, working hand in hand with the Nigerians in Nigeria. If that link does not happen, a strong link between the Nigerians abroad, they're the ones who are really going to play a key part of that. And that's why you see the government doesn't even talk about diaspora voting and all that. They know the strength of the diaspora. This oil we keep screaming about, from Port Harcourt to Lagos to Borno to Kebbi, go to any look and cranny in any village, you hear oil talk. Oil only gives us $18 billion a year. Nigerians abroad remit about $27 billion a year. That's way more than oil has ever given Nigeria. And that figure Nigerians remit, I'm talking about hustling Nigerians. I'm not talking about necessary high class. That's the average that is sent. Sometimes it gets into upwards of that number I just mentioned. So, and that's just sending money to family members, sending money for, your brother to complete his school fees, or pocket money for their parents, or something like that. That's just for personal use. Now think of if we came together. Think of if Ajanle Koko's rally, Nina's rally in UN. After that rally is also important. But after that rally, they say, okay, the million men who've gathered contribute $1 each. That's $1 million on the spot. $1 is not anything in America. Anyone who's living in America will attest to that. You can shake a homeless man here and find more than $1. So $1 is nothing. $1 million. Let's say all of them are. Let's limit it to Yoruba people. Let's say all of them are Yorubas that went for that rally. $1 million, my brother, would change Yoruba land if it goes directly into development. This one has nothing to do with government. Government has failed. They have a history of failing. That's granted any day, anytime. What is our response to that failure? We need to build an economy there. Our number one problem there is electricity. If that area alone, that southwest area alone had electricity, that will be one of the leading countries in the world. I'm not even including any part of Nigeria. Just electricity, because the most innovative minds are there. They just don't have the same things you see that they have in America. They don't have constant electricity. They don't have Wi-Fi. They can't even Google regular stuff. They cannot do that. They're extremely deprived. So just that power alone, trust me, even if it is hydro power you want, solar power, wind energy, I'm not even asking for us to create a new technology. All these technologies have been created. Just like you go buy biscuit in a store, that's how you go buy it. $1 million would change that place. And there will be a vibrant economy that everybody in the world will be talking about. Is it not money these people are using to wrestle us out of power? What else do you think they're using? What funds military, all the guns and jets that they are using? You don't think it's money? It's money they're using, and that's why in our earlier conversation, I heard people that there was a general agreement that yes, countries like the United States, the UK, and France are responsible also for where we are today. Why are they supporting this small group of people? It's because those people have shown an attitude towards power. The majority of Nigerians have not showed that. That's why we cannot contribute $1 million, even if it is $1. $1 cannot buy you good candy for you to lick. Come on, sweet. It cannot buy it for you here. So just contributing that low amount of money, of course, you know, somebody will come and drop $10. Somebody will come and drop $50. So that 1 million, I'm only giving you very conservative figures. We have the power to change that country. It's not up to those old men. They have, listen, if somebody didn't do something as a child, they didn't do it in their 20s, in their 30s, what do you do? What makes you think all of a sudden I will change in my 60s or my 70s or 80s? What human have you seen done that? We will take that L. We will take that loss. Yes, these people have drawn us back, but we need to respond to what's happening by preferring realistic solutions. The government came out the other day and said we are 17 million Nigerians living abroad. Out of that 17 million, let's say less than half, 8 million of them decide to be contributing $1 in 1 year. You have 1 year to give $1.
No, that's a bit far-fetched anyway, what you're saying. That's just pie in the sky stuff. That's just pie in the sky.
What part of it is high in the sky, one man?
Yeah, because you are asking people just the logistics alone. How would that be facilitated for? That this mass of people will come to one common good.
One man.
I mean, it's
one man. I just gave you a classic example.
Wishful thinking.
I just gave you a classic example with a unified group called the Ninas that are currently at the UN. Correct? They have 1 million. Correct? Because it's called a million man march.
No, it's just a tag name, isn't it? Did you not say Ajanle Koko's clip? It was one man and his dog that was there. Just one man and his dog.
One man, I can bet you they have up to 1 million people supporting them. Not boots on ground.
But behind the computer, like we all are, you know.
No, my views are not ultimate. I'm only preferring
I know
solutions. Yes, but I'm only preferring practical solutions that I have seen work in other places, because there's no change without sacrifice. I'm not even talking about sacrificing life now. I'm saying sacrificing $1. It's up to us, because the Nigerians in Nigeria are going through the oppression physically right now. The ones outside Nigeria is only pastime. We just discuss it here and there. We are not going through it physically. Yes, it's connected to us because our families are still in it. We still have people we are related to over there. But really, if that country is to change, the status quo as it is will not yield any results. Solutions like the one I just put forward, I think would be the way that would get us out.
But here's the issue, black issue. The Igbos have solutions, but they don't want to listen to them. That's the problem.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
See, all the solution, the Igbos have solution to save Nigeria, but they don't want to listen to them. They keep hating the Igbos.
Which is what?
You said no one wants to listen to the Igbos?
Because they keep hating them. Look, Mike's example. Mike is a good example.
Leave Mike alone, Charles. Leave Mike alone.
Leave you. Hey, woman, is it me, or do you notice that? Woman,
but all the time
is it Charles? Give me a second, man.
Them for saying the truth. Look at EJ way. He's saying the truth, but one man attacked him for saying the truth. So what are you saying?
I didn't attack him. Oh,
see,
God.
That's what I'm saying.
Woman, is it me, or do you notice that Charles doesn't know how to spell Biafra? You notice that?
Charles, now explain to me the difference between attack and challenge. Just explain to me your understanding. The difference between attack and challenge.
I'm saying attack is a person who was attacked the silence, who hate the silence. Attack. And his number, Ijo was saying the same thing what I'm saying. Every time when a southerner comes here, you have to attack them so hard for no reason.
What do you mean a southerner? I'm a southerner too. No, what are you talking about?
People from the east, people from Delta, River State, these people, you attack them so hard.
Why do you say that? You mean I interrogate their views?
No,
that is what you mean.
Ijo was saying that Nigerian people in 12.
He wants you to be licking his ass. That's what he wants.
No, Mike, don't lie.
Hey, Charles, do you not respect Biafra? Like, do you not respect Biafra?
You want to hear the program that you share on?
See the guy now. I don't spell it correct now.
No,
you want to hear the program? No, to set you free. Nigeria's lying.
No, you spell Biafra incorrectly.
Nigeria's put a program to your head.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
The truth set you free. Don't hear the truth. I'm sad for you.
Go tell your dad to teach you how to spell Biafra.
Okay, all right. Okay, let me just let me go back to Black League. You wanted to speak to the Makinde space, which I was just dismissing as a bit of a nonsense. So, yeah, your thoughts.
Yes, the Makinde, the PDP in his state, putting a no confidence out on him is just a political narrative they're trying to do. And the brain behind that is actually a man from Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose.
Oh, come on now. It's a spent force. Ayo Fayose is a spent force.
Yeah, but and I have my reasons. Ayo Fayose.
Yeah, true.
Ayo Fayose sees Makinde as a rival, someone who came from a political godson, quote unquote, to becoming a rival. And Fayose was always the man for PDP in the Southwest. After the likes of what's that man's name in Lagos? The former Navy Bode George. After the likes of Bode George started getting older, the much more pronounced voice for the APC in the Southwest was Ayo Fayose. And to Ayo Fayose's credit, he did enough in terms of speaking against the APC. If you notice, back then, Fayose was speaking against Buhari more than the likes of Wike were. Fayose put fire on the APC at that time. He held PDP down, the whole PDP as a country. But so he saw that he was the leader in the Southwest.
But
now with him leaving office, he knew he couldn't win against a man like Fayemi. Now, how politics works is when you leave office and your party does not retain that seat, your respect drops a bit. Your stock reduces, politically speaking. So that's what happened to Fayose. He couldn't defeat Fayemi, but he was the one who raised the hand of Makinde in Oyo to campaign for him from one local government to another, because he was that quote-unquote leader in the Southwest for PDP. So he sees Makinde now that he has come on, and Makinde claims he's the leader. Fayose's response to him was, when I was governor, my father used to call me Excellency, but in the room, he knew he was my father. He was expecting Makinde to give him that respect as a political father, which Makinde just refuses to. And that's what's causing the whole political tension right now. He's trying to sponsor the PDP in Oyo State to move against Makinde to sort of weaken his popularity so that Fayose can bounce back.
No, you're completely wrong. I think you give Fayose too much credit. Fayose doesn't have the political clout that you try to attribute to. Fayose is just a bread and butter man, stomach infrastructure, and you're building this narrative around him. It's
No,
just
I'm just
a man. Hold on, is a man that sits on the street and eats granite with mama. Just
I'm sure anyone who follows the PDP politics in the Southwest would know what I'm talking about.
It's a
yes, Black League. I support you.
All right.
Yes,
sorry. You wanted to add on to what he said, Ola?
No, yeah. I was just going to tell you. You know, I said I didn't study the other time when I was giving my opinion. I think I agree with Black League. I've seen Fayose openly, criticize Makinde on this matter, and I listened to you too. You call Fayose bread and butter politician. So who look at Obasanjo's face and call him a bastard. You call that person bread and butter. So because the question is that we have this opinion that nobody in the South, even in the entire Nigerian political space, including the president of the country, that would look at Obasanjo and call him a bastard. So when you look at that, is someone that is so confrontational like that is an asset to PDP. So I think at least 95% of the time I agree with what the Black League just said about Fayose. So don't underrate that man. I think
Fayose is not in the Oyo State. So Fayose is not in the Oyo State space. And his potency within the PDP has waned significantly because his voice is not as projected as it was because he has been caged by the EFCC. The last time we saw him, he was dancing calypso in Caribbean with babes. So this is what he is. And the time we saw him before that, he was eating corn with mama on the roadside, talking about stomach infrastructure. When he had the, the immunity of his status as the governor, he had a voice and he was bringing Peter the Rock and all this kind of, Baba Salah stuff that he does. But as soon as he came out of power and they tied his leg to the desk at AFCC, he's just petered out as a political force. Is not quite a non-entity, but it's not the entity that he was. It's just a bread and butter guy. He's just a, Ekwa Nakara politician,
do you want me to respond or the Black League to respond?
No, but that's just my thought. It's just a difference of opinion, isn't it? You and Blackheath, you seem to want to build some sort of a political mystique around him, but I don't quite see him as having that level of potency. So thank you. And thank you, everyone. Let me go on then to Mike then, who has, I tried to come to you, Mike, earlier on, but you seem to have stepped away from your computer for a moment. So, Mike, let me take you to the beginning, or is it the end? A Fulani Yoruba man who once was no longer FANI KAYODE, we call Fayose Jeko, but he's like croissant. He is eating croissant, but still as ridiculous. So what are you making of this now? No longer a Yoruba man.
I never saw that. See, to me, I don't think Yoruba is by your name or your so-called bloodline. To me, a Yoruba is by practice. You understand? So when you are someone that's been Europeanized, because if you know your history very well, you have to understand what the British did. When they came, there's certain tribes in Africa they couldn't deal with. They couldn't do business or deal with because they know the way we do things. You understand? For example, the Asian way Yoruba do things is if you want to do deals with them, there's something they call mule. You understand? The white man don't want to, they couldn't, and that's we take that oath, it's ritual, and you don't go by that oath, something bad will happen to you, understand? And about that, you know, that kind of thing. So when they came, they started grabbing some group of Africans, taking them to Europe to educate them, to turn them to white man's way of reasoning. Or they just corrupt them, you know. And those kind of people are the people we worship. We see them as educated because they can speak grammar. Those are the most dangerous human beings. They're the one milking that country and the continent, man. The French did it in the Francophone countries. They took a group of elite, took them to France. French Europeanized and make them think like the Frenchman, and they bring them back to Africa to be ruling their people. You know, a real African man is not a kind of, they don't do that kind of stuff. They don't behave like that. You understand? Every African man will, you know, you just don't betray, don't do things like that. You understand? So someone like
Mike, be quiet. Let's listen to Sam snore. Look at that. I told you we will hear all sorts on this platform. Now, our voice is not loud enough. Sam is snoring for us. Thank you, Sam.
Sam and Buhari and those generations, they need to retire, man.
Carry on.
They need to allow the young ones to take over.
They just tells you how boring. I thought it was an exciting show, but Sam has given us his verdict. Let's carry on now, Mike.
Those are the things Buhari and them do in the office now. They just
have you ever seen the Senate in Nigeria? 80% of them, 80% of the time asleep.
That generation gotta go, man. You gotta go. I don't know why you guys, you guys keep saying let's vote article. Why? What are you guys? Are you guys serious? We are talking. When me and Ajale will tell you, come on, let's vote for Shore. Let's vote for someone like young people. You guys say, oh, it's a poster. So now those ones they go snuff for office, right?
Shore is a Nollywood actor acting the role of a politician. Is a Nollywood actor acting the role of a politician. But back to Fani Kayode.
Yeah, so Fani Kayode, those kind of people, I don't regard. See, it's like you are dealing with the Englishman in a black skin. You understand? That's what someone like Fani Kayode is. I've been around with people, man. I'm Nigerians. I know them very well. I can tell you a real African man and someone that's the colonial. Fela will say colonial mentality. Fela used to hate all those people now. Fela, he never liked them, So people, when Fani Kayode will come and start talking, you know how many times I always this guy, people will say, Mike, well, can you speak English better than him? We believe when somebody can speak English, he's the best. They are when you come and you speak grammar, what about their hearts? What's their mentality like? That's not a Yoruba man. That's an English man. A Yoruba man don't go dale. Yoruba man does not do that because that it's dangerous. You understand? If you really a person that knows Yoruba tradition will know that it's dangerous to be betraying because So that kind of behavior, these guys comfortably betray people. Come on, man.
It does it so routinely. I wonder how he's still able to continue to cash in. But as you said, his use of language is what bedazzles them. They are so enraptured and just hypnotized by the eloquence and the big words. And they say, "Oh, you must know what he's saying. He talks big words.
He talks big words. He can speak grammar." Look at this movie made. It's not just the move, you understand? The moment, the timing alone can tell you that guy is evil. This guy here that goes sit with Kanu and say, "It's my brother." You understand? He goes sit with Igbo, say, "It's my brother." He talks about, and the moment Buhari,
do you think the Igbos will come after him?
I don't think Kayode cares. Kayode cares, man. This guy does not care. Fani Kayode, I mean, this guy comfortably banned from APC, went to PDP. Like things he's been doing, the way he's been moving, it's very obvious that guy's like heartless. He's a salesman, he's a car salesman. He's one of the most heartless group of people you can meet, the car salesman. Like, they don't care. They'll rip your head off, man. They don't give a shit. To me, that time was, I think Kayode only care about money and sex. That's it. Because to me, I think that time was agitating with the Igbos was because he was dating that Igbo girl, I think they broke up now. So now he abandoned the Igbos, So so his loyalty was based on us, the kick, the ass, I think that's what his loyalty was based on. Maybe now he's with a Fulani clique now.
Yeah, no, I think they gave him a bride in Fulani land, isn't it? Didn't they?
Not yet.
As soon as he broke up with that girl, I don't see him agitate with Igbo people anymore. He just bounced.
I know they gave him a chieftaincy title in the north because it was a slow.
Maybe don't jump Fulani girl now.
And with the chieftaincy title usually comes the daughter of the emir. So the daughter of the emir coming soon. And he lives in Abuja, so she does. Yeah, so yeah, he's.
I think KAYODE is an Englishman, man. That's how in the English behave. He's an Englishman. He was born in England now, so the guy was brought up British English.
All right. We have the population to dominate Nigeria for decades. The Northern Elders Forum speaking. How are you responding, Mike?
If they had the population when Jonathan's first election, remember that election, when the South voted together, it was a landslide against what's his name? Buhari now. To me, the real election power is in the South. I don't know why people keep thinking the North is where the election power is.
Why do you say that?
The Jonathan voting tells. Even when one region is South, vote North, it still gets close. You understand? You understand? So historically, the one region always vote along with the North. Either the West or the East or South. So one part of the South always vote along with the North, so that for them to win, whenever they win elections, always in that case. You understand? So to me, I don't believe they have that electoral power in the North. They don't. Like they've never, even the last election gone with the North voting predominantly Buhari, and the West voted along with the voted along with the North, and the East and the South side, kind of like middle area, voted Atiku. It was still close now,
And do you think it is time for us to start moving away from that term, the North, which is just like a homogeneous catch-all? There's no such thing as the North, really, if we want to interrogate that term, and there's really no such thing as Hausa Fulani, because there's Hausas and there's Fulani.
That's true. Like we have that mentality in the South where we just look up north and think that place is just a bunch of Hausa Fulani, Hausa people. They're all the same. Until I went to the North, and I think, I don't know, one guy from either Gwari or one tribe like that, and I kept calling Hausa. The guy wanted to beat me up, man. He wanted to fight, He said, "Man, don't call me Hausa. I'm not Hausa." That's when I realized, like, they are not really that. I think they are elites. Play that game with us. They play that game with us, And my brother here, Black League, made a point earlier. They are made on this show a few months ago. They are listening, man. We the Southerners, our approach is we are not very strategic, because we are taking our frustration, our entire frustration, on the population of the North, right? Whatever we see, maybe the elites, they are doing, the way they're just running things, they're not, the way they're running the country and doing things. What we don't realize is the northern people themselves, the masses, these people too, they are victims. You understand? Why would you be directing anger, frustration towards victims? Like, I mean, I'm not saying you have to like each other, but they can be used as a weapon against their own elites.
Do you think we disadvantage ourselves by not exploring that space? Do you think
that's it? Ignorance.
Yes.
Our biggest problem in Nigeria is our ignorance.
Just trying to look down on them when they seem to be sitting on top of us because we saw it. How can you look down on somebody that is sitting on top of you? This is the Southern narrative. These people have rulership over you, and you are saying they're just dusty, dirty people.
I think many of us in Nigeria, we are very ignorant of that space, that country. You understand? Like, if someone from one part of the country really does not have accurate education about the other side of the country, you understand? So we just go by, many of us, we speak just the way our parents are talking. You understand? It's like we talk whatever we grew up hearing is what we say. People, average Nigerian, don't do research on this country to really understand the regions, even some Yorubas. We think anybody that's from the side is not Yoruba, it's Igbo. You understand?
For a very long time, all these Edo Delta people, you lump them just if, like you said, if you are not Yoruba, you just see they are just Omoibo.
Yeah, they'll say it's yeah, exactly. And then even in the north, remember when they start, maybe they always have problem with the Igbos. The Northerners and the Igbos, they just can't get along. Like when they share community, and then when they start their attack, they attack Calabar, they attack any they will attack all of them. Any people from the south side from
you've lived in the north. Are they able to distinguish an Igbo man from a Yoruba man?
Even they kill during the program. One of my many Yorubas, some they look Igbo too. So even during the program in the north, my uncle, my grandfather's brother was killed too, because he was living in the north at that time. I thought he was an Igbo man, and he's a Yoruba man. So the ignorant of the way we do things, even in the south, when we started, even in the southwest, when they maybe during the Abacha time, when Abacha was in Babangida, and they want to attack the northerners, they just anyone from the north, they just think is from the same tribe as Abacha or Babangida, or and the person could be one Christian from the Starba or. So we are so ignorant of that space, Nigeria, the people themselves, So the education system itself is doesn't teach about yourself. An average Nigerian know more about England than he knows about his own country. I'm telling you. An average Nigerian can tell you everything about.
We're starting to know more now, Mike, because when this element Hakim, whatever his name is, when he comes out to say that the North will continue to dominate the Nigerian space. So the question that the South is now asking is, which North?
The northern elite is what he's telling you. The elite.
Yes. So by asking which North now, we are now going into that space to unpick the people in that space to say, okay, who are the Northerners? And the Northerners are really the core North when you're headed towards Sokoto, Katsina, etc. Buhari's own people. But then when you're coming to Benue, Plateau, etc., then just how northern are they? But before, we just used to see them as all one homogeny, but now we're starting to unpack them and split them apart and then point to who is who within that space.
Even Kaduna. How many times do you hear North Kaduna versus South Kaduna?
South Kaduna predominantly Christian, which we did not know before. Yeah,
exactly. But if that Southern Kaduna guy comes to the South, he's an Hausa Fulani. You understand? That's where we see him. That's where we judge him. If someone from that Southern Kaduna comes to the South now, maybe he speak Hausa, and then you say, "Where are you from?" He's from Kaduna. You just you categorize him as guy from the core North. The caliphate members, the member, So the ignorance is what the problem is. I think what Nigerians need to understand is historically the masses, they're never supposed to be each other's enemy, first of all, because the masses are not guilty of, we are not responsible for where we are. You understand? I'm saying like the creation of Nigeria, the status quo, the direction the country is going. Average masses from any ethnic group is not responsible for that stuff. It's those group of elites that the British are working with. They created that elite group and they've been using them. They pretty much left that colonial space and they're colonizing us from far and put these guys in this group of people, put them in that. Most of them have lost the value, their ethnic value. If you go and do research on them, they're all connected. They school in England when they were kids during the colonial time. They took them to England, they educate them, and just put them in charge of that space to secure it for their the European interest. And the masses, we too busy with the when we want to talk, we just say, the North, the this, the that. Yes, the North, but let's say who particularly in the North are you talking about?
Yeah, no, that is, you see, we are in the first steps towards that space that you are speaking to, Mike. So we, as just the collective South, I'm sure there are people who are already there and there are people who are not, but just as a collective South, we're in that first steps now into that northern space to say, no, there is no the North. Who exactly are you and who do you speak for? And this is the language now, because if you start to narrow them down and isolate them, then you've seen a lion chase a pack. If you split them up, then you can isolate which one is which one. So we have to go in there and split them. There's no longer the North. So who exactly are you speaking for? Hakim Ahmed Baba or something or the other? Abuki,
You know what's even funny is that those the northern people from now middle belt kind of area and the kind of like southern Kaduna, those people are willing to align more with the south than the north. They call north. You understand?
Yes.
They don't see. They don't. Many of them see progress in the south now. They want to associate more with the south. You understand? Then they do want, because they see that these southerners are they're very progressive. You know, whatever is popping in Nigeria is happening in the south. Like anything you want to talk about, if it's football, you see the south. The football that we celebrate, most of the players are from the south, right? Whoever is representing Nigeria on the global stage that's making Nigeria look good, they're from the south. You understand? So if you tell them, say, okay, pick a side, you understand? Do you want to align with the core north or you want to align with the south? Yeah, come on, man. Especially the youth, this younger generation. Come on, man. This time is changing. It's hard time. We start thinking like our fathers.
And with this paradigm now that we're able to look at the conversation we're having now, you in America, me in Europe, Ejiro in Europe, Ola in so with this paradigm now, hopefully the Northerners are in this space too, in this new world that we live in. Then maybe we're able to reach these people that have been pegged down and hemmed down and tell them that to come out and breathe. So there's a lot of recalibration that's going to take place. But the recalibration, let me take you to a recalibration that is immediate. The V.A.T space and Wike in Abuja now just to pressure the Supreme Court. So what are you making of Wike's moves, Mike?
Man, Wike is my guy, man. Like when it comes to that Nigerian space, there's one governor I say I respect the most. Wike. But this man is like me. It's like when I see him, I'm like, this guy reminds me of me, man. Wike does not kiss any ass, man. This man is
Mike.
What do you mean
by it's like you? What do you mean by it's like you? What do you mean by like you?
Wike don't kiss anybody else.
What do you mean by like you?
Wike is a notorious brandy drinker, and Mike is a notorious Heineken drinker.
You don't see where Wike they try to please anybody. You don't see where Wike, even IPOB, Wike is threatening them. When all the other governors they shake, they fear. Even Wike, you mess with Wike, doesn't care. He go give them to you, man. You know. The first guy to stand up say, come, I go to chop my money. This guy relates to his people. That guy, man, this guy, he communicate with his people. You understand? This guy really sit down with Rivers people and say, come, this is what's going on. This is this. They are robbing us. And it's making move. That's what you call a leader, man. That's a real leader. Decisive man, you know.
What do you think his chances are with this thing that is embarked upon? This journey is embarked upon. Where do you think it's going to land?
That's the first step. You understand? If we can give a fight, right? Even if he doesn't win this battle, you understand? He just paved the way for the next guy that that someone like me now. See, we can put that kind of fight. I become governor. I said, come on, this guy can do it. Come on, let. So the thing is, the way I say it is, there will be those that are benefiting from that free money. Of course, they will. It's very difficult for them to just let that money go. So they will put it. They will definitely go. They will find ways to fight him. But my prayer is that maybe if you can get support, if those certain governors can, because many of them too, they are benefiting from that money coming from Rivers and Lagos. If they can, just act on the moral ground. I know that it's unfair, it's an injustice where you can't be taking wealth from a group of people and just be sharing with others. It doesn't make sense, man. Whatever belongs to these people. Look at this, man. The oil, look at Rivers, right? The oil that's in Rivers, the money goes straight to the center. That's not enough. Now the V.A.T from Rivers is also taking that. So what are you living? What the hell do they control it? Let them have something.
Rivers is not in poverty. That spaces are washed with money. If Lagos is richer than Rivers, which it is, it won't be by a vast distance. I'm sure Rivers is richer than Kano or any other space. That place is. The guy took his commissioner of finance to Abuja to go and bribe. That place is wealthy. Oh. Don't worry about their VAT.
Lagos is richer than Rivers. So.
No, I said if it is richer, but not by an obscene, I imagine, distance. But it's
do you
really
know
just
that on this VAT? Do you know on this VAT, Lagos contributes 55% of the totality of VAT in Nigeria?
Yeah, I was saying
that's
that when
not
I
fair,
was
man.
going through.
Yeah,
that's not fair.
And they get about 15-20% back.
And they get about 14% back.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That is unfair. I mean, that is Nigeria is a state of criminality, man.
Nigeria is a crime scene.
There's no way God will see something like that and be happy, you know. And when God is not happy with the people, they trust me, nothing good can happen, you know.
Are you a God believer now? I thought you were Udufa.
We are the one that introduced God to the world. The concept of God began from we Africans. If you go and read history, Europeans didn't know what God was. They thought the highest point in life was on top of a mountain.
All right. Okay.
Name an African language the word God doesn't exist.
Do you mean God as a
the creator, the supreme being? In the English language, we call it God. But see, you know that word God didn't exist in the English language until few thousand years back. The word God didn't exist in the English language. You know, they got it from. So the thing is, Europeans are coming to tell you that we introduced God to you. No, not lie. Now Africa introduced God to Europe, man.
No, they didn't introduce God. They said they introduced the Abrahamic religions. The Arabs are claiming they introduced Islam, which they did, which is their own religion, and the Europeans they are claiming they introduced Christianity, which is also an Arabian religion. It's a Palestinian religion because, of course, Jesus Christ himself a Palestinian. So,
one man can I add to that?
Yeah, go on.
Actually, I was years ago. I was speaking to a white theologian, and the person was actually telling me that all major religions were started by black people. Major in the sense of the major ones you hear of. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and Hinduism, and even Buddhism. And he was actually explaining the history. So I was actually arguing with this person, not knowing the facts, until I started doing my own research and saying that actually most Africans taught the world the idea of one God and the idea of even having a God. It was first discovered in Africa. Till today, the earliest forms of Christianity is the remains of it is still in Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, yes,
yes, including the oldest Bible, oldest Bible on earth was found in Ethiopia, written in their language in Ethiopia. So that was way before Europe had developed to even form a Europe. Back then, that was just the Mediterranean.
And I think the religion went in through the Mediterranean. You have to understand that Spain essentially was an Iranian colony for a very long time. It was a Persian space, and if you go to Spain, you still see the relics of Islam.
Yes, sir.
Spain, essentially an Islamic state, you know. But
yes,
a lot of these things
actually,
actually
before the Iranians, Spain was actually conquered by Africans too. If you go read the Spanish,
even Italy,
do you know that Fulanis? Do you know that Fulanis have ruled Spain before?
No,
it wasn't the Fulanis.
The more
Fulanis have governed Spain before.
No.
Okay.
Are you sharing the card with Mike?
Ajale could have said I was in 93rd, 97th.
Fulani, one man. Go on your Google and do your research right now. Fulani have governed before.
Google will sell you. Google will
go check it out, man. I'm telling you.
Black is white and
Google will sell you.
All right.
One man.
hold on. Let Black League.
Ajale Koko is correct too.
One man,
right.
I can actually send you links to where white authors, white Spanish historians were detailing how Africa conquered and ruled Spain for 774 years. Before Spain even became... Sorry?
You'll be mistaken in that link that you see. There's a lot.
That's world history. One man with history. How you get to know that history is accurate is by the sources.
One man, the greatest
and apart from the sources, when you're seeing the same account written from different groups of people and different languages, that's how you get to validate history. It's been validated even by the Spanish themselves. And there's the dates where all of that happened, where because the distance between Spain and Africa.
The word for black? Do you know what the word for black in Spain is? Negro. Negro. You know? So the point I'm just making is it might not necessarily be Africans, but who they consider to be Negroids, which might well be a darker hue from their shade.
No, they documented where those Africans came from, their homeland. One man, let me give you more history.
Hold on, please.
Just give me 1 minute.
Pop the link in, and then
the name of the group of Africans that went there were called the Moors. Actually, there's several history detailing this, both by African and by European and Asian historians. They documented this. And when the Moors went into Spain, it was also documented that it was that group of Africans that went and developed Spain and made Spain a nation. At that point, they taught Spain farming techniques, they taught Spain astrology, they taught Spain just general education, including how to take baths. Because at that time, it wasn't European culture to take showers or baths. They saw it as something that would lower your immunity. This is all documented facts. It was the Africans who went there and then dominated it. Until today, you would see that Spanish people...
Who are those people from Africa? What part of Africa?
I just told you the name. They called them all.
The way Africa was back then is not the way it is
today. I can give you one more point. Just one more point for you to go cross-check this history.
Go to that one more point, and then I'm going to interrogate some of the things you're saying.
Now, the Africans who went to Spain, because Spain is so close to Africa, they went in ships, right? The first, you can cross-check this any day, anytime. I'll come back. Please challenge me on this. The first ever person who got on that ship, the first group of Africans who went there and dominated Spain through the Navy, through ships crossing that water between Africa and Spain. His name is even documented by the Spanish. His name was Admir. The Spanish called him Admirente. And that's the word admiral today, which is the highest office in the Navy, because of the respect they had for them, because they actually taught them sailing. And that's why Spain and Portugal were one of the earliest to start navigating the world with their ships. It was through this encounter with these Africans that they so admired and named the highest rank in the Navy after Admirente, named after the first African named Admiral who went into Spain.
I thought we had gotten rid of our Starman, but he has come back with a different.
One man, this is a fact.
When you do more research on this, I'll come back and we'll have a discussion.
Don't worry.
So one man, the Egypt that you see there. Who that civilization they learn about? Who were they? Were they not Africans?
No, they were Africans. Let me tell you, I'm not dismissing. I'm a black man too, so of course it is in my interest for what Black League said to be the case. But as you know, I prefer something that is factual rather than even if it's fallacious.
No, it's documented, though, man. If you go study ancient history,
what facts not the truth?
No, but the documentation itself, where I was leading you to with the Negro thing is that a darker hue of a shade, they just give it that coloration of
No. They're talking about black, like black. You and I. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about some Palestinian looking. No, the Africans.
So a lot of that's tales by moonlight somewhat.
Unfortunately, even, listen, man. Even you yourself, if you go to your own ethnic, like you go to Yoruba, like want to study like some things about ancient time, because we got history, like documented history. You understand? You be hearing some things, you be shocked, like wow. This kind of things back then, like the stories, not the fables in the. You'll be shocked about things. You find out there were ancient forefathers used to know that they used to do. They used to know. You'll be shocked. Today we've lost the knowledge. We are just morons today, man. Today all we know how to do is speak grammar. And
you know what?
Even 100 years ago, the average African man was smarter than person today.
Hold on, Mike. I agree with a lot of what you said, and to add on to that, I don't know this historically, but just by virtue of just reasoning and logic, a lot of what they stole from us was a lot of the technology and knowledge which they then have repackaged to present to us. You'll be surprised that, like medical science, for instance, it essentially comes from a black man in Egypt. You were talking about Egypt just now,
His
Mike.
name is Imhotep.
Oh, you know, okay, thank you.
I know all the history on that. That's what I'm saying.
So the not the first person, but medical science as it's projected to evolve into where we are now, it was from a black man in Egypt then. And thank you, Black League, for knowing that. So this is why I'm just saying that I don't just but this blocking and putting together that Black League is trying to do.
And those Egyptians back then, they're not these Arabs that are there today. Some people will think those Asian Egyptians were these Arabs that are there right now.
I think it was actually from the Sudan. But let me acknowledge the super chats. Sorry, let me just quickly acknowledge the super chats. Ovie now speaking, and it looks as though Ovie is firing missives from the comment section. Ovie, if you are brave enough, come on, and then so that I can give you a kick in. This is Ovie speaking in the super chat. It says, "Una say FFK no dey relevant, but the whole Nigeria media, home and abroad, they talk about arm for the last 3 days now. Tell me who captured the media heart like him." So he didn't really capture the media heart. It was just a political move that was of some note.
It's like saying Osama bin Laden captured the media heart. Obviously, in logic, because they talk about the man who say don't capture our heart now.
Yes, that is Vienna, where the okay, let me not say that. But thank you.
One man.
Yes.
One man.
Yes, Ajale go.
In addition to what Black League said about African control of Spain, I am telling you specifically that Fulani has controlled, they have ruled Spain before. Go and check history. Fulani has ruled Spain before. There's a
cattle route through the Mediterranean. The cattle route
through the Mediterranean. You may be right though. You know, in Spain they do cattle. They do this cattle
swim.
They do cattle chasing.
These Fulani people, they migrated to everywhere they are today from Morocco, and that's a fact. So
they are Moroccans, the Fulanis.
They conquered some part of Europe and they governed strategically.
Okay.
That Spain, they were in control of Spain for several years before they were pushed out of there. I am telling you.
All right, thank you.
Ola was saying it is true the other time. Ola, are you still there?
Ola is not the. Of course, Ola is not the arbitrator. Ola is not the arbitrator.
As we're speaking to, I was researching it, and they even went to the extent of saying Islamic was even the predominant religion then.
No, we know, but because that was through the Persians, which are the Iranians. The Iranians ruled Spain for, I think,
not Iranian. I'm telling you, it is Fulani.
It is true based on the article that Fulani were there. Now, one thing is this now. One thing
Allah
is
is
for
confirming it now. You people to just accept. It's not that I as a person.
Can I please
when
interject?
it comes to history, history carries fact. So let us just admit.
No, not necessarily.
Not true. Do you know that history is written by whoever comes out on top?
On top, exactly.
Yeah, history is written by the victor, so it's not anything to do with fact.
No, not all the cases. Not all the cases. But
that's why we think the way we think in Nigeria, because the colonialists can't tell us. They came on top, so they can't tell us, say our forefathers were idiots. They were they were bushmen. Now that's what we learn in school now. That's their own version of history. You understand? It's what they teach the old world, that we blacks are inferior. We were just people that they came to civilize. So because they're on top right now. So whoever's on top, I can write this.
Do you know why they did that? Do you know why they did that, Mike?
Inferiority complex now.
No, let me tell you why they did that. It was actually for commercial reason. They were enslaving these black people and taking them into their countries. So their countries, they purport to be civilized people, and they cannot bear the idea of enslaving their own fellow human being. So they needed to lower the status of the black person in order then to give that morality space for them to be able to own them.
Like in the United States, blacks, they will call them 1/5 of a human,
Yeah, what is that? Jim Crow or something? Jim Crow something or the other.
No, that was before Jim Crow. Yeah. You don't carry to Jim Crow era where blacks are like
coming Black League. Yeah.
Good.
Yes. It wasn't necessarily that they couldn't stand the idea of enslaving themselves. White people have enslaved each other throughout early history. It is the fact that when they got new lands, and due to the naval adventure of the likes of the Spanish and the Portuguese especially. Remember, the Portuguese were very fascinated with navigation ever since the Africans went into Spain. Now, Spain and Portugal is like Nigeria and Benin Republic. Spain and Portugal, not one man. Let me talk. Go on. Spain and Portugal is like Nigeria and Benin Republic. They share border. So the people in Spain became more navally in depth, and they started sailing, and that's why you have Lagos today named after Lagos, which is in south of Portugal. That's because there's history to all this. Okay, so they, apart from the Portuguese learning sailing from the Africans, and
don't keep insisting on that.
One man,
please.
Can you please? Yeah, you can say you disagree.
It's true now.
You disagree with me.
Okay.
You feel me? When I finish, you disagree with me. I'm fine with that.
All right, go on.
So, the Portuguese also learned farming and things like that from the Africans on the western coast of Africa. That's why you see places like Cape Verde they have a lot of mixed people because they settled there. The one example is the wife of Oshomole that almost looked like a white woman, but she's African. She comes from Cape Verde, that area. From Cape Verde, that's how they were able to come to Lagos. When they were in Lagos, Lagos wasn't named Lagos, it was Echo. And then they saw it, they were like, this place reminds us just like a city in South Portugal where we just sail from, called Lagos. So we're gonna name it Lagos. That's before the British even entered Nigeria. They came, they were trading. Their intention was not to colonize, but when the British came, they intended to colonize because the Portuguese had direct links with a lot of the Yoruba kings on that coast before the British came. That's just history. Why they didn't want to enslave white people where they were looking at the results. They wanted to enslave black people because they knew they were not going to take slaves. They knew they were going to take scientists and engineers back there who knew farming techniques because the New World, there was a need for sugar cane, which was in places like Brazil, places like Jamaica. That's why till date you find a lot of Yoruba people, especially
no, hold on. It's for endurance. That is why they took them there.
Yes, I was coming to that. They had the skill, first of all. What history do you have of the Europeans doing any form of irrigation, farming, growing their food and all that? The Europeans have known to not be able to grow their own food and be self-sustaining. That's true about all the European countries as it is today.
That's true. They have the
European
worst
historians
soil.
will tell you. That's why they started migrating to Egypt, because Egypt was the food basket of the nation, of the world at that time. That's what led the Greeks, the Hyksos from Eastern Asia to go into Egypt. And when they came into Egypt, that's where they learned farming techniques. That's when they learned the concept of a god. And then they were able to go back to Greece. Greece, they're the fathers of the European civilization. And I give you
that's true. I was gonna say that too.
I give you just one historical fact. I'll give you a quote from the most famous and the topmost Greek scholar at that time. His name is Homer.
Socrates. Oh,
Homer. Homer was even greater, was looked at, as higher than Socrates. What did Homer say? Homer says, when he was talking about the Greek mythology, which is still followed till today, he said, Africa is where the Greek gods were born. Gods like Zeus, which is one of their most revered god, and all that. They said it was in Africa they took all those concepts and put it together. They showed clear admiration of the Africans at that time.
And those gods are similar to our deities. They're almost the same.
It's the same.
They tell you Thor is Thor, the guy's special man as Shango now.
Just to add on to that space, Mike and Black League. I'm just you that certainly know the Spanish painter, their most famous one, Salvador Dali. All of his art predicated upon African art. All the inspiration, almost a verbatim copy of African art. Salvador Dali, go next time you're in the Tate Museum or wherever, or look it up online. This guy essentially he stole African art, as did the Greek and the etc. etc. Because now they are carbon dating some of the African arts that were stolen. And some of those African arts predate their own art, and they are now wanting to say that the technology is not African, that it came via the North Africa, via the Arabs. They gave us smelting, they gave us all of these things, but some of those carbon datings are now matching the carbon datings of even those Arabian arts that they are telling. So a lot of, like I said, they stole from us is really knowledge.
Sure. They stole knowledge, they stole resources, and they also stole our free will to develop ourselves at that time. And they really needed Africans at that time because they were starving. And that's why they started moving into Africa via Egypt. And then that was the Greeks that first did it, and then the Romans came after. So you can say the Greeks and the Romans are the fathers of the European civilization as we have it. Now, what is the European civilization? It's actually a Mediterranean civilization mixed with the core principles of African civilizations and some of Asian civilization mixed together to form Europe. You can see it in their food. Go see what the Greeks and the Romans
ate. It's a mongrel culture. It's a mixed blend. It's a potpourri of a culture, the European culture. But yes, they'll tell you this.
And also to stress on the Africans in Spain, they actually surrendered after 774 years in Spain. And it was in that same year that they surrendered. Spain itself then became conquerors. They didn't give themselves time to really learn the act of conquering other nations. That's why if you go check every nation the Spanish went to dominate and colonize, they did a sloppy job of colonizing. If you're going to compare to their style of colonization to people like the French or the British. The British and the French always have more grip. That's why all the Francophone nations today in West Africa, their economy is tied to France. That shows people who stayed by themselves to really practice and really learn what conquering was all about, European style. When you go to the Spanish, you see that all the countries they colonized, places like Brazil, places like Colombia, they still maintain their cultures to the point where they maintain their African identity. You still see a clear
let me jump in real fast.
Yoruba identity.
Where the Spanish failed to do was to conquer the consciousness of the people they're colonizing. That's why they constantly fail. Whereas
And that's because they had little practice. The same year the Africans handed them back power was the same year they got on the ships and sailed to South America as we have it today and started colonizing on their own. So they really didn't have enough time to really practice. But to say that is just to say that you never find anywhere in the world, any people in the world except for Africans that had 3 golden ages. This is a fact. The first golden age came when at the height of Egypt, when Egypt was the center of the world in terms of commerce and in terms of food security and knowledge. It was the knowledge base of the whole world. That's when the Greeks, the Hyksos, even the Jews, which is recorded in the Bible, that they were running from famine. And they came into Egypt because they were looking for grains. That's food from the pharaohs. That was an African civilization. The second golden age came when Nubia, that's south of Egypt, rose, the same East Africa. And then went and conquered back Egypt from the Europeans and Asians who took Egypt at that time. That was the second height of Africans. The Nubians were so good. They had a strong military. They had a strong economy. Matter of fact, the Arab sources, the Arabs used to call the Nubians then, they used to call them ice smithers, because history shows that when they go to war with you, when they go with their horses and spears, they throw spears from miles away. The spears don't touch any part of your body but your eyes. That's how accurate they were while fighting. And they had a strong navy. Those were the Nubians. The Kushites were part of the Nubians too. That was Africa's second golden age. At that time, the emperor in Rome.
Are you classifying Egypt as Africa?
Sorry?
Are you classifying Egypt as Africa?
Egypt's original name was not Egypt, it's Kemet. Kemet in the Egyptian language means black land, the land of the blacks. So Egypt is indeed African. It's just because you see Arabs there today, that does not mean it's not African in its essence. The same thing is happening in America today. Anybody who's in America can tell you what building did they walk into and seen an actual Native American. You don't. But back in the day, it was a Native American land. That's the same thing that happened to Egypt. You see Arabs today, but the actual native Egyptians are the black Africans.
All right, round off the thought.
Yes, also the
third.
The third golden age Africa had was us in West Africa that held it down. We had 3 empires that were successful from start to finish. We had the Ghana Empire, we had the Mali Empire, and we had the Songhai Empire, and never seen phenomenal before in the world. They controlled the economy of the world at that time. Those 3 empires. Mansa Musa belonged to the Mali Empire at that time. So they had so much gold, especially. Only Africans have been able to do this. Also, only Africans have shown that they can share power amongst each other. That's not a European concept. Anything the European touches, they try to dominate. But the Africans are different. In all those golden ages, there were different tribes.
Demonstrated in Nigeria as we speak. What are you
you gotta give it to us,
I'm giving you history. I'm giving you history before we got there. So Africans are the only people, because in all those 3 golden ages, there was never a monolithic empire. The empire in Songhai consisted of different ethnic nationalities who came together and shared power. So if you actually look at the history of Africa, they're the ones who taught the world systems of governance, how to govern one another and not kill each other. Let's not forget, Europe was killing it. All the world was Europeans, brothers and sisters killing each other. That's all it was. Over something that did not even belong to them, that belonged to Africans.
All right. Thank you, Black League. So Black League, as ever, illuminating, if only I'm not able to pin you down, unfortunately, because I'm not researched yet in the space that you're speaking to, but a lot of it instinctually I disagree with. And when you come back, I will prepare to factually disagree. But as I prepare to factually disagree, we start to round off. So I'm going to be extremely strict with this one. It's just really the pressure of time. So when I'm saying 1 minute, a literal 1 minute, I'll go in chronological order to land on Ajahn Lekoko. So Ola, just within that 1 minute, just a parting word.
Yeah, it has been a fruitful day, but what I've learned from our people today is that we should be very careful not to lose information and not to judge not to judge any article by the look. You see, what I would say, if you look at the stallion physicality, you don't even want to even move anywhere near him. So don't always judge people by the ethnic orientation only, right? But the genuine value they can offer within the legal processes available within the social political space. So, for example, my experience as an electoral officer taught me how to focus on the people, not necessarily their deficiency or what we think about their background. No, it is what they can offer. So, any legal like the one of CGM we talked today now is this, that I read the past that it was not qualified. No, it was a lie. That man was promoted to the Court of Appeal, and without passing through the Court of Appeal, you cannot reach the Supreme Judge level. So that it was the second to Onoge that time. That was why they pushed Onoge out and put him there. Though for the fact that he has that background, it doesn't mean that he's going to have miscarriage of justice because he never had that in his history. So I'm positive that this issue of V.A.T will become successful at the end of the day, and we are going to restructure at the end of the day. So thank you once more for giving me the space.
All right, thank you, Ola. A real delight. Before I go to Ejiro, let me just acknowledge Ovie's super chat. Ovie did try to brave coming in, but he knew he will be subsumed, so he's throwing his arrows in super chat instead. So continue with the super chats. It's good for the platform. Ovie says this. Speaking to you, Black League. He says, Black League, you are doing well. I am proud of you. Chalks, aka Mr. Cosmology, will be proud too. That must be some inside joke between the two of you. I will smoke you out as soon as you get off the show. So Ovie reaching out to Black League via Super Chat. So Ejiro, your thoughts?
Thank you, one man, and thank you, everyone. Nigeria will break up. It's a matter of time. I'll say this again. It's a matter of time, The 1999 Constitution is a pressure cooker for injustice. Like I said before, any human being reading that 1999 Constitution, you will know that 419 has taken place. So end Nigeria now to save lives. And God help us. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ejiro. So Ejiro insists that Nigeria is over. So Ejiro insists that Nigeria is over, but Black League obviously disagrees. So that Black League, just a short parting word.
Yeah, I think sorry, I was on mute. The problem with Nigeria is we fail to look at the core issues as what they are. We already know, even with all the misinformation and all that, it still shows that we are a great people and we are capable of achieving greatness. So I think we need to really step back and really look at our history. I think that's a good starting point before we get to, talking about, what do we want to do next? Do we want to secede? Do we want restructuring and have a true federation in its real sense and in very practical terms? just like we had back in the days of Awolowo, who was able to bring television to Nigeria before France. I'm sure one man may want to argue with me, but just do your research. You see all these things. There was television in Nigeria as of the time.
I know that. It's just your...
Oh, okay, so it's just some things you haven't researched yet.
No, it's just the fantasy-based ones that I'm disputing, that the black man was...
So would you dispute that there was television in Nigeria before most of European nations were watching TV?
No, I know that factually, so I cannot dispute it. This is something I know.
I'm saying if we reached such heights of greatness in our recent history that some of us were alive, maybe one man was alive then or not, I don't know. But some of us were alive during this period. So I'm not even talking about the golden ages that was some years back. Some of us were alive during this period. Every living entity produces offsprings that are more advanced than them. We are supposed to be more advanced than those people who were able to bring TV to us before Europe were watching TV. Now look at the gap difference between where we are and where Europe is. So my appeal to us is to do more history, know exactly who we are, and then we will make better decisions moving forward. Thank you,
these history books that you were reading, were they written by Chinua Achebe?
No, actually, none of them was written by Chinua Achebe, although Chinua Achebe is a very fantastic writer. It will surprise you that most of these books...
Is it storytelling? With this sounds, what you just did, it sounded like storytelling.
Wow. If you go to top universities, Ivy League schools, all those places, you find all this information. I'm telling you.
Information.
One man, with time,
I'm telling you.
With time, we'll welcome you.
There's some places where the real knowledge are. You just, it's just not available for the ordinary minds.
I think Black League is getting his facts from Fayose. Are you getting your facts from Fayose? Look at that. Thank you, Black League. I was only teasing. Very illuminating. We delight in your company. Please spend more time with us just whenever you can spend the time. Black League, ladies and gentlemen. So from Black League to Mike, just a short summary from yourself.
I will end with this one point. I disagree with you earlier, which is when you said the Yorubas are the one keeping Nigeria together. No, actually, I disagree. You'll be shocked that the people that are actually shouting that they want Nigeria to break up, they are the one actually keeping Nigeria together. If there's one group of people that are ready to leave Nigeria, like ready right now to leave Nigeria, are the Yorubas. The two major group of people that are keeping Nigeria together, one are the northern elites that are benefiting from the wealth of Nigeria, not the northern people. That's one. And the second group of people that are keeping Nigeria together are the Biafra agitators. They are the one keeping Nigeria together, because that whole Biafran thing, it's not feasible, it's not organized. For one, it's not arranged, it's not agreed among the so-called Biafran space. That's one reason. Two, the fact that he lost the civil war, the world will not even want to look into that. So that, as long as that Biafra agitator will continue, Nigeria remain one. They need to hand that concept of Biafra and come up with something different. Then they'll be serious. They'll be ready to leave. But if they continue with that,
what should they come up with? What should they come up with?
They have to come with something that's more of self-determination. One, is it? They need to get. I'm not saying no.
Igbo nation, Abi. Is this what you're saying?
That's one good option. Now, two, the other group in the south as well, right? Because they all are saying, "Oh, we want to break." People like Israel that want to break. They all have to come to a term of, okay, what the heck? What nation do I want? You understand? Even it doesn't have to be just Igbo nation. Even if all of them want to come to the all East and the South side want to be one nation, they have to get to that point where they've all agree. You understand? Where that is solid, that ground where it's all clear, all agree that this is the breakup we want, and then Nigeria can break up. But if they continue with this, one people are saying this is the territory for this thing, dictating to others. You understand? That alone, until you get that figured out, you are wasting everybody's time. You are wasting Yoruba people's time. You understand? Because we are ready to go. You understand? But we are not making it because we are not shouting all every day on. Hey, we are not threatening people. Doesn't mean we are not ready to go. We are clearly ready to go. We got our flag. We've agreed among ourselves as Yorubas that we are living. You understand? So until they are ready to go, they should stop making this stupid noise about Nigeria will break Nigeria, and then when somebody challenges them, start shouting. That's not how you get freedom. If you want freedom, you need to structure it, do it on the basis of right principle. Like, okay, this is it. This is the agreement. This is the territory. Every member of that territory agreed to be this nation, and we are ready to go. And then people can take it seriously. But if they continue with these raising Biafran flag everywhere, and they ask you what is Biafra, you claim a whole bunch of territory where the people they are telling you, hey, go to hell, and you want to go to the UN and say, give me Biafra. And Ajale Koko, where I disagree with you about coming to join you guys in Aninas, is the fact that you guys have what you are doing when you're mixing Yoruba this thing with the Biafran is, it's like one person has a food and the other person has a food mixed with poison, and he's telling you, let's mix our food together and eat it together. You understand?
Okay,
Now the one that has that's the mistake you're making. You guys are killing the whole Yoruba movement when you start mixing it with Biafra. You understand? You have to separate yourself from that Biafra rubbish.
If you came there ex-soldier, Mike, I dare you, if you are brave enough, go to Igbo State just for 1 minute. And
they
come
go
back.
slice and chop.
And that's the problem. They don't want to hear the truth. The truth is bitter, but that's the raw truth. I'm telling you, they need to stop that Biafran thing and come up with something different, something more concrete. Either you say Igbo nation, or you approach other ethnic group in the south, in that area, and sit down with them and agree to be one, and then form a real something that we all know that, okay, this is ready to go, but not something where you guys haven't figured among yourself. But then you're making noise every day, shouting, Nigeria must break, Nigeria will die, Nigeria will die. At least stop swearing for Nigeria now. For now, at least, you stop swearing. As we are in Nigeria now, let's make something work. Until we are ready to go, you understand? Nobody's not going to swear make country no good. If country no good, nobody of us will suffer. They swear for Nigeria every day. Say God punish Nigeria. They've been swearing for Nigeria for 30 years. The swear is why Nigeria is so backward, because we are putting curse on ourselves as a country, and the curse is what God is answering to. You are praying for Nigeria to be a bad place. God answer the prayer. That's why Nigeria is so bad. But then you are saying you want to go, but you haven't structured how you want to go. So, anyway, Nigeria.
All right. I did say 1 minute, Mike, but
sorry.
That's Mike for you. All right. Thank you, Mike. Always a delight. So Ajanle Koko, just as briefly as you can, just wrap things up for us. Just make it condense it.
Ile-Ife, as an ancestral home of Yoruba people, has been in existence for over 4,000, 5,000 years. This was confirmed by an historian, and the most popular historian, a Greek historian, that 5 greatest nation in Africa, and about 5,000 years ago, Ile-Ife happened to be one of them. And Ile-Ife gave back to Yoruba nation. So Yoruba nation has been existing before the British amalgamated the South, the entire South and the North in 1914. And Nigeria, and that gave back to Nigeria. And Nigeria was created or formed on the basis of fraudulent activity to loot the resources of indigenous people in the space called Nigeria today, both in the north and in the south. And they have been looting that resources since then till to today. So the people we have in charge of power in Nigeria are doing the same thing for their colonial master. The colonial masters continue to loot. They are there to protect the interests of the colonial master. So right now, we that are agitating for our nation we have seen it clearly that there's no way we will get out of that bondage or take our sovereignty except we get out from that contraction called Nigeria. I want to tell everybody that whatever have beginning must surely have an end. All the indices shows that Nigeria is moving towards an end. It will surely end, and we shall have our nation, and we shall raise our flag very high and be part of a community of progressive nation in the world where rule of law, where good governance takes place. So at this junction, I would like to thank one man for the platform, and I would like to urge everybody listening to us from any part of the world where you are to please, press the red button, subscribe, and so that you will get notified anytime One Man Went to More is going on live. So share this platform, like, and God will bless everybody. By the grace of God, Yoruba nation will come, Biafran nation will come, other nation will come, all non-nas nation will come. It's a matter of time. We are moving close to that point. We just have to be determined and, have the strong mind that, yes, we shall overcome. Thank you, woman.
Thank you, Ajanle Koko. Always a delight. It's been a very interesting session, hasn't it, Ajanle Koko? One of the more, in fact, it was just the time that was ticking away that made me want to round it off. It's been so engaging, but always a delight. Yes, always a delight to share our time with you guys. So, as you heard from Ajanle Koko, the most exciting space on YouTube, bar none. I cannot think of a space more exciting than this platform that we all gather and run together. I cannot think of anywhere more exciting. Once you spend just a good half an hour here, it's almost certain that you will always come back because the conversation is so illuminating and so engaging, and the personalities are so big and so interesting. Ajanle Koko, V.A.T, Black League, Rational Mind, etc. We've not even gotten to Bia yet, who just listens in the background. So just a wide mix of really high-functioning people. This is what goes on here, and you are invited to be part of this going on. So click on the subscribe button as Ajanle Koko rightly directed you to, and woe betide if Ajanle Koko directs and you don't follow suit. So do exactly what Ajanle Koko said and click on that subscribe button. What you could do in addition is, when I put out the notices for the sessions, if you copy them into your social media feeds, like your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, etc., so you can invite your friends and etc. to come and participate to see what they are making of some bald-headed guy that just shouts on the internet for hours on end. So do that as by way of you trying to propel the channel too. So share the links on your social media spaces so that we can even expand even more. And we continue to expand at a rapid rate, by the way. Every single time, we always hit a new benchmark in terms of concurrent viewership. We hit it yet again today. We did not actually even match what we had done before. We hit a new paradigm today. So on and on it goes, and you'll be part of that train. I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.